Thank you for coming. Is it okay? It's a pleasure to me to introduce our first speaker for this morning. The speaker is Professor Nurbay Irmak from Boğaziçi University. And as you can see from the slide, the title of his talk is The Mess We Make on the Metaphysics of Artifact Kinds. Please.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to thank the organizing committee for putting together this great conference. It's been a pleasure to be here. So today I'll talk about artifacts, but not individual artifacts, the kinds of artifacts or artifactual kinds. Artifactual kinds, there are a lot of course, interesting questions about artifactual kinds themselves. And this is supposed to be part of the larger project where I'm trying to understand the nature of kinds themselves and their relations to properties and types and all these other ontological categories that we use kind of willy-nilly. So once you start thinking about kinds, there's this view that is, I think, quite common to hold when people are thinking about the nature of natural kinds, for instance. Often people think that there are these properties that are essential for something to fall under a natural kind. And I call that view kind essentialism. So, of course, kind essentialism is not about individual objects, it's about conditions of membership. And often these conditions are put in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions, but also it's possible to take these conditions to be essential properties. So this view is quite common, especially for natural kinds, but also it is quite common, interestingly, for artifactual kinds themselves. I think that it is not wrong to say that it is the received view or the dominant view when people think about artifactual kinds. In fact, I hold a view that is pretty essentialist, and this is kind of me arguing against myself. When you think about artifactual kinds, it is kind of, I found this quite interesting. It is two things, and I want to talk about that first, and then move on to the more interesting stuff. So the first thing is that although it is quite easy to understand the motivations behind natural kind essentialism, which is partly motivated by externalist semantics that is provided by Kripke and Putnam, it is at least difficult to say that the same kind of semantics works for artifactual kind terms. I'm not going to go into the details about that, but it seems that it's at least problematic, so it's difficult to find that motivation for artifactual kinds and artifactual kind terms. But more interestingly, when it comes to natural kind essentialism, there are these, interesting questions and objections and criticisms of kind essentialism with respect to natural kinds, and there are all these kind of non-essentialist views out there, especially I'm thinking of homostatic property cluster view that is defended by Boyd, which I think is basically a non-essentialist alternative to the traditional essentialist story about natural kinds. But it is interesting that there's not even a slightly non-essentialist story that is told about artifactual kinds, and I'm leaving aside the conventionalist story that people tell about artifacts. So the goal or the aim of this talk and this paper is then to kind of explore the possibility of a non-essentialist story about artifact kinds. So the plan then today is to first say more about what artifact kind essentialism is, and then talk about the problems about artifactual kind essentialism. And in that section, I got nothing new to say, because there you have different kind of essentialists beating each other to the death, basically. And I'm going to review all these objections, and hopefully those objections will help me to motivate to look elsewhere. Right. Sorry. And then I'll kind of introduce the alternative view that I'm going to be defending. It's going to be a rough sketch, but I think it will give you some idea about what kind of view one might have. And then if time allows, I'll speak to some of the objections that I thought. I'm sure you're going to think of better objections, but we'll see. So artifact kind essentialism then is a view where for any artifactual kind, there are these set of properties that are essential for something to fall under the kind or something to be a member of the kind. So, but you should notice that this version allows relational properties to be essential. So this is kind of a different kind of essentialism than the traditional kind of essentialism, where the only essential properties for something to be a member of the kind is non-relational properties. Often, in fact, I think most of kind essentialists about artifacts take these kind of these relational properties to be essential. For instance, being intended for 5, or being selected or reproduced or copied for 5, or having a causal role 5 in a system S. Okay. Of course, there are different ways to be an essentialist about artifacts, and I think the most common version you're going to find is going to depend on some notion of function. And the notion of function you're going to choose, you're going to have a different kind of essentialism. And I think it's kind of quite intuitive to think of artifacts as functional objects, because those are the things that we create for a purpose. They do things for us. So I think it's quite natural to think of artifacts as essentially functional things. And then you have a different kind of, depending on your notion of function, you're going to have different kinds of essentialism. And I think the most perhaps common one you're going to find is the notion of intended function. So the idea, which is kind of defended to some detail by Lynn Baker in her great work, is that the membership conditions for artifactual kinds requires that the maker or the author has some kind of a function that attributes to the object. So she calls these objects intention-dependent objects, or ID objects. So the intended function then is the essential property of any artifactual kind. And then there is this different idea of a function, which basically kind of comes into the debates about artifacts through biological notion of function, mostly due to Ruth Millikan's treatment of the proper function. And there the idea is that the essential property of any artifactual kind is that the kind of function that the object in question is reproduced or selected for, or is copied for. And there you're going to find Crawford Elder's work on artifacts, where he talks about 3 different kinds of essential properties, and proper function is one of them. The other ones are, I think, historical proper placement and shape or form. And then, but then there's this other notion of function that is not really explored except by Beth Preston, and this is a really good book. She doesn't talk about artifacts. She thinks that term is not really doing any philosophical work. She thinks that a better term is material culture. But there she argues that, well, maybe proper function is not enough. Maybe we need a different kind of function. That again comes from debates about the biological notion of function, where she talks about system function. A system function is a function that an object plays within a larger system, the causal role it plays within a larger system. Okay, so then there's this non-functionalist or intentionalist essentialism. There are not many possibilities there, or actual views defended. But there, I think the basic idea is not to restrict all these essential properties to only functional properties, but also structural, aesthetic, or normative properties. This is the kind of view that Risto Hilpinen defended early on, and then Amy Thomason defended a view like this. But Amy's views, they're kind of complicated. So I would refrain calling her an intentionalist, essentialist, but that's a different story. Okay. Now, what kind of problems do we have with respect to essentialism? And there I think you have a wide variety of problems, and I try to categorize them into 2 groups. One I call the problem of scope. So according to this problem, functionalist and non-functionalist accounts fail either to recognize certain kinds of objects as artifactual kinds, or they fail to classify some individual artifacts under any inappropriate artifactual kind. And then the second kind of problem I call the problem of function attribution. So this will be about functionalist essentialism. So the functionalist accounts in question then either fail to attribute a function to those artifacts that seem to have an identifiable function, or attribute what seems to be the wrong function to an artifactual kind or to its members. So let's say a little more about these problems. So first, the problem of scope. So the first kind of problem occurs when the functionalist, essentialist, both intentionalist and non-intentionalist varieties occurs because there are these wide variety of artifactual kinds that apparently lack any function, and the classical example is works of art, of course. I'm not going to argue that works of art do not have a function or a purpose. There are those people who think that they have, but I think it's quite intuitive to think, especially when you think about conceptual art, it's quite easy to see the practice where, you know, the author, the creator, do not have any kind of function in mind when they create works of art. But if that is correct, then both intentionalist and non-intentionalist functionalism fails to recognize works of art as artifacts. And in fact, this is something that people like Lynn Baker does. She kind of narrows the scope of her account to only account for what she calls technical artifacts. But I think that's not a really good way to go when one tries and attempts to understand the nature of artifacts in general. And second, then again, it's intentionalists, both functionalist and non-functionalist essentialism. Some think this is more controversial. Some think that there are some artifacts that come into existence without authorial intentions. And there you have examples like a path or a village. These are the kind of examples that Amy Thomason, Beth Preston, and Catherine Koslicki talk about a lot. So a path, for instance, can come into existence without people having kind of any intention with respect to the thing that comes into existence. So people may just move from point A to B, and then a path comes into existence without anyone having any intention about the kind of thing that they're creating, right? But it's difficult to then deny that what is being created is a path, is a kind of an artifact. And the same goes for a village where you can imagine people kind of settling on a particular location without having any intention about what they're kind of bringing into existence, like a village. And then there are these more controversial cases where, according to some people, when we create a particular kind of artifact, there are some leftovers. There are some residues that are also brought into existence, like a sawdust or some, you know, leftover pieces of wood. And some people think that they're also artifacts or artifactual kinds, and they need to be accounted for. Then there are also, you know, according to some, there are all these accidental creations. I'm not sure what to think about them, but, you know, the classical example would be something like you're trying to prepare a salad and then you accidentally create a sandwich. I don't know how it would go, but, you know, weird things happen. But if that is correct, if these are all artifactual kinds, then both functionalist and non-functionalist intentionalism fail to classify certain objects under the relevant artifactual kind. Okay, what about the problem of function attribution? So here, the problem for the non-intentionalist functionalist, like Preston and Elder, how can one attribute a function to those artifactual kinds that fail to perform their proper function, the function for which they're produced? And remember that this proper function needs to be fulfilled to a certain degree of success. So the example then, I think this is Amy Thomason's example, and then Beth Preston talks a lot about this, Feng Shui mirrors, which are supposed to fend off evil spirits, right? Arguably, they don't perform that function, right? But if that's the case, then it seems that, you know, you cannot really account for the function of those objects if you think that, you know, the proper function of those objects are the function that they're copied for, right? Because the function is not capable of being fulfilled. And then there are these other kinds of problems about non-intentionalists, which are the very first examples of a novel kind, which we call prototypes. Right? So prototypes, they're the very first example of a novel kind, do not seem to have a proper function because there's no function that they're reproduced or copied for. They're the very first example. This is exactly why Ruth Millikan, for instance, introduced the second notion of function, where she talks about the derived proper function, which is kind of derived from the intention of the makers. Right? So her account is not purely non-intentionalist, it's kind of a mixture of intentionalist and non-intentionalist elements. And then you have the intentionalist functionalism, And there are, or we can think of cases where there are artifacts that are used or copied for a function that is different from the one that it was intended by their makers. So the example is from Katrin Koslicki. She asks us to imagine that Graham Bell intended his device to be used as a hearing aid, and then users kind of adapted that device in order to communicate in long distance. And then that user function kind of picked up and replaced or overrode the function that Bell had in mind, and now it seems quite clear that the telephone has a function of at least one of the functions of a telephone now is to have long distance conversation or communication. But if that is the case, then intentionalists are in trouble because the object has a different function than the function that the maker, the creator, had in mind. Okay, now my proposal. So before I explain what I have in mind, I need a kind of a preliminary consideration, which is kind of linked to another paper that I wrote, where I kind of try and understand the relation between kinds and properties. And they're not, interestingly enough, there's not much if you're trying to understand the nature of kinds themselves. There are only a few people explicitly talking about it, and then people make assumptions about what kinds are, kind of pretty vague and pretty vague stuff. But Hawley and Bird, they have this paper on natural kinds. So they think that, this is the most explicit account that I could find in the literature, so they think that kinds are nothing but structural universals. So they're identified with structural immanent universals. So a consequence of that kind of view is kind essentialism, because for something to be a member of the kind in question, then the thing in question needs to instantiate the structural property. If not, then it's not, right? So instead I argued in that paper that kinds should not be taken to be identical with the properties that are associated somehow with the kind, but merely associated. There are these set of properties that are associated with the kind, but the notion of association is left unspecified, and this is for a reason. Because I want my account of what kinds are to allow essentialist and non-essentialist views about the membership conditions of kind. I think our ontology of kind should not decide on what kind of conditions kinds impose on objects to fall under them. So if you accept my account of kinds, then you can be an essentialist and claim that these properties that are associated with the kind in question are essential, they provide necessary and sufficient conditions. But if you want to be a non-essentialist, then you can just stick with the mere notion of association. So given this, then here is a rough sketch of the view I propose, according to which artifactual kinds, for any artifactual kind and an individual entity, there's some properties that are associated with the kind at some time, such that for something to fall under that kind, to be a member of that kind, the object in question instantiates some of the properties that are associated with the kind, not all. I mean, it could instantiate all, but some might be enough. But this is obviously quite vague, right? And I kind of got a feeling that people in this room do not really like that kind of vagueness. But I think this is not a problem for the view. In fact, this is a good thing, and I'll say more about that later on. But there is a more serious worry that I think needs to be addressed, and that is the worry about arbitrariness. And the worry is the following. So how can we hope to distinguish between groupings of entities that constitute an artifactual kind, such as table or computer, and those that fail to perform a kind, such as keys in my pocket or the malfunctioning computers in New Zealand or in Taiwan? Right? Because I don't want to accept that all groupings of entities constitute a kind. I don't want to, I want to accept some kind of a restriction on what counts as a kind. But if you want to go liberal and argue that any kind of combination of things will form a kind, then good for you. You got an easy theory, but it seems that it's not going to be doing so much. I mean, then kinds seem to be kind of a redundant story. But anyway, so it seems that I need some kind of an explanation as to why certain properties and not others come to be associated with artifactual kinds. I need some kind of a principle that would help me to say why these properties and not the others. And I think that is available. That explanation is available because we can point to some causal and historical mechanisms that underlie the coinstantiation of certain properties. And let me say more about that. But before, another question that is underexplored. So in what circumstances kinds come into existence? Especially, I mean, of course, if you're with Ruth Millikan, she thinks that kinds are eternal, then this doesn't become a problem for you. But if you think that a kind like a computer is not an eternal categorization, then I think you need an account of under what circumstances novel kinds come into existence. And there, of course, the question is not as easy as it seems, but for simplicity, let's assume that a novel artifactual kind comes into existence alongside with its first member, and for functional objects, it's the prototype. Now, there are further questions about, prototypes, because not all first members, not all first attempts to create a prototype results in a prototype, so you need some kind of a success conditions attached to it, embedded to it, but let's leave those considerations or complications aside. So let's go back to the example of telephone, the kind telephone. So the very first example of the kind then was created by Graham Bell. The patent awarded to him described the device as an apparatus for transmitting vocal and other sounds telegraphically. And assume that this is roughly what the function that Bell intended his prototype to perform. It is controversial whether Bell was the first who created the telephone. Who knows? And who cares? But if you're right that his intention was exactly that, then it seems that this novel kind with this prototype, relatively successful prototype, has a property of being intended to transmit vocal sounds telegraphically. And we know from the demonstration that Bell and his assistant Watson had at the time, the device performed that function to a relatively successful degree. Then the kind acquires the following properties: transmitting vocal sounds telegraphically, and then people picked it up. Then the kind acquires the property of being used for transmitting vocal sounds telegraphically, and then of course there are some further structural and material properties attached to the kind. Now, are these properties, are their coinstantiation arbitrarily determined? And I think the answer is no. There are various causal relations that explain how these properties came to be associated with the kind at the time. So these intentional, functional, structural, and material properties are causally and historically connected. For instance, Bell's intention to create a device that is used to transmit vocal sounds telegraphically, causally partly responsible for that device to have the property, transmitting vocal sounds telegraphically. And the communication of the intention and the communication of that successful performance of the property, then users picked it up, and then, then the kind acquires the property of being used to transmit vocal sounds telegraphically. As for the structural and material properties, of course, functions are multiply realizable, but functions constrain the kind of material and structural properties that an object should have. And as we know, the device have gone through a lot of changes, some of which are structural, some of which are material, like this thing, So even though the functions, either intended functions or user functions do not single out a particular structural or material set of properties, they kind of constrain them. So in a way, they kind of causally constrain what kind of material or structural properties the object can have. So these causal and historical relations then explain also how properties associated with a kind tend to be coinstantiated by its members. Let's see how I'm doing. The non-essentialist, unlike I think its essentialist rival, can also explain how artifactual kinds change. If you're an essentialist, then you're going to have a trouble with explaining the change in kinds themselves, not members of the kind, but the kinds themselves. So the functional, intentional, and structural material properties associated with the kind, again, stick with the example, telephone, have gone through various changes over time. As more examples are produced, more techniques are developed. Now, there's a complicated history as to how these properties associated with the kind have evolved since the first example, this history is partly a history of selection and reproduction, as people like Elder and Preston argued, but also it's partly a history of the evolution of the intentions of the producers and users. So this provides a very complicated history. So I think that a successful theory of how artifact kinds change, not individual artifacts, but the kinds change, therefore must take into account the evolution of authorial and user intentions and the change observed through the history of selection and the production of the members of the kind. So it's going to be a very complicated story, but the story will be basically, you can put the story in terms of some causal and historical mechanisms. So the version of non-essentialism that I formulated before allow that different sets of properties could be associated with the kind at different times. So together with the causal and historical account of how such properties may change, then the non-essentialist is also able to account for the evolution of artifact kinds. Now, how does my account fare with the problems that I mentioned before? So it's not surprising that the account has a relatively easier time with the problem of scope, because it was the motivation for the view. So it would be very embarrassing if I kind of, mess this up. But, I think I do not, but we'll see. So the functional properties on this view are not essential for kind membership. Therefore, works of art and other kinds of artifacts that lack some kind of identifiable function would still count as artifactual kinds, because, these functional properties alongside with other properties are among the associated properties of the kind in question. And on this view, authorial intentions are not necessary for the creation of artifacts either. So a path or a village or sawdust, if you think that they're artifacts, might still be brought into existence without the sort of intentional attitudes that intentionalists seem to require for kind membership. And then there's the problem of function attribution. So one of the things about functionalist essentialism is that they need to find some unique identifiable function that the kinds and its members are supposed to perform. But non-essentialism has no such commitment. So for instance, the non-essentialist can agree with the intentionalist that the function of feng shui mirrors is to fend off evil spirits, even though they're not capable of performing that function. So similarly, non-essentialists can again agree with the intentionalist that the function of a prototype is the one intended by its makers. But unlike most intentionalists, the non-essentialists can also recognize and explain changes in artifact functions over time. So they can also explain, the user functions replacing or overriding the authorial intentions and the kind of functions they attribute to artifactual kinds. Okay. So what about objections? So let's go back to the problem of vagueness. So I think artifactual kinds are messy, as clear now, but I think there's this worry that I take quite seriously, and the worry goes like this. So it seems that non-essentialism fails to provide some clear boundaries for artifact kinds and precise conditions for their membership, leaving us with cases where it's not determinate whether some individual object belongs to a relevant artifactual kind. And I think this is a very important worry. In fact, this is the kind of worry that I think led me to be an essentialist at some point, because I kind of like clear boundaries, as most of you do. But I came to realize that the kind of vagueness that non-essentialism allows is not really a problem, because that's what artifacts are like, So it's a virtue of the account that it gives you a picture of artifactual kinds that are quite messy, right? Because artifact kinds and their conditions of membership are messy. So non-essentialism does not merely reflect this mess, but I think it also explains its sources. Right? So I think in that sense it is a better account than its rivals. Of course, this response does not address the underlying worry about the dissatisfaction with the mess and the desire for clarity and precision, but I cannot address these worries here because it requires more of a methodological debate about how we go about thinking and explaining the nature of artifactual kinds. So my response is a conditional response. So if we want our ontology of artifacts to be sensitive to the complexity, the indeterminacy, and the variety of ways in which we classify artifactual objects into kinds, then non-essentialism becomes a live and serious alternative to its rivals. And here I would like to compare non-essentialism about artifactual kinds to, homostatic property cluster view about biological kinds. And there, I think one of the motivations behind the HPC view is to look at the biological world and look at the biological kinds and realize that it is quite messy. So this mess needs to be accounted for. And there, I think the idea then was to kind of say goodbye to the old traditional essentialist story and find a different kind of ontological account where you can explain, for instance, how the kind-like species work. And that, I think, the biological mess then resulted in this view that I think has a better chance of explaining the nature of biological kinds. What about a different kind of objection that I kind of, I'm not sure how serious this is, but it came, I remember someone raising this point. So the point was that, well, it seems that we're in the business of explaining or providing an ontological nature of artifactual kinds and their members, but without some sort of essentialism, one cannot really talk about the nature of the artifactual kinds or objects that fall under such kinds. My response is quite straightforward. Why assume the nature of an entity can only be determined by its essence or essential properties? Again, consider the HPC theory. There are no essential properties. There are only these properties that result in the homostatic property clusterings, which is determined by homostatic mechanisms. There we can still talk about the nature of a kind, nature of species, without necessarily committing ourselves to some kind of an essentialist story. So similarly, artifactual kinds and the relations they have to their members are flexible, they evolve over time, but this doesn't mean that artifactual kinds have no nature. It means that artifact kinds do not have a fixed, unchanging, and precise natures. Instead, they have evolving and imprecise natures, and I think it's all we can say about artifactual kinds. So in conclusion then, it's really good to see that literature on artifacts and people writing and thinking about artifacts are growing. It's quickly expanding. I'm one of those people who constantly write about artifacts. But most philosophers, including this person, assume, without really an argument, that essentialism is true of artifactual kinds. And I think this is partly due to a lack of a non-essentialist alternative available and properly discussed in the literature. And I hope that I just did that, and I hope that I didn't contribute to the mess that already here about artifacts. So thank you.
Okay, we have 10 minutes for the Q&A. There's a first question here.
Thank you. I was wondering whether the role you attribute to causal and historical relations is compatible with cases of multiple inventions of the same artifactual kind. So suppose, for example, that Bell and Meucci both invented the telephone, and then suppose, I don't think, probably not in a historically accurate way, that for some time the history of Bell's phone and Meucci's phone were separated with no mutual causal historical interaction. And then the functionalist might say that there is a single artifactual kind because they perform the same function, while the causal connection may be lacking. So I wonder if this account is compatible with this kind of multiple invention.
Okay, so that's good. So I think if I understand the example correctly, what happens there is that, like many people, I also take artifacts as kind of partly historical kinds. So that means that the history of the kind in question will kind of help you to individuate the kind itself. So if you have a novel kind that kind of split into two kinds, then I think the kind of response that I would like to defend would be that even though these two kinds have, the associated properties of these kinds involve the same function, they have different historical properties and the different kind of perhaps user functions that are attributed to these artifacts that help us to see that they're different kinds. but this may not be satisfactory to many. I mean, there are many examples like this. For instance, we know that many words that we have they have roots from the same origin, the same word, but then they kind of split into many different kind of, branches resulting different words. And I think the same kind of story can be told about artifactual kinds. So I think it's not a problem, at least for me.
So thank you for that. That was great. I think you're probably right, but we'd be out of a job if we just settled there. So I want to. So what ontological category are kinds for you? Are they entities, like individuals? They're not properties. So do we just have to postulate like a sui generis kind of new category? Because because then you could maybe have a motivation for going back to the property view.
Yeah.
If you also, and you can get rid of essentialism if you're also equidistist about properties.
Yeah.
So that might be a kind of like round the back way to get something like what you want, but in a property style view.
Yeah, so this other paper that I mentioned, I argue there that kinds are kind of sui generis entities. They're not, if you want kinds, that's the cost that you're going to have to pay. That they are not identical with properties, they're not identical with types, they're entities of their own kind, They're not individuals, but if you want kinds, the cost will be, maybe high for some, but it's not high for me. I'm not crazy about parsimony.
Hi, thank you very much for the talk.
Thank you.
I have a question because it seems to me that this non-essentialism account of kinds could make us to make anachronic attributions. For example, let's imagine in the Middle Age somebody who has a horn.
Say the last part again, sorry.
Yeah, imagine somebody in the Middle Age who has played a horn twice to send a message.
Mm-hmm.
So why that is not a telephone? Maybe that is a silly question, but it's like, it seems to me that you can attribute anachronically kinds to things in the past.
Okay, so then if I understand the question correctly, what happens if there was a time where that function was fulfilled by something other than telephone? That connects to another kind of question that I think is not really considered. The question is, are kinds artifacts? I'm not just talking about artifactual kinds, but also natural kinds. Right? Because Richard Boyd, I think, at some point implies that our natural kinds, I'm talking about the entities, not the objects that fall under them, but whether natural kinds should be thought of as artifacts. Because these are the kind of categorizations that we not only use in order to put things under, but they also help us to make inferences, predictions. And I think there's something interesting there. I used to think that kinds are not artifacts, and I argued that they are not, which is embarrassing because I now think that they might be artifacts. But if they are, then you can say that since artifacts are most of the time they're historical entities and we care about the origin of historical entities, then you can distinguish cases where there was an intention to create this new kind of device in order to kind of make people or help people to communicate in long distances. And that would be a different kind of artifact where people use pigeons or other kind of animals or other kind of devices in order to communicate. So that I would say would help you to distinguish, still identify telephone as a novel kind that was created by or brought into existence by people like Bell, and a different kind of artifactual kind perhaps that people kind of used back in the time where they were just using pigeons or things in order to communicate in long distances. Does that help? I'm not sure.
A couple of questions. The first one has to do with the second to last paragraph or sentence on the slide. Yes. Mm-hmm. So there has been a lot of discussion lately about natural kinds and socially constructed kinds. And many of the things that we thought might be natural kinds are now treated as social constructs, such as women and race, for example. So there seems to be quite a bit of discussion about a non-essentialist alternative. So couldn't that apply to your cases as well, the discussion about social constructs?
The destruction of a social...
The discussion about social constructs.
Can you say a little more about that? I'm sorry. I may not be familiar with the...
So when people talked about race, for instance, they thought that was a natural kind.
Yeah.
And just about everyone who writes about that issue now says, no, that is wrong.
Yeah.
Instead, we simply made this up. We organized this into a kind. We treat it as a kind, but it is made by us.
Yeah.
So we don't have any underlying essential properties.
Yeah. So
couldn't that discussion be applied to your cases? So that is the first question. Second one is when people like Kripke and Putnam started talking about natural kinds, then that was partly because of interest in rigid designation and necessary properties. That gave us something interesting, such as the necessary a posteriori. And none of that seems to apply to essentialism about artifactual kinds. So what would motivate someone to want to introduce essentialism about artifactual kinds?
Good. So with the first question, simple answer, I think yes, it would. You can extend my story about artifactual kinds to social kinds. I'm not sure if I want to say that social and artifactual kinds are just the same kinds of kinds. So maybe there's some, because I'm not sure if gender is an entity, you know. So social kinds may be different, and obviously, you know, the discussion there may benefit from a non-essentialist alternative that is not purely conventionalist, because my account is not purely conventionalist. It has conventionalist elements, because it seems that we contribute to the constitution of kinds in one way or the other. But I think, you know, a kind of non-essentialism about social kinds can also be constructed on the same line of thought. When about the second question, I'm not entirely certain why people kind of ignored and stick with essentialism about artifactual kinds. I know my own story, because I needed precise answers to questions like, what happens if someone messes this up, and then, you know, someone does something with the intention of doing this and that. And then, you know, essentialism gives you quite a clear picture if you want to understand the nature of words, for instance, musical works, but non-essentialism, it's not easy to get that clear picture. And I think the desire for clear picture of what kinds are, what artifactual kinds are, I think is perhaps the main reason. At least for me, it was. Yeah.
Oh, got time? Yeah. Hi. It just occurs to me that something could be an artifact without falling into an artifactual kind. So I was just thinking if at some stage somebody absent-mindedly puts some things together so they get some kind of construction, it's definitely an artifact, but I'm not sure whether it falls into a kind. It doesn't serve any function. So I just wondered whether you need to have, being an artifact itself is a kind.
Yeah, so I think that artifact is a kind. You know, it's a kind, and it is associated with certain properties. Don't ask me what those properties are. You know, it requires some work. But I'm not sure if I would, you know, I need to think about this, because I'm not entirely certain if I would say, well, there could be things that are just artifacts and without having, you know, a more specific kind membership. Because artifact, even if I think that it's a kind, may be in a kind of an umbrella kind, like a hierarchical kind, where you have artifacts as perhaps one of the most general categories that objects belonging to artifactual kinds may be a member of. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you again to our speaker.
really good.
Ciao Andrea. Ciao, come stai? Dicevi te? Dicevo io. Sì, senti, devo mettere le slide dentro. Sì. Metti pure PPT uguale, insomma, metti PPT. Vediamo se vai un po' non dovrebbe dare problemi. Sì, è solo saltata il test, no. Ce ne faremo una ragione, ce ne faremo una ragione rilevante il fronte. Non stai qua, così avanti e indietro.
Ti chiederei di passare poi al microfono portatile perché potrebbe fare eco, ma
non mi metto in piedi.
No, dico solo nel caso facesse un po' di eco.
Ah, vabbè, sì, ok. Un po' di problemi.
Sì, perché forse interagisce con l'altro.
Vabbè.
Facciamo un segno quando ti mancano 5 minuti.
Sì, dai, fa sempre comodo. Cioè, lanciami qualcosa.
Thank you, everybody. I think we can start again. I hope so. Okay, our next speaker is Andrea Raimondi. It's a pleasure to me to introduce him. And the title of the talk is All or Nothing, Totality Facts Reconsidered. Please, Andrea.
Thanks, Amore. So, thanks everyone. Thanks for having me. Thanks to the splendid organizer for this splendid conference. We had the chance to catch up with some old friends and make new friends, and then eventually bore all them to death by talking about totality facts, which a very old style thing to talk about. I kind of like stumble upon this talk almost by mistake. This was originally part of a kind of larger paper on truth making for alien truth, something could have been F but nothing is. And it was a kind of a response to a couple of Matthew Tugby's paper on this problem when he argues that the truth maker for alien truths are the existence of an instantiated universal plus the totality fact. I was not really persuaded by that. So I wrote a paper offering kind of like another model, and of course also criticizing the adoption of totality facts. Then I sent the paper around, and lovely people, some of them are here in this room, told me, yeah, well, but this is kind of like a standalone thing, so why don't you make this a standalone thing? Then I sent it to referees, and they said the same thing, so here I am trying to kind of like making an interesting standalone thing. So let's just start with a little bit of dressing here. So the point of the talk is just really, really simple, not bold at all. I'm not going to argue like John Isle did in 2006 that we can do away with totality fact. Not at all. I'm not that bold. My humble point is that we don't have more reason to accept totality facts than any other reason to accept negative facts. So the kind of bias that we usually have in favor of positivity, if you ask me, is rather unjustified. And this is the kind of point I want to make in this talk, right? So regarding a little bit of dressing of the paper, so you probably all know this problem, and this is, I guess, a nice way to introduce why totality facts are postulated, and they do some work. As we know, is somehow rather straightforward to have truth maker for positive claim. Suppose that it's true that Andrea is lazy, that is made true by some worldly stuff, plausibly stuff about me and my laziness. But when it comes to negative claims, like suppose that as a matter of fact Andrea isn't particularly smart, what makes it true? We should say something about the word, right? But what makes it true is now pretty contentious, as Molnar's way of putting the problem suggests. Now, totality facts are generally considered to be, some people call it an elegant solution to this problem, because again, if you have like claims like Andrea isn't particularly smart, the totality fact does its job by taking all positive first-order facts about Andrea, plus the facts that these are all the facts, and of course, if there is no fact about Andrea being smart, that it must be true that Andrea isn't particularly smart. This is how the story goes, right? Whether you like the solution or not, I really don't care. In this context, what I care about is the way the problem is posed here. So according to Molnar, it seems pretty intuitive that we have to look for positive truth maker, right? Because if you find all of them pretty intuitive and you accept all of them, that positive truth maker is what you must be seeking for. And then, of course, the game is what kind of positive truth maker, but the only game in town is positive truth maker. And if you disagree with that, then it seems that kind of like the burden is on you to say why we should reject one of these premises. And I think this is kind of like an unfair way of putting things, and it kind of reinforces some bias over one option to another. I think, the best way I have to making less bias is a sort of like understanding as a sort of inference to the best explanation, the kind of argument that even Armstrong would have put forward for justifying the existence of facts in the first place, right? Suppose that it's true that this table is brown. It seems that the existence of the table alone and the existence of brownness alone doesn't guarantee the truth of the table is brown, so we need something else. And Armstrong say, well, the best candidate, actually the only candidate, is fact. So assume that Q is, facts, then facts exist because kind of like the work that they do. Now, in this case, I think there are some virtues in a way of putting the problem this way. Probably the problem is the way, putting it in terms of like IB here, is still question begging for people that thinks that, for instance, negative facts are truth by default. So I'm sorry for them. I'm pretty convinced by what Nina Emery recently argued about what are we doing methodologically when we do metaphysics, such that when we have a philosophical data, such as like, negative claims being true, we tend to seek for an explanation, even if we have to postulate weird entities instead of like, leaving unexplained. Maybe you're persuaded by Molnar against like, truth by default. I think it's less question begging, I don't know, for someone like Tallant that thinks that, atomic proposition needs truth maker, but the negation of atomic proposition do not. So for instance, Tallant thinks that, a negative existential is true if and only if the negation lacks its truth maker. And I guess this way of putting the problem is at least less question begging for someone like him. But I think that the best virtue, possibly, is that here is much harder to have some kind of like positive bias toward positivity. For one simple reason, we have a lot of candidates for the place of Q, so there are totality facts and negative facts and incompatibility facts, and it seems that given that the existence of Q is established in the kind of like work it does to explain P, we cannot come with an independent reason for thinking that Q exists, plug it in premise 2, and then assuming that that makes it the best candidate. We have to build a good case for totality facts being a good candidate. We can literally come with the intuition that, yeah, we should favor positivity over negativity, because who knows? Maybe, of course, Russell might be right that we have this general tendency against the negativity, but it seems to me that this tendency is just really just like very unjustified, especially because totality facts are not like empty of negativity. Like some people takes totality facts and negative facts together because totality facts include a negative fact, which is the high order fact that are no more facts, right? But people like Tagby, for instance, notice that we should make a distinction between totality facts and negative facts in the fact that negative facts are fully negative, while totality facts are partially negative. They're just like one bit of negativity, but not more. And Tagby plays on with the fact, and I think somehow rightly, that if you take like something like the positivity principle that Molnar used in his way of setting the problem, the positivity principle is rather liberal. So if you believe that everything that exists is positive, then, and we're not told how much positive, then we can think that taking totality facts and negative facts, then given that totality facts have a little bit of negativity, but there is an abundant part of positivity, then kind of like totality facts are more respectable than negative facts. They have more existence, right? So generally, if you want to make a case for totality facts being like the best candidate, because of course the inference, the best explanation works if and only if Q is the best candidate. So for instance, Moti Mirazi has an excellent paper that explains why we think that it's very intuitive that the no miracle argument in philosophy of science works, because we have this idea that the only candidate for explaining the success of science is scientific realism, and it shows that actually that kind of like assumption is only one of the candidate and not even the best, right? So in making a case for totality fact, there are a couple of points that generally in the literature people deploy. The existence fact, so totality facts are more respectable because in general, as I will show, they use the Eleatic test to do that. So totality facts makes a causal difference or instantiate causal powers, while negative facts do not. And they are better explained. So for instance, as Armstrong says, when you have a totality fact, you really need just like the beauty of a totality fact, that you really just need one, while if you look for negative facts, you just have to have many, right? So if you're keen on quantitative parsimony, that's probably, you should buy totality facts. So again, as I said, the aim of the talk is try to persuade you that totality facts are really no more acceptable than negative facts, and our bias is at least a close examination, kind of like a bit unjustified. And I'm using as a guidance the kind of like strategy that Tagby deploys, which I think really condense the kind of like this general attitude of taking the Eleatic test and the explanatory of power of totality facts for its existence. So here's Tagby saying, negative facts do not instantiate causal powers, negative facts do not pass the Eleatic test, totality facts pass the Eleatic test, therefore totality fact exists, and therefore we should use it as a truth maker. So here's the example that Tagby is using. Suppose I touch a live wire which is conveying a total current at 100 milliamperes. Suppose that I get severe burns as a result, but survive because only total currents above 100 milliamperes will kill me. Here it seems that the relevant totality fact has a distinctive causal power. Since the current was at 100 milliamperes and no more, I was born rather than killed. I think there is a lot here that needs to be unpacked. And what I will unpack is the two things, the eleatic existent things and the explanation thing. So my point with Tagby application of the eleatic test is it is rather ambiguous on two formulation of the eleatic test, something that Erica, I think, touched yesterday. So Tagby denies the existence of negative fact because they don't instantiate causal power. But when he goes on defending the kind of like the causal efficacy of totality facts, it seems that it kind of like switch between totality facts having distinctive causal power and a kind of like alternative to this formulation of the eleatic test, which is about just like making a causal difference and not really instantiating the causal power. So there are two versions of the eleatic test, we probably all know. One is like, the classic Platonic eleatic test, which say, in order to exist, you need to have powers. That's it. And I think Erica did a great job in kind of like disambiguating what is the eleatic test, which is not the Alexander dictum, because the Alexander dictum doesn't mention any power at all. And if you want, you kind of like you can associate it with version number 2. So according to the first version, the only entities that exist are the causally operative entity. Whatever makes a causal different, whatever is causally efficient, whatever it instantiates causal power, you even have sort of like this form of eleatic test for facts. I think Bennett in 1998 said like one fact is cause of another is if it's an operative cause or part of an operative cause of the other. Version number 2 is more like whatever makes a difference to the causal power of something. So whatever makes a difference doesn't necessarily have to be something causally efficient. This is the kind of version that, for instance, Alexander Bird deploys against Armstrong criticism of the causal inefficacy of unrealized possibility. Bird say, we can't really think of a world where nothing can break, but things can be fragile. So unrealized possibility really do makes a difference to the causal power of something. Now, suppose that we go first to the first version. Like, suppose let's assume that negative facts don't have causal power. So, but we don't like that. So we just assume that they don't. But in which sense totality facts do have distinctive causal power? Now, the couple of questions here that comes to mind to me, it's very difficult to answer. I thought it would be simpler to answer. First, how do they get their powers? And how are distinctive? So one option is to think that, facts gets their power, but somehow being less fundamental, they're components. So they're made of object-and properties, and somehow the facts have the powers of these object-and properties. But this is a hard route to follow. I mean, like, Jordan Lowe and Vallicella both warns us against adopting this kind of like compositional principle for facts by saying that, at least according to them, we shouldn't do that because, something of distinct ontological kind cannot compose something else entirely. And at some point, Jordan Lowe would say, weird things can happen if we adopt this principle for facts. And I think weird things happen if we have this way of understanding causal power of facts. Suppose that it's true that Andrea can climb the Gran Sasso. Now I have the power, suppose I have the power to climb the Gran Sasso, but it seems that the fact that Andrea can climb the Gran Sasso cannot climb the Gran Sasso, right? So it's very weird to think that facts inherit their powers by their components. And even if we assume that, they can, it seems that the totality fact can't really have a distinctive causal power. So if you think of totality facts, we have this, mereological complex of first-order facts plus the high-order negative facts. And Armstrong is the first one to admit that the high-order negative facts, I'm running really late, sorry, it's no addition of being, and friends of totality facts deny that negative facts have causal power. So what is left in the totality facts for their power is just like, the first-order facts. So totality facts really can't have distinctive causal power. And also, like, if you apply the second test, which is not about instantiating causal power, but it's about making a difference, it's clear. It seems, I agree that the totality fact really makes a difference. In the case of, like, Tagby is about, like, being burned rather than killed. But if we adopt this reading of the dell'Aquila test, it seems to me that, like, you know, negative facts and absences, whether or not you take it to be identical, like, you know, Barker and Jacob take it to be identical, you can make a case for absences being difference maker in exactly the same way, right? So, as I'm suggesting here, suppose that the absence of 100 milliliters of water caused the plant to die. We agree that these negative facts do not instantiate causal power, but, you know, an absence of 50 milliliters per day would have the plant dry and not die. And so it seems that these sort of negative facts can be assumed if we adopt this version of the dell'Aquila test, right? So what I'm thinking is that if we adopt the dell'Aquila test, by the first version of the dell'Aquila test, generally neither the totality fact nor the negative fact instantiate causal power, and if we adopt the second version, it seems that both totality facts and negative facts seems to be acceptable. So, like, meta-ontologically speaking, the dell'Aquila test is kind of like non-discerning. We can't really use it to say that, you know, kind of like totality facts are just better. I'm really running late, right? Okay. So the second. Sorry about that. The second part. What would you do? I mean, as Barker and Jago say, you might just choose your poison and see what work you can do with it. So what I thought is that, okay, so let's try to see whether totality facts are really that kind of good explanants that people advocate that they are, right? And so I thought, you know, if something has to be, we know that if something has to be like a good explanant, it should contain the right amount of information such that no more and no less of the information needed to explain the explanandum is contained in the explanant. So I thought, you know what, I mean, like, the totality facts is a merological complex, so let's try to conjure up a principle that the totality facts must kind of like satisfy in order to be a good explainer. This principle is nothing groundbreaking. I think I'm just taking, you know, two criteria for being a good explanans that will not violate minimality and not violate non-monotonicity. So, according to non-monotonicity, every information contained in the explanant should be relevant to kind of like explaining the explanandum. So, for instance, the fact that, you know, classic and mag is maroon explain why the fact that the mag is red obtain, but it's not the case that the mag is maroon and is made of metal explain why the mag is red obtains, right? So, likewise, the minimality of explanation simply requires that every information contained in the explanant should suffice to bring about the fact to explain. If you want to put it another way, I mean, if you really like, you know, truth-making metaphysics, I think this is what you should satisfy if you agree with Fine and Jago that any truth-making explanatory strategy should deliver you exact truth-maker. So truth-maker that guarantees the truth plus being wholly relevant to the truth. And I think that if we apply this principle to our test case, it seems very easy to some extent to see that our totality facts violate minimality. Put it simply, nothing short of 100 million pairs should explain why I was burned rather than killed. But it seems that there is another totality included in our totality that explain what I was burned rather than killed, right? The merological object consistent of exactly minus 1 million pair. So, given that both totality explain why I survive, literally, an explanation based on our original totality facts fall short of minimality. Same things goes for non-monotonicity. It seems that we can generate a totality here in a more complex way, just thinking that an electrical current cannot flow without voltage. So the merological object that we individuate, which is totality fact, must include units of voltage, and so we generate a kind of like totality that violate monotonicity. The interesting bit, I think, the only interesting bits to me, that things are pretty different if we if we take into account in the totality fact the high-order negative facts. So the high-order negative facts, it's basically the idea that all the elements in the totality facts are the only and sole facts that guarantees the truth of such and such, right? So if that is true and nothing else total the property under consideration, nothing less and nothing more total the property. So the high order negative totality facts works by excluding all other totalities from the picture. So it seems that if you want to make a totality fact a good exponent, this is true if and only if the negative fact is a good explainer. And in fact, the only part of the totality fact that does the job of explaining really is the higher order negative fact. So now we are not really sure what we are doing, because we started with totality facts thinking of the best candidate, and that, you know, partial negativity is better than full negativity. But actually what does the job here is the full negativity, the high order negative facts inside the totality, delivering the good of explanation. All the rest positive parts of the totality facts, just like DNA junk DNA, right? It doesn't really do any work. So yeah, that's it. I'm very sorry for being late.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Sorry for being late, man.
Okay, thank you, Andrea, for the talk. I liked your point about the minimality test and how totality facts seems to fail it. I was wondering about the fact that it's explained rather than the explanation. So the fact is the fact that you didn't die,
yeah,
which seems to be closely linked to the fact that you survived, which means that you kept existing.
Yeah, okay.
Which
yeah.
seems to be a positive fact that still, if it requires an explanation, is quite different from the one you see. So if we ask what are the explanation, what is the explanation for you keeping existing or persisting through time, maybe.
Right, so you think that the negative part of the totality fact wouldn't explain that?
Yeah.
So we still have some explanatory role by the first order facts within the totality fact, so we just can't consider them as junk, something like that. So the overall, the explanation is not guaranteed solely by the high order negative facts. Is this your point?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure where it leads, but food for thought.
Yeah, I haven't thought about that. Okay. You have to think about that. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, sorry. Thanks.
We have a second and last question.
Last one.
I'll go quick. Yeah, maybe just a kind of another thing to think about is, so Fine's logic of essence, he doesn't need a totality fact, he needs totality essence. Because otherwise he can't get, like, kind of maximing out the possibilities. So that might be a really fun test case to think about, because there it's not even doing any, like, no causal work, but you damn well have to have it to do some grounding-y work.
Yeah.
So that might be just another kind of fun.
Yeah, that's excellent, guys. Thanks so much. This is really interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again to our speaker. Thank you, everybody. We are ready to start again. Our next speaker is Vanessa Seifert from the University of Athens. And the title of her talk is, Why Do Philosophers Disagree on How the Sciences Relate? Please, Vanessa.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So thank you for having me, first of all. I'm here with a talk that is a little bit different. First, with respect to what's been discussed so far in the conference, so I hope I will keep your interest in this. But also different with respect to what I've been doing so far. So I'm not really working on metaphilosophy. This is more like a person, kind of a combination and the result of working on the relation between chemistry. Working for 6 years on the relation of chemistry with quantum mechanics kind of led me to cry out at the end, why? Why are there so many disagreements on this? Why are there so many different views? Why are there so many different terms used and proposed to characterize how chemistry relates to quantum mechanics, but also more generally how the natural sciences relate to each other, right? And this resulted in this. I don't know whether it's more of a personal complaint or whether there are actually any significant points made, but at least it helps me feel better, I suppose. So let's see how this goes. So, the problem, put in a more kind of serious way. So first, there's a significant consensus within the scientific community about large part of scientific theories. We can more or less agree that, you know, scientists agree that a large part of chemistry correctly characterizes within a specific range certain phenomena. The same happens in physics and in biology. Of course, that doesn't mean that there aren't any open scientific questions or disagreements within science, but I don't think we could claim that scientists disagree about how well or not relativity theory works or quantum mechanics works, within what range and what are the specific problems, right? So there's a significant consensus about our scientific theories, about our modern scientific theories. Yet when it comes to understanding these exact scientific theories, how they relate, there is a very big disanalogy in terms of how those theories relate to each other, right? The disanalogy and the disagreement among philosophers. And this is surprising, because if there is agreement on a large part of our scientific theories, then there shouldn't be such a controversy on how those theories relate. Of course, this is not a new worry, and it doesn't restrict to this topic of inter-theory relations. I'm just going to refer to this as inter-theory relations from now on, right? Van Inwagen, if I pronounce his name correctly, has expressed this more generally as a problem in philosophy. So he says, disagreement is pervasive and irresolvable in philosophy. There is almost no thesis in philosophy about which philosophers agree. That is not how things are in the physical sciences. There is in physics a large body of settled, usable, uncontroversial theory and of measurements known to be accurate within limits that have been specified, right? So exactly what we said now. So this is a general problem, and the aim today is to identify and specify a bit more how and why this happens in the particular topic of inter-theory relations, right? So before I begin with the plan, I will show you this nice thing that I concocted by myself. There are many different views, as I said before, on this topic. We have reduction, emergence, pluralism, unity, disunity, some people like to talk in those terms, realization, supervenience, eliminativism, functional reduction, integrative pluralism, weak and strong emergence, non-reductive physicalism and reductive physicalism, of course, contextual emergence, and the list goes on, right? Doing a PhD on this is not good for your mental health, I can say that now. The list is endless, right? So what's the plan today? The plan is to kind of identify the main sources of disagreement. Why have philosophers generated such a large and diverse pool of views, right? And then I will kind of talk about whether these disagreements are insurmountable. And unfortunately, I'm going to argue that they are. And I'm going to explain that in terms of Van Frazen's notion of stances. Then I'm going to discuss a little bit whether it is a problem that we don't have consensus, which is a very controversial question, and turns out, having sent this as a paper, the reviewer said that's very controversial. And then I'm going to conclude by urging everyone to at least achieve some sort of partial agreement or reconciliation about this topic, right? Some starting assumptions. I'm only going to look on how natural sciences relate to each other. So basically physics, chemistry, biology. So we don't get into messy discussions, right? And I'm also going to assume a minimal realism in the following sense. I'm not going to examine disagreements that are prompted by a skepticism towards knowledge claims, right? I'm going to assume that everyone believes in this debate, which I think is a fair assumption, that there is a matter of fact about how the sciences relate to each other, right? There is a matter of fact about whether and how genes are related to chemical facts in the world, to molecules or to atoms, right? So that's a minimal sort of realism that I will assume here. So, section 1, why are there so many different views? First, there are the so-called innocent reasons behind it. What do I call innocent reasons? Reasons that don't really indicate a genuine disagreement among philosophers. It just happens that we have put together many different sub-questions in the general topic of intertheory relations. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you look at the literature, it's not actually that we ask a single question when we ask how theories or sciences relate to each other. We ask many different questions. One has to do with the epistemic relation between scientific theories. So how does a specific theory in physics relate to a specific theory in biology or in chemistry, right? Others ask metaphysical questions about how things in the world relate to each other. These are distinct questions. There are also divergent views or diverse views because the domain that philosophers examine differs. So some philosophers examine a very specific phenomenon, how it relates to another one. So in chemistry, for example, strong emergence, which is proposed by Robin Hendry, is specifically applied to the case of molecular structure, right? So a very specific property in chemistry, how it relates to quantum mechanics. Also, we have innocent kind of reasons behind disagreement because of changes in science. So when there are changes in science, of course, philosophers will correspondingly change their views, amend them, or revise them, right? Given the evolution of the sciences. And also, we have another innocent reason, rather, for disagreements is that philosophers also, the more they look at the sciences, the more they learn about the details, the more new insights they gain about the corresponding relations between those theories or sciences more generally, right? So, for example, and I'm going to go back to that later on, when Nagel proposed his intertheoretic reduction account, he assumed, or rather he understood scientific theories as just a set of statements, right? Which philosophers now have completely abandoned. Sciences and scientific theories are not just a set of statements of knowledge claims about the world. They encompass models, approximations, idealizations, analogies, and many different epistemic features and tools, right? And this correspondingly has changed how they view the relations between those theories. Now, these are the innocent reasons. Let's go to more substantial reasons for disagreement. One has to do with the normative considerations that play a very important role in how we evaluate different accounts of how the sciences relate. There are many normative considerations. I'm going to focus as a matter of example to the consideration of how progress is achieved in science and the autonomy of the sciences. So let's go to the first one. So philosophers often evaluate views on intertheory relations on the basis of how these views contribute to the progress of science. A standard example of this can be found in early discussions of reduction and anti-reductionism. So for example, Kemeny and Oppenheim argued that reductionism is good, because as a research program it contributes to the progress of science, because it helps us achieve simplicity, larger explanatory power, unifying the sciences, universality, right? So these are values that are purportedly achieved by reductionism, that contribute to the progress of science, and that's why we should endorse reductionism, right? That's how the argument here goes. Of course, there are opposing views to this as well. So Dupré, for example, argued that actually reductionism hinders progress because, as he says, it tends rather to exclude or delegitimize lines of investigation that do not meet the exacting conditions of scientific knowledge, right? So here is a different view on this normative concern and how it should affect which position we should endorse regarding how sciences relate to each other. Another normative concern has to do with the autonomy of the sciences. So this was something I encountered very early on when I studied philosophy of chemistry. A lot of philosophers of chemistry said that, well, regardless of whether reductionism is right or wrong, we should be anti-reductionist, because that way we will preserve the autonomy of not only chemistry, but philosophy of chemistry as well, right? And here's a quote by Lombardi and Labarca. They say that quite explicitly. It was very surprising to me. They say this traditional assumption of reduction not only deprives the philosophy of chemistry of legitimacy as a field of philosophical inquiry, but also counts against the autonomy of chemistry as a scientific discipline. You see how these normative considerations crop in the evaluation of such accounts. Now, another thing that crops in has to do with the relation of science and philosophy. Now, this has mostly to do with the metaphysical reading of inter-theory relations, because I think it's fairly uncontroversial that when it comes to discussing how quantum mechanics relates to a chemical description of chemical bonds, for example, it is fairly uncontroversial. We all agree that we have to look at chemistry and quantum mechanics to decide that, right? But when it comes to looking the metaphysical aspect of this, so how molecules relate to subatomic particles, there is extensive disagreement on how much evidential weight we should assign to the relevant sciences. And this has to do with a very standard debate, or rather we could say this arises due to a very standard debate between analytic metaphysics and naturalism, right? So naturalism is the view that science is the ultimate guide to philosophical claims, including claims about how things in the world relate to each other. Whereas analytic metaphysics is a more liberal kind of position, I suppose, if that word is correct, which says that one should or look beyond the sciences, or could at least look beyond the sciences, in order to make claims about the world. Now, these two different mentalities create disagreements because each mentality assigns a different weight to the scientific evidence when they evaluate the tenability of a metaphysical position regarding how things in the world relate. So obviously this creates disagreements as well. Now, another one, which was harder for me to kind of specify and explain, hopefully the idea will come across, has to do with existential considerations. And this is a sort of source of disagreement that is a bit, well, I don't want to say unique, maybe that is strong here, but is a bit special when it comes to discussing inter-theory relations. So what is not often acknowledged is that when we look at how things in the world relate to each other, or what are things made of, we're actually talking about something that carries a lot of existential weight for us, right? Because when we look at how things like molecules relate to subatomic particles, whether we like to acknowledge it or not, what comes to mind as well is, what are we as human beings made of? Are we just a lump of physical stuff? Is there something more to us or not, right? And this can be seen also through the history of this philosophical discussion, because if you think of it, the precursor of reductionism, which was materialism, started. 1, 2, yeah. Okay, it started by questioning, or rather by raising existential questions. And that's why also you would see direct reference to whether not only humans exist, but whether God exists, whether souls exist, right? There was a kind of mysticism accompanying discussions of materialism, especially in the ancient times, if you look at the history of materialism, right? Now, of course, one could argue that we have, in modern discussions of inter-theory relations, of metaphysical questions around inter-theory relations, we have dispensed of these religious and existential concerns, and we have secularized the talk of inter-theory relations. And indeed, one will not find explicit associations in the literature, perhaps with the sole exception of, what's his name? The Atheist's Guide to, what's this book? The Atheist's Guide to Reality. Yes. Who's the author? I cannot remember his name now. Alex Rosenberg, exactly, thank you. So the book is an eliminativist account, a reductionist account about reality. And the title is quite illuminating in that sense, right? Because it connects it directly to existential concerns. But that is a rare exception, I suppose. But what I want to argue is that even when it's not explicitly acknowledged, the existential worries persist, right? They persist in how it motivates philosophers to defend or deny a certain view, right? And one way that we can find this in a more kind of tangible manner is through discussions of the hard problem of consciousness. So even though people don't talk or don't connect discussions of reductionism and emergence with religious or existential worries, when it comes to the hard problem of consciousness, I think this is a very good example of how pressing still the existential concerns are for us. And let me explain this a little bit more. If you think about it, what is the hard problem of consciousness? On the one hand, it is a very, how should I say this? Hard problem, I suppose. But if you think of it completely detached, it's just a very specific case study of how a specific phenomenon is related to physical stuff. So how are genes related to chemical stuff? How are molecules related to subatomic stuff? And correspondingly, how is consciousness related to physical stuff? It is no more or no less than just another case study through which we can discuss and examine reduction and emergence and pluralism. Yet it has gained a very special status. And the special status is not only because it is a difficult problem to solve scientifically, but because it carries exactly that existential weight that the other case studies do not. Now, of course, someone might argue, only 5 minutes? Oh my God. One might argue that we can isolate this case study from the other ones. But I do believe that whether we want to acknowledge it or not, views that we have on emergence, on the natural sciences, do affect how we view our relation as human beings and conscious human beings with physical stuff and vice versa, right? Anyway, I hope the idea came across. Now, should we ever expect consensus? Now, here, my claim is that we should never expect consensus. And why is that? Well, because here, in order to explain this, I'm using Van Frazen's notion of stances, right? So he uses this notion, and he's not the only one who uses it. He has just defined it more explicitly, I suppose, than the others. He uses this to kind of, let me go here, to characterize what he calls an inclination or commitment philosophers have to certain epistemological, methodological, or ontological views, right? So what he says is that when we defend a certain view, what we actually do, rather the reason why we defend this view is because we are motivated by a specific stance, right? And this stance is determined and formulated not only by a rational adjudication or opinion that we have on like philosophical matters, but also from non-rational ones, like from how we grew up. The knowledge that we have gained since our infancy, the culture in which we grew up in, right? So James Ladyman puts it nicely. He says, to have such a stance is to engage in certain forms of life and not others, to have various attitudes, commitments, and values, and to adhere to certain norms. The concept of a stance is a much richer one than the concept of a belief or doctrine. The appraisal of beliefs takes place from the point of view of a stance, and the methods and background beliefs associated with different stances may differ. So here, what is the point? That the appraisal of beliefs regarding reductionism, emergence, or inter-theory relations more generally takes place from the point of view of a stance, right? And how is the stance determined? Well, that's the reason why I talked about the source of disagreement. Because the stances are determined by all the methodological considerations, the normative considerations, and the existential considerations philosophers have when they discuss inter-theory relations, right? Now, the problem with stances motivating particular views is that it is difficult to achieve a neutral adjudication, right? It is difficult to achieve agreement among philosophers about withholding or accepting one unique stance. And why is that? That's for two reasons. First, because the methodological and normative considerations are very value-driven. And given that they are value-driven, even if we could claim that for a certain point in time, everyone would accept a certain value, this is very dynamic, right? It changes relative to socio-political context, and it changes relative to the culture in which we evaluate those values. So these can never be fixed. But I think the final nail in the coffin of agreement among philosophers has to do with existential considerations, because here it's much harder to argue that people can ever achieve a rational adjudication on how they handle their own existence, how they reply to their own fear of death, right? These are non-rational issues in a sense. And given that these play a significant role in how they motivate us in defending reductionism or emergence, this is what essentially kind of doesn't allow us to reach a final consensus on how theories or things in the world relate to each other, right? So there are many examples, I'm not going to go through them, of philosophers who have expressed stances as being their motivation behind a particular position in this debate. Nancy Cartwright was one example, Alyssa Ney, another example as well. So should we be worried if we never agree? Now, a lot of philosophers argue that we shouldn't be worried. Disagreement is a good thing, and it actually helps us achieve progress in philosophy. This is a very popular kind of idea, especially nowadays, right? This is also often associated with a more pluralistic mentality towards how we do philosophy and how we examine science. The more we permit different methodologies, different mentalities of investigating nature, the more things we understand better, the more things we discover, right? So we want disagreement that helps us achieve progress. But I think there are two problems. Even if we admit that this is a correct kind of way of viewing disagreement, there are two problems, at least for me. The first problem is what Chalmers said in 2015, is that if we assume that there is a matter of fact about this question, so there is a matter of fact about how molecules relate to quantum mechanical entities. There is a matter of fact about how a chair is composed by physical stuff. Then it is quite disappointing that we can never reach a collective agreement on that. It seems that even though it's discoverable, in principle, we as agents won't be able to ever discover it as a collective, right? And that's a bit disappointing. The second problem is, I'm out of time, aren't I? Yeah. The second problem is that whether we like it or not, especially nowadays, philosophy has become a very extrovert activity. And what do I mean by that? Unfortunately, our jobs aren't restricted to having a position in a university, teaching, and doing research. We have to go and hunt out funding. We have to prove constantly to the universities that what we do is meaningful, right? We have to explain why the projects we're developing have any bearing to people outside philosophy. Now, having such an extensive disagreement, even if we among philosophers agree that this is a good thing, for the outsiders, surely it's not a very good sign of achieving progress, right? So why, for example, would the ERC fund a project on reductionism if I were to claim in the project, well, actually, we will never agree on whether molecules reduce to quantum mechanical stuff, right? And that there is a stance relative response only that we can achieve. This is a bad argument when you ask for funding, no? So that's a problem that we need to deal with. And we need to kind of respond to this. Now, how can we respond to this? The one way is to just explain why disagreement is good, which is a good way to go, I suppose. Another way is to kind of highlight and try to achieve some sort of partial reconciliation on this topic. Because even if our answers are stance relative and stance motivated, and this kind of hinders a collective agreement on the topic, there are things that we agree on, and that we should agree that we do agree on them, right? So, for example, negative facts we agree on. We agree, for example, that Nagel's account of intertheoretic reduction doesn't really work. I don't think there is any substantial disagreement on that. Another thing that we agree on is, at least on the epistemic perspective of the question, science plays a very important role and should play a very important role. So there are some methodological aspects that we agree on. We've also started to agree on which features of science are the most important when we evaluate positions like reduction and emergence. So, for example, scale turned out to be very important. The scale of energy and length in which we examine a phenomenon. So yes, there are ways with which we can achieve collective agreement, partial collective agreement. And unfortunately, I cannot go further because I'm out of time, so I'm not going to explain this. So let me finish with a part of Cavafy's poem on Ithaca, because this discussion kind of reminds me of this poem quite a lot. It feels like when philosophers talk about intertheoretic reductions, it is like we are in the boat of Ulysses trying to go for Ithaca. But some of us don't really care if we reach Ithaca or not, right? The half of the crew is so excited that we are out in the sea discovering stuff that they don't even care if the island exists or even if we go towards that island, right? And indeed, as Cavafy says, you know, that's the value in going and searching for Ithaca. But on the other hand, what I think is important to remember, at least for those of us who believe that there is a matter of fact about these questions, is that there is an island to look for, and that we should remember that we should pursue its discovery. Thank you.
We have time for just 2 quick questions. So the first one is that.
It's going to be super quick. I'm wondering how general do you think that your account is, in the sense that basically you are saying that one of the things you are saying is that we are never going to reach consensus about a particular philosophical problem, which is that of inter-theoretical relations, because of the existential depth of this problem and so on. But I think I can think of other philosophical problems which kind of fit your analysis. And some of them can be seen as instances of a problem of inter-theoretical relations, but some of them not. So for example, I mean, free will, I think is a borderline case. Yeah. Usually people don't look at it that way, but it can be looked at it that way. But think about the issue of moral realism. I mean, I think it fits your model pretty well, right? So the first thing I was wondering is what you think about this generalization. And the second thing, which is related, is that actually the issue of whether moral facts can be reduced to psychological facts is a counterexample to your there is nothing to worry about stance. Because I, for one, I mean, I'm a moral nihilist, I'm an anti-realist, and I think that moral realism is actually pernicious. So actually I think that there is a reason to be worried, but we are never going to reach consensus on this, because it's actually bad, of course, in the anti-realist sense, but people are not anti-realist.
So, thank you. So I don't think we're disagreeing here. If I understand your question, it is that we could generalize it to other topics then. Yes, definitely. I don't disagree with that. It's just the reason I try to restrict it to the natural sciences is because the disagreement here, at least to my mind, becomes more outrageous, right? Because there is an agreement on it's stranger, exactly. It's not so strange that we disagree on free will or how mental facts are related to psychological facts or something like that. It is stranger that we disagree on how thermodynamics relates to statistical mechanics. For me, that's much stranger, and that's why I focused on that. But yes, I completely agree with you that you could generalize it.
Okay, thank you for the talk. So I agree with you that we have partial agreement, in many things, and that is important, but I would like to give an argument in favor of progress in terms of adopting different stances. And I think we make progress in the sense that we see where taking a given stance takes us. And that is progress, meaning we are not omniscient, and we should know that if we take a given stance towards a problem, that implies this and that and the other thing. And many of those things maybe we don't want. So that is progress.
Yes, so good. I won't disagree. I think there are two kinds of progress. And the progress that I am worried about is the first kind. So one kind of progress has to do with what we learn about the world, the one that you just mentioned. The other kind of progress for me is discovering how things in the world relate, right? Or how theory, so discovering the matter of fact, discovering the actual answer on the... Okay, so yes, okay, good. So we could go into the relativism kind of... I'm not sure a non-relativist would be happy with kind of this view of progress through stances. That's my only worry. But yes, I get your point, yeah.
Thank you again, Vanessa, for
Thank
this
you so
interesting
much.
talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and thank you for being here. I'm Alejandro Garcia di Rienzo. I'm a PhD student at the University of Santiago de Compostela, and I'm going to present an argument I've been working on together with my colleague Violeta Conde, who's also a PhD student at the same university. Our talk has to do with Quine's system of set theory, which is called New Foundations, and that is the reason behind this rather grand-sounding title. So I should say that this is a work in progress. As you will see at various points, there will be alternatives to the proposal we want to make. We are not entirely sure what to make about this, what to do about these alternatives. So feedback is welcome. Right, so the thesis we want to defend is very simple. It's that Quine's New Foundations system of set theory plus your elements is especially well suited to answer two problems about high-level generality of the sort metaphysicians are interested in. These two problems are the following. The first one is the problem of the domain of absolutely general quantification, which in the context of an assumption called the all-in-one principle is basically the problem of the existence of the universal set. And the second one is the problem of the existence of a modal U-element set. That is the set of all actual and possible U-elements over which we can also quantify intelligibly. To make this thesis plausible, we will also answer a common objection about the intuitive motivation of Quine's system of set theory. So on with the first problem. According to the so-called all-in-one principle, which was initially formulated but not explicitly endorsed by Cartwright, the objects of any domain of discourse should make up a set or at least some set-like object. Now, this principle underpins the possibility of giving a standard Tarskian semantics for large fragments of our language, but of course, we start running into trouble once we consider the sort of the domains of discourse that metaphysicians are interested in when they deal with high levels of generality. So consider absolutely general quantification, that is quantification over absolutely everything. This sort of quantification, absolutely general quantification, is prima facie intelligible. After all, if ontological discourse is to be meaningful, we need to be able to talk not just about this or that, but about absolutely everything, absolutely all objects, sets, non-sets, actual objects, merely possible objects, maybe even existent and non-existent objects. So the problem is that in the context of the all-in-one principle, this means that there must be a set containing everything, and that is a universal set. But of course, we know by standard set theory that there can be no such set on pain of contradiction, and this for very well-known reasons. In Sir Mill-Frankel's set theory, if you assume the existence of a universal set, of course, you derive a contradiction. So Sir Mill-Frankel's set theory proves that there is no universal set. There are at least two possible strategies to preserve the all-in-one principle and continue to affirm the intelligibility of absolutely general quantification. The first strategy would be to embrace naive set theory, at the admitting that there are contradictory objects, like the Russell set, which both is and is not a member of itself. That, of course, requires using an underlying paraconsistent logic. Me and my colleague disagree about the viability of this option, because I'm actually sympathetic to paraconsistent logic, but for reasons not having to do with set theory directly, namely the semantic paradoxes, but I'm not here to defend paraconsistent logic or dialetheism. So a second alternative, a less radical alternative, is to search or look for an alternative, but classical set theory, which does admit the universal set. And an obvious choice here, but I should say not the only one, is Quine's new foundations. And we will see later the usefulness of having also your elements. And this system of set theory has a nice feature that it proves the existence of a universal set, that is a set such that everything, including itself, is a member of it. You will see why that is so in a second. So here are the axioms of new foundations. New foundations is a remarkably simple theory. It has only one axiom and one axiom schema, although unlike Semel-Frenkel set theory formulated in a first-order language, it is finitely axiomatizable. This was proven in the 40s by Halperin. You cannot have that in Semel-Frenkel, so maybe that is a reason to prefer, at least for some aesthetical reasons, this theory, but that's not our concern here. So the first axiom is extensionality, which is formulated as usual. You have to have that. Is this stop work? Oh. You have to have this axiom in every set theory, at least if you're talking about sets. Okay. This is intermittently working on, well, I will continue to talk. So the second axiom is the stratified comprehension schema, which says that there is a set such that its elements are exactly those which satisfy phi, where phi has to be a stratified formula and x cannot be free in phi. Now, what's a stratified formula? That can be defined using the stratification test. Being stratified is just a syntactic property of formulas. So to test whether a formula is stratified, we first rewrite it in primitive notation, which in this theory includes only logical vocabulary of first-order logic and the binary membership relation, like in standard set theory. And then we check if there's a function which assigns a natural number to each of the variables of the formula in such a way that if x is a member of y, they can be any variables, of course, if x is a member of y, it's a subformula of the formula in primitive notation, then the number assigned to y is the successor of the number assigned to x. If there is such a function, then the formula is stratified, and if otherwise it isn't. So here are some examples of stratified formulas and unstratified ones. So here's the first one. This formula is not stratified because if we try to assign natural numbers to the variables, we don't respect the condition that atomic formulas have to have this sort of behavior I described earlier. So suppose we assign number n to x, then we have to assign number n plus 1 to y in order to satisfy the condition of stratification. We will have to assign then n plus 2 to z, but then in this last conjunct, the number assigned to x is not the successor of the number assigned to z. So this formula is not stratified because there's no way of assigning the numbers in that way. This second formula is obviously not stratified because any number you assign to x is not going to be its own successor. And this last formula is stratified because you see you can assign number 0 to z, number 1 to x, and number 1 to y, and subformulas of the atomic sort respect the successor condition. You can see why stratification is useful in this context, because the second formula in this list of examples is the formula which gives rise to the Russell paradox. So the fact that you cannot introduce that formula, so the fact that you cannot instantiate the comprehension schema by that formula is what prevents the deduction of the Russell contradiction. Now, many have felt that new foundations lacks any intuitive motivation comparable to the one which the iterative conception of sets provides for Semel-Frenkel set theory. And this objection was formulated initially by Boulos, but we think that Linnebaugh expresses it more clearly. He says, all known set theories with a universal set, such as Quine's new foundations, are not only technically unappealing, but have lacked any satisfactory intuitive model or conception of the entities in question. There are various ways of answering this question. Sean Morris says that, well, Samuel Frankel is also unmotivated. We don't like this sort of argument. We rather prefer to say that New Foundations is somewhat well motivated by an intuitive idea of what entities it talks about. So our answer to Linnebaugh's concern is that it is possible to distinguish two pre-theoretical conceptions of sets. The iterative conception, which motivates Samuel Frankel's set theory, as was shown by Boulos, and then the logical conception of sets, which we believe underlies New Foundations. Now, this distinction is not new, it's not ad hoc. It goes back at least to Gödel. And this is our thesis, that the logical conception of sets serves as an intuitive motivation for New Foundations. And there are two reasons to think this. The first one is very simple, is that, as many of you would have noticed, the axioms of New Foundations are really just a slight modification of the axioms of naive set theory, which is widely believed to formalize the logical notion of set. The second reason is we take it from Shapiro, who says, in every context, logical sets have a Boolean structure in that every set S has a complement, the collection of objects which are not in S, and there is also a universal set, which is the complement of the empty set. In contrast, iterative sets are not Boolean, since the complement of an iterative set is not an iterative set. In Samuel Frankel, no set has an absolute complement. Well, exactly this happens in New Foundations. In New Foundations, every set has an absolute complement. You have a universal set, you have an empty set, so you have this sort of Boolean structure that Shapiro says characterizes logical sets. Now, although New Foundations provides us with a universal set, there are other problems connected with high-level generality, which we believe New Foundations provides an answer for. So we consider one of these problems in detail. Assuming the all-in-one principle, we should be able to have a set which contains all actual and merely possible individuals, non-sets. So we should be able to have a set of absolutely all actual and merely possible U elements. Moreover, in the context of Samuel Frankel set theory with atoms, we would have those right at the start of the hierarchy, which is nice because the universal set seemed a very sort of far up entity, whereas the set of all atoms seems apparently more innocent, but it isn't. And the reason it isn't is this. So, Nolan formulated this principle of recombination, which says that for any objects in any world, there exists a world that contains any number of distinct duplicates of those objects. Now, this assumption, as Nolan showed, together with Lewisian naturalism, entails a paradox. And the reason that's what I just said, it entails a paradox. And the reason is that this principle, in the context of Lewisian modal realism, entails A. For any cardinal kappa, there are at least kappa U elements. Now, Sider has shown that this problem has a version, not for Lewisian modal realism, but for Timothy Williamson's necessitism. He has shown that the problem exactly arises for that framework, which maybe you find more plausible than Lewisian modal realism. So in the context of Williamson's necessitism, the principle of recombination entails B for any cardinal kappa. If it is possible that there are at least kappa U elements, then there exists at least kappa possible U elements. This is because Williamson's necessitism is characterized by the acceptance of the Barkan formula, which says that if it is possible that there be, let's say, 3 apples, then there are actually 3 possible apples. I will just go to the next slide just to give you a taste of what is behind the principle of recombination, which is generating all these problems. It is certainly possible that there be just 1 apple. It is certainly possible that there were just 5 apples. it seems arbitrary to put an upper limit to how many apples there can be, so we can continue going up with all the cardinals, and we can say for any cardinal, it's possible that there be that amount of apples. So the Barkan formula yields the consequence that there must be actually that many possible apples. So this is all in the context of the only one principle, which, as you remember, means that for any domain of discourse, we must have the set of the objects of that domain of discourse. So the problem is, how are we going to have a set of all possible objects in Williamson's necessitism? So there are some solutions. One solution which has been proposed by Menzel is to modify standard set theory to make it consistent with the principle of recombination together with quantification over absolutely all actual and possible new elements. Menzel's modification of similar-Frankel set theory with choice and new elements basically consists in a restriction of the replacement schema so that it applies only to small sets, and that blocks the contradiction. I will spare you the details of the proofs, but that's one option. So basically modifying our standard set theory. But here again, or so we contend, turning to new foundations proves to be a better option, because new foundations also avoids these kinds of paradoxes, and we've been discussing this with the two main specialists on new foundations. They are mathematicians specialized in this, Randall Holmes, who claims also, although this is sort of a side note, who claims to have a proof of the relative consistence of new foundations with respect to similar-Frankel set theory, which is nice, but the proof hasn't been published yet. So we've been discussing that this issue with Randall Holmes and with Thomas Forster, who's also a well-known specialist in new foundations, and they've explained that this sort of the problem that the Nolan recombination principle and Williamson's necessitism, together with the only one principle, generates can be sidestepped in new foundations with new elements, because in new foundations with new elements you can have something which you cannot have in similar-Frankel set theory, a set of all new elements with the maximal cardinal. So if you want to talk about the set of all actual and possible non-sets, that is individuals, new elements, you can help yourself to new foundations without fear of paradox, apparently, if we are to believe these formal results. Okay, so in conclusion, we have suggested a homogeneous solution, which is not the only one, as you have noticed, to two similar problems having to do with high-level generality. The first problem is the problem of absolute general quantification in the context of the only one principle. And the second problem is the problem of the set of all actual and merely possible non-sets or elements. We claim that both can be avoided by appealing to new foundations, because the theory has these properties we've just mentioned. It proves the existence of the universal set that addresses the first problem, and it allows you to have a really massive set of U elements, and that addresses the second problem. We have also argued that new foundations can be motivated via the logical conception of sets. And that is all we had to say. These are some references, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, questions? There's a question from Simone.
Thank you very much for your talk. I really enjoyed it, and I also have to say that I am completely sympathetic with the fact that if you want to go to do metaphysics, this is the only thing you can do. Also, I believe that you cannot do that, but this is a side note. But yeah, joking apart. No, I think I have basically two things to say. The first one, I think that was due to the restrictness of the time that you have at your disposition. But I think that the problem is more general than the fact that you have a set-like, you have to have a set-like thing as a domain, right? Because some kind of paradoxes of extensible domains come up even with class-like objects. So yeah, that is a problem. But I wanted to tell you that, okay, I hate to do this, but Thomas Schindler and I just came up with a theory which is basically on these lines, in which we have specifically a theory based on weak linear, which is a theory of properties, but you can consider it a non-classical set theory under many respects, and it's based on weak linear with these peculiar quantifier, and we do have a set of Euro elements. We quantify over it, and we use this fact to recover in this theory the entire power of simple type theory. So it's a very powerful instrument, and Thomas Taco suggested that this theory could be the one which could be really used to do metaphysics in a sense. We have the non-classical one, and Thomas also presented Schindler presented the classical one in a previous paper, which is about, I don't remember the title, is something about ranges of significance. So I would really like to point you to that, but as I was telling you, I'm very sympathetic with the idea. So we didn't discuss things in metaphysics. So we just had the theory. So I think that, I mean, go for it, absolutely. This is the way. Thanks.
Thanks for your question. Just one thing I didn't understand, these theories also have a universal set, right? Yes. Okay. Right. Great. Well, I didn't know about them, but I'm sure this, as I said, there are alternatives to this way of doing things. So we're not, so despite the title, New Foundations for Metaphysics, we mean that we can block some of the arguments that are commonly made against universal set, the all-in-one principle, by saying, look, you have apparently coherent, and if we are to believe Randall Holmes, apparently relatively consistent with standard set theory, theories which have the universal set without contradiction. So it can be new foundations, it can be new foundation with few elements, it can be these other theories. As long as we block the arguments against the universal set, we are happy. And as I said at the beginning, I actually think that probably the best option here is naive set theory, but that of course requires a big revision in logic, although as you told me, at least one of those, the theories you mentioned also implies logic revision, changing to weak linear, no?
We decided to use, yes, sure, I'll tell you. We decided to use weak linear because we were motivated by some remarks of Gödel on Russell's paper at the beginning of the 20th century. And Russell was very sympathetic, Gödel was very sympathetic with this idea that properties or others had some kind of range of significance. So together with the range of truth, things had also ranges of significance. And so we decided to say, okay, ranges of truth, first of all, do not have to form types, so do not have to be hierarchically constructed in a way. And so having a theory which could be able to implement these ranges of significance intuition could be, in a sense, able to recover this logicality that you were talking about in the... I mean, possibly it could be interesting for you also only for the philosophical part, because I think that a new foundation can be motivated exactly in the way you did. But there are also these Gödel's remarks, which are extremely interesting. Fortunately, I had Thomas with me, who speaks German, so he was able to read them. And
great. Well, thank you for those references. I will ask you later the specific names of the papers.
Sure.
Thanks a lot for that. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for the talk. Very clear and convincing. This is just a curiosity. It might be a trivial consideration. I'm not very familiar with new foundation. So if you have a universal set, it must include itself. So you have a non-well-founded set. So this non-well-foundedness has any implication for metaphysics?
Thanks for your question. Yes, that's exactly right. In new foundations, the universal set is a member of itself. And as far as the implications of that are concerned, well, if you go back to the intuitive motivation we've proposed for new foundations, if you understand new foundations as motivated by the logical conception of sets, which I think I didn't mention in much detail, but consists basically in understanding sets as the extensions of concepts or properties, then you can understand self-membership like self-predication, self-exemplification, something like this. So on a sufficiently permissive view of properties, and I think you should have a permissive view of properties, even if you have also a non-egalitarian view of properties, you should also have, together with that, a permissive view of properties. Many properties exemplify themselves. The property of being a property is a property. The property of having instances has instances. The property of being self-identical is self-identical. And actually the property of being self-identical determines, so its extension is the universal set. So it's no wonder it contains itself. So yeah, that's what I would say to that. I don't know if that's satisfactory, but thanks.
Thanks. Just a suggestion, maybe too naive, but as to the motivation in relation to the metaphysics, since new foundations, you have said and argued satisfactorily that the intuition behind it can be that it captures the logical notion of set. I think that could be useful because, for instance, in necessitism, well, I was wondering whether this makes sense, you think about it. Existence, the notion of existence is also a logical one. So would that help in any way, making this connection?
Yeah, I think this probably Violeta can answer this question better than me, because she knows necessitism much better than me, so.
As far as I know, there is no logical sense of the logical sense of set. The only thing I know name logical.
Thank you very much. Does it work? You couldn't say very much about it, I guess, because of constraints of time, but I was curious about
So what Lindelof says is that unlike Semmelweis-Frenkel set theory, there is no intuitive notion of sets behind new foundations. Now, what's the intuitive notion of set behind Semmelweis-Frenkel? The iterative conception. So you have sets, so you start with U elements or the empty set, and you form sets by stages by collecting objects, by successive application of the power set operation. That's the iterative conception. It's a very natural, almost visual, visualizable idea. You have the hierarchy, this sort of cone where you have the sets. Okay, that motivates Semmelweis-Frenkel. Now, we say that there's something similar behind new foundations, which is the logical conception of sets. The logical conception of sets is that sets are the extensions of concepts or properties. There's some leeway as to what to say, concept or property, because there are very permissive views of properties on which maybe the better name for them is concept, but this is maybe terminological. So that is the logical conception of set, and this was suggested by Gödel. He says that you have the mathematical notion of set, which is what we have called the iterative conception of set, which is this hierarchy, and then you have the logical conception on which, given a concept, you have the extension automatically. And he said, well, that sort of very bold and bold view of sets generates the Russell contradiction, because maybe not all concepts have an extension, like not being a member of itself. So that's the logical conception of sets. Now, the reasons why that underlies new foundations are the two ones we mentioned. The first one is that new foundations is a modification of naive set theory, which is widely believed to formalize that conception of set. Gödel says that in the passage where he makes the distinction. And the second reason was the Shapiro quote, which says that basically the sets in new foundations behave very much like what Shapiro calls logical sets. Yeah, if you come up there. Yes, well, I have nothing to add to that. I'm satisfied with that, so. Okay, thanks.
Just introduce the next speaker.
Oh, okay.
Stephen Barker from the University of Nottingham. It's a pleasure to have you here. The title of the talk is Einstein's time flow. Please.
Cool, thank you. Great, so what am I going to talk about? Hang on. Okay, already technical error. That should... Oh, which one? So... Yeah. Okay, cool. So basically, I want to talk about this idea that everyone says, look, take special relativity, foundational thing in physics in the 20th century. It implies eternalism. If you take the physics seriously, you're going to end up with a four-dimensional space-time conception of reality. And what we call eternalists in the philosophy of time go, yeah, that's fine, past, present, and future all exist, and there is no time flow in the world. There's a standard response to that, which, let's say, people like President give, and they want to somehow capture time flow, though they're very non-explicit about what time flow is. But they kind of dispute the physics. They say, oh, well, the whole idea of, for example, one thing they do is they dispute the physics in that they say it doesn't correspond to the metaphysics. Okay, I'm not really interested in that approach. Well, sorry, I don't want to discuss that here. What I want to say is actually, if you take the physics seriously, then a certain metaphysics falls out of it. And that isn't the four-dimensional space-time metaphysics. It's one in which time actually flows. So what I'm going to argue for, though I've only got 20 minutes, so this is going to be pretty rapido, is motion is a fundamental physical, metaphysical quantity. That's what Einstein's telling us. And it's fundamentally through higher dimensional space. Or sorry, one thing it does is we have movement through higher dimensional space. And the Minkowski 4D manifold, which is everyone talks about when they do physics, is real, but it's not space-time. It's the wrong interpretation of the Minkowski manifold. The fourth dimension is not time. Everyone says, aha, the fourth dimension is time. I'm denying that. There is a fourth dimension, it ain't time, and Einstein implies, so Einstein was wrong to conclude that the fourth dimension is time. Rather, time emerges from the deep movement through the fourth dimension. That's the picture. And motion, movement, is, in some sense, the essence of physical reality. So it's a fundamentally dynamic view. So why I think that is this. Einstein's telling us that motion plays light motion, the motion of light, plays a fundamental role in fixing spatial distances and temporal durations. Spatial distances and temporal durations are, as it were, fundamental aspects of physical reality. So motion is determining fundamental aspects of physical reality. So we have to give a metaphysical status to motion as a fundamental quantity. That's the picture. And so to contrast the two views, I'm going to kind of very briefly sketch out a metaphysics here, an alternative metaphysics about how to think about Einstein. I've kind of written this up in a book called Heraclitus' Dream, and this is more or less the last chapter, but hey, what the hell, I'm just going to give the overall picture. So that's the standard view about Minkowski spacetime. You've got this relativity of the geometry. But M, the manifold, is treated as physical and as spacetime. And that's the totality of reality. Whereas the view I'm going to sort of develop is that the manifold is kind of like the program for change in the universe. So it's not space-time, it's what I call the 3D spatial universe, there it is moving through. So we've got two views from two different reference frames here, and you can see the difference in the geometry. This is more stretched out than that. But what's really going on is that this is 3D space is moving through the four-dimensional manifold along the fourth dimension, but that's not time. Time is what emerges from that fundamental motion. Okay, so I sort of contrast the talk with Einstein, Parmenides versus Einstein plus Heraclitus. Minkowski's giving us Einstein plus Parmenides, which by that I mean an implicit reductive conception of motion. So the standard interpretation has got Einstein's fundamental insight, but it's combining it with a reductive conception of motion and change. Change being thought of as having different properties at different times, etc. Whereas I'm saying that doesn't quite work. What I'm saying, actually what works is Einstein's principle, light propagation determines spatial lengths and temporal durations, but motion is a fundamental quantity, irreducible to a time function, and change is defined by a higher dimensional motion. That's the alternative picture. Slightly non-standard. I don't know what physicists would say about this. They might get a bit angry. So first off, what I'm going to do is talk about the puzzle, which I think is in the standard interpretation of Minkowski diagrams. And that's when you combine Einstein's principle with this sort of Parmenidean reductive treatment of change. And I'll just sort of give a brief sketch of what the puzzle is. It's very basic. And then I'll go to the alternative where I think we can get a consistent conception. So, okay, so to begin with sort of Einstein's startling sort of insight, I mean, deep philosophical insight. It comes with a startling fact about the velocity of light. Everyone knows that no matter how fast you are moving moving towards or away from a light source, or stationary in relation to the light source, the speed of light for you is the same. The velocity, totally weird, right? I mean, that is that led to a huge puzzle for people. Everyone agrees it's 3 times 10 to the 8 meters per second, etc. That's a contradiction. So what Einstein does, it says, well, look, it's a fact that it's nomological that the light is constant for all reference frames, inertial reference frames, etc. And that means time and spatial facts are relative to frames of reference. So motion implies clock slow down and distances in the direction of motion shrink. So if I'm rushing across here, you guys, I shrink spatially in that direction. And also when you look at my clock, it's slowing down. That's why for me the speed of light remains the same as it does for you, because there's a compensatory shrinking in space and time. However, there are the Lorentz transformations which are already around, and they give you relationships of the right kind across reference frames. But here's the real insight, I think. Light propagation fixes spatial distances and time durations, right? It's in virtue of motions that the fact that I shoot the beam of light to the end of the room and it comes back, etc., that determines the distances in physical space between things. Okay, entered the scene Parmenides, our modern Parmenides, which is Minkowski, right? So Minkowski comes along and says, yeah, look, and what he does is amazing. He says, yeah, space and time are exchangeable quantities. So in other words, in one reference frames, things that are spatially separated, right, they occur at the same time, two little events happen, and we say, oh, they're separated by whatever number of meters. From another reference frame is such that actually they're occurring at different times. So in other words, they are spatio-temporally separated. And so he says, and I think something absolutely right about this, we need a metric that explains, as it were, a common set of units through which we can explain that exchange of sort of quantities. So he more or less does it by postulating a fourth dimension through which we can conceive of in the same terms as the other three dimensions. And that really means, in the basic way of thinking about it, in terms of space. So standard Minkowski diagram, you've got CT axis, so I'm just showing two dimensions. You've got the CT axis, which is really the speed of light by time. Interesting idea. And you've got the spatial axis here. And you've got the Minkowski invariance equation there, which basically is what's invariant no matter what your frame of reference is. It's just the relationship that's invariant. And it's telling you, for example, these parabolas here are invariant structures for all reference frames. And, for example, this is the timeline of someone moving away from this one here. So this one is just persisting. This is the sort of frame of reference, the stationary frame of reference. So these are things moving away, or what would you call them? The space-time worms of things moving away at various velocities. And we see here the time is slowing down. So these, if we draw a line across here, we see that this is already 2 units of time, or also space, and that has already only got up to that point, and this has only got up to this point. So that's the slowing down of time. And we also say similar, this is the spatial dimension in this direction. So in other words, when you rotate frames of reference, they go from being at 90 degrees and then they shrink like this the faster you go. So for this reference frame, that and that are the x, that's the time or the CT axis in this direction, and that's the x-axis in that direction. And then you get the shrinking of space here. So in other words, that's meters along here for this frame of reference. And if you project down along the parabola like that, there, the apparent distance for this frame of reference is given there, slightly smaller. And that's the shrinkage of space. Sorry, I'm just going to race through this, etc. But you do all this with this marvelous four-dimensional geometry. And Minkowski very proudly says, space and time have disappeared. They are mere shadows, and what's fundamental is space-time. Okay, so there's we're thinking in terms of CT, X, and X, sorry, the background. Sorry. So what I want to say now is, okay, what makes this work is that we've got common units. So we have to measure time in meters. Okay, so we can measure time in seconds, but along this axis, we're measuring time in meters. So in the invariant, these distances are in terms of meters. And that's pretty strange. You might go, well, how does that work? And I think the only way to think about it is that we measure time through little clocks. So, I mean, Einstein always talked about light clocks. So what's a light clock? Very basically, it's something that's vibrating, going back and forth with light. And then you've got distances, in the end, are determined by how far light travels simultaneously with the clock doing a certain number of vibrations, in effect. So to make this work, what are distances along here The answer is they're defined by light motion, not the meter stick in Paris. That won't give you the right relativistic effects. It's how far light travels, in other words, light seconds, light years, etc., etc. So light motion is doing two things. It's the basis through which your little light clocks work, vibrating back and forth to give you time, and that's the more or less the world line of that little clock vibrating back and forth, and that's the world line of the light, and then that's the distance that gets transcribed. That's how it works. Now, here's the problem. First problem, there's quite a few problems for me in this, but here's the problem. There's no independent constitution of meters. Oh, okay. So basically God, that's very quick. So you must be traveling in a faster frame of reference than me. So basically, here's the fundamental problem. Your Minkowski, if he signs up to Parmenideanism, is saying that that slope and that fact of motion is defined by the distance here and the distance here. So in other words, that's moving in virtue of these relative distances here. But at the same time, Einstein's principle is telling us, no, but this motion is fixing these distances. In other words, there's a conflict in the constitution relations between committing yourself to the idea that light is a time function, but the idea that light velocity determines time, durations, and spatial distances. That's the basic core idea. So, light motion cannot be in a Minkowski diagram. If it were, it would be a time function, but it cannot be a time function. So the light world line in the diagram cannot be a moving light beam itself. But then CT cannot be time, since if it were time, the light world line would be light motion, but it can't be light motion in itself. Ergo, both time and motion are not in the diagram. You have to conclude that. Okay, that's pretty weird. So where's the motion and where's the time? And the answer is, well, we go back thousands of years and find Heraclitus. So here's the core idea. That's the summing up. I propose that motion is a fundamental quantity. So motion involves a primitive relation between a moving object and a space. Motion is a directional progression through a space in which the moving object is never located in its movement. And the motion itself is non-extensive. It's not an extended four-dimensional thing. So in other words, you don't think of events of motion as 4D things. They're without dimensionality. Bit weird. They're non-extensive. And so on this view, dimensions are things that you can fundamentally move through. They're not fundamentally things you can be located in. They're things you can move through. So I can move this way, I can move this way, I can move this way, and I'm also moving through the fourth dimension. But the fourth dimension is not time. So time is not a dimension. What's time? It's defined by this sort of fundamental motion through the fourth dimension. So here's my picture, because I'm running out of time. Best part of the talk, an animation. Here you go. There's a 3D universe, the theater of being, the spatial 3D universe. Here we are. Whoa. And guess what? Everyone, sit back in your seats and feel the flow. Because what's happening is there's a flow of physical field values through you now, right? And that's the flow of time. That's the fundamental flow. That's going on. So it's not that you are located in it, rather you are this sort of region of flow. And here we've got it. There you are, you just appeared there. You're going, oh, someone else appeared. And there's the 3D universe moving through the manifold like that. That's the universe. Okay, so that's the universe. It's got to have higher dimensional motion. Persistence is higher dimensional motion, i.e. motion through the fourth dimension. But we add Einstein's principle to this, that the metrical and geometrical features of M are not fully determinate in themselves. So spatial distances are fixed by light motion, and temporal durations are fixed by cycles of electromagnetic vibration. So very roughly, you got little, what fixes distances between this guy and this guy is the fact that you bounce light back and forth between them, and you've got round trips, right? Because it's light that's going to fix what that distance is. This is why the speed of light is constant for all reference frames. This is why you can't measure a two-way speed of light. And so that's going to, for the 3D universe, there it is, moving through this fourth dimension. That's what's giving it its metrical features. And similarly, you tell a similar story about time. So so in other words, the clock is not this world line here, it's the thing transiting through it, going punk, 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 which is what this movement along that world line amounts to. Okay, so yeah, there's a certain causal, you've got to bring the causation at some point. There's a certain cohesion in all this through which you can, as it were, line up the geometries of these two guys, but I'm just going to race over that, and you can talk about time dilation in these terms. And we can recover the velocity, the speed of light. So light velocity is not light movement. It's very strange. In the Minkowski invariance equation, guess what? There are no clocks happening in light movement. If you're on the light beam, it's not a frame of reference, right? There's no time, and in some sense, there's no space internal to the light beam. It's pretty weird. And I think that is another suggestion that the motion of light is fundamental, because motion is fundamental. And, but there's still a speed of light, and the answer is we can recover the speed of light as a derived quantity fairly straightforwardly. I won't go through that. And why, well, we've got to think about, well, what's the geometry of the manifold? Why is that 45 degrees? And I think in the end there's an explanation in terms of the principle of sufficient reason about that. So there's a sense in which we're all moving through the manifold at the speed of light. Okay, you don't feel it. We don't have any... it's moving through the fourth dimension. Of course, you can't do that when you're moving through when you've got a velocity component as well in terms of the other 3 dimensions. That's not possible from the point of view of relativity. Okay, so, and then you recover the Minkowski relative geometry. So, as it were, because for this person's frame of reference, the light beams are going to fix all these distances here and the temporal durations here, and that means the geometry of the 4D manifold follows suit, and so that's why you get a shrinkage here and an expansion there, and you're going to have these relativities. You're going to have these differences when you move from this one to this one. Some things that are merely spatially connected on this one become spatiotemporally connected on this one, etc. So you can recover all that stuff that Minkowski wanted us to get, so you still accept that fundamental insight, but you're just relabeling the dimension. So Einstein's principle on Parmenidean change, sort of the reductionist view about change, time is variation through time, that's inconsistent. Actually, Einstein's telling us that sort of the basic idea that time is man's or people's escape from contradiction, as von Wright said. In other words, it's telling us that time isn't variation along change is not variation along a time axis. Rather, change is grounded in fundamental motion or movement. And here we go, final, this is it. This is an A theory, tense is real. Nowness is just occurrence, but the duration of the now is conventional. But past and future are defined dynamically in terms of present continuous facts. The present continuous is the basic one. And, but there's you can't say there's an ontological difference between past, present, and future, and you can't say there is an ontological parity either. So none of the standard views about time, presentism, eternalism, growing block, etc. apply. So this is a different kind of kid in the ballpark. And God, there's nothing. The rest is void and silence. Okay. Sorry I went on too long. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. We have now time for some short questions, please. First one from Giacomo Andreoletti.
Yeah, thank you. Short one about, thanks for the talk, about measuring time in meters. My impression was, but correct me if I'm wrong, so that's my question, whether this applies to, for instance, Galilean relativity as well. I can say I have an object moving at 10 kilometers per hour, and so I can measure time because I observed that it covered 10 kilometers.
Yeah.
And so,
cool.
So I think to put it as a question is whether your argument applies even without Einstein, or why Einstein relativity is needed. Yeah.
I don't think the standard eternalist reductionist account of motion can explain even Galilean relativity, I think, but for different, more basic sort of philosophical reasons. So, but yeah, Galilean relativity, when you move the time axis, all the spatial axes remain, as it were, you know, they don't shift, and so you don't get the situation where you've got spatially separated things being spatio-temporally separated in different manifolds, but you do get things that are merely temporally separated and then spatio-temporally separated. Because if you're moving away from me, you're still you're going to be things that are for me. Merely, sorry, I'm going on too long. Things that are merely, for me, temporally separated, from your point of view, they're going to be spatio-temporally separated. You get that in Galileo already. But I think there's already a problem there for explaining relativity of motion. Yeah. But, I can't sum up why, but okay. Yeah, hi.
Yeah, just a quick question about the picture. Quick question about the picture. So if I've got, say, three manifold points like A, B, and C, and A thinks that B and C are simultaneous, but B doesn't think, A thinks that it's simultaneous with both B and C, but B doesn't think that A and C are simultaneous. Yeah. Like, where is the universe in that kind of case?
The universe is relative, so even in the standard, there's no objective universe. What's objective in Minkowski spacetime, just to go back, is this relationship in terms of the equation. But everything, that's still relative to that's not an objective worldview. That's from a frame of reference, right? So the only way we get to other frames of reference is that we know what the laws are, and we know all the information and the events in our frame of reference, etc. And then we can do the transformation and go, well, that's what it's like in other frames of reference. But there's no view from nowhere, if that's what you're asking. Reality is perspectival on this view.
I was thinking that the universe is supposed to be a distinctive constituent of reality along with the manifold.
Oh, yeah, cool. So for
if,
me...
If I'm at A, like, I think that the universe is a different way than what B thinks it is. Yeah. So I think that the universe includes B and C, but B thinks that the universe includes B,
we're all fundamentally agreeing that the universe, for me, for the crazy transit metaphysics, involves a 3D theater of being transiting through a 4D manifold, and the physical arises with motion, and in particular the sort of passing through that happens here, the flow through the 3D. That's where the physical is. So we both agree about that, these general features of the universe. We agree about what the events are, etc., leaving aside indeterminacy if we're going to throw that in. What we disagree about, as it were, are these relationships, spatio-temporal, because they're fixed by the light relationships going on in the 3D universe. And so you might go, so are those features irreducibly relative? And the answer is they are. Okay.
Sorry, I don't know if it is a question. It's so interesting, but I don't know if I got it. But is the flow determined by the speed of light?
No.
No.
No, the flow is fundamental. So in itself, it has no rate. There is no rate to the
flow.
There's no rate to the cosmic motion through the 4D manifold. No fundamental rate to it. It's not defined by a time function, in other words.
Okay.
But you can derive a relationship where you can say, oh...
So you can derive the relationship between the objects because of the speed of light that gives you, the way to transform the space-time according to gravity or whatever.
No space-time.
You don't have...
No space-time.
No space-time. Oh.
No. Okay. In other words, the relationships between the X and the Y are the interesting relationships that Minkowski's talking about, but it's not the relationships between a time and a space thing. 'Cause that fourth dimension is not time. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It takes a bit.
No, yeah, I need time to.
Yeah, you need time.
I need flow, perhaps.
Yeah, flow. No, but one of the objections to time flow is, oh, what's the rate of time flow, right? And
It wasn't an objection.
oh, cool.
It was to understand.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's no intrinsic rate to it.
Okay, thank you again to our speaker. Okay, thank you everybody. We can continue our conference with the next speaker, who is David Bullis from Princeton. This is a joint work with Michele Impagnatiello from MIT, Boston. And the title of the talk is An Empirical Argument from Presentism. Thank you.
Great, thanks everyone. So my talk will also be on the metaphysics of time, like the prior speaker. And I'm going to be talking about the classic debate between presentists and eternalists. So presentists think there are only present things, so reality is this three-dimensional thing. And eternalists think there are past, present, and future things, and so reality is a four-dimensional block. And typically in the debate, the presentists have always been on the defensive. There's all these arguments against presentism, most specifically and most pressingly probably the challenge from relativity that we heard from in the last talk. And the goal of this talk is to try to go on the offensive rather than the defensive. So I want to give an argument in favor of presentism from empirical science. But I won't be talking about relativity, so I'll just be giving a totally different argument for presentism. At the very end of the talk, I'll say some words about how it compares to the relativity problem. Great. So the overall plan of the talk is as follows. In section 2, I'm going to identify a particular aspect of the laws of physics, which I'll call Markovianism. Section 3, I'll explain why eternalists don't have an account as to why the laws of physics are Markovian. Section 4, I'll say presentists do have an account, and therefore there's an aspect of physics that's totally inexplicable given eternalism, but is entailed by certain features of presentism. Therefore, science supports presentism rather than eternalism. So that is the goal. Okay, forgot to put my timer. Okay, so what is the relevant aspect of the laws of physics? It is that the laws of physics are Markovian. So what does that mean? So that's a technical term. The intuition behind the technical term is that the laws of physics are Markovian, just in case the past doesn't place any causal constraints on the future that go beyond the present. So to figure out how the future is going to evolve, we don't have to care about what happened in the past. We only have to care about what happened in the present. All the facts that are relevant to how the future will evolve are encoded in the present. They're not also in the past. So here are some toy examples to illustrate the distinction between Markovian and non-Markovian laws. So hopefully everyone has a handout because I'm just talking through that. So these are very toy examples. Imagine a world that every state of the world is in one of two states, either 1 or 0, and the history of the universe is just a sequence of 1s and 0s. The first kind of world is just an alternating sequence, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. So the law at that world is just alternate. That's just the law. And for that law, we just need to know the present state of the universe, whether it's 0 or 1, and then we could evolve the universe perfectly adequately forward in time just by alternating the present state. So that's a Markovian world because we only have to look at one time to see how the future evolves, not past times. The other example is a binary sequence that's two alternating 1s and 0s. So 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0. So the law at that world is just alternate by sequences of 2, 1, 1, 0, 0. And note that in that law, we need more information than just the present moment to figure out how the future will evolve. So if I tell you the present moment is 1, I don't know what's next. To figure out what's next, I also have to know what happened at the previous moment. If the present moment is 0, I don't know if the next moment will be 1 or 0, because it depends on what the previous moment was. So that's an example of a non-Markovian world with non-Markovian laws. So that's some intuition and some examples, but it turns out you can define Markovianism in a precise way, and I did so in the handout. So in a deterministic setting, here's how you do it. Here I'm just going to read the paragraph in the handout. For any time t, let h sub t be the proposition that exactly describes the intrinsic state of the history of the universe up to time t. So the entire past up to time t. Let capital T be the proposition that exactly describes the intrinsic state at time t. And finally, let t plus refer to the history of the universe strictly after t. In a deterministic setting, Markovianism can be formulated as follows. For every time t, it's nomologically necessary for t plus. If it's nomically necessary for t plus to have some intrinsic property, p given the past, then it is nomologically necessary for t plus to instantiate p given t, which is the present. All that says is if the past necessitates something, then the present also necessitates it. And turns out you can similarly formulate this in indeterministic settings. So Markovianism does not imply determinism. You can also have indeterministic Markovian worlds. And I have in the long paper, I have a more precise definition of this, but the intuition is just that the chance of any future proposition is determined by the present. You don't also need the past to determine the chances of future propositions. Okay, so that's Markovianism in both deterministic and indeterministic settings. Okay, so that's what it is. Now we can ask an empirical question. When we look at our best physical theories, does it turn out that the world is Markovian, or does it turn out that the world is non-Markovian? So before looking at physics, we just have no clue. We just have to do empirical science and figure it out. But it turns out that basically every theory of physics we've ever had is Markovian, and really no respectable physical theory that's ever been formulated is non-Markovian. And so that's a striking fact. Why is it that every physical theory we've ever formulated in the history of science, since Newton to relativity, to quantum mechanics, to quantum field theory, etc., why are they all Markovian? And so that's the question that I'm going to be asking in this talk. Every physical theory we've ever formulated is Markovian. Why is that? Is that just some random arbitrary coincidence, or is there some deeper explanation for that? I should also say there's a qualification about Markovianism in relativistic settings. You might wonder, does Markovianism even make sense in relativistic settings, since it talks about times and we can't talk about times? But you can easily reformulate it in relativistic settings by saying that Markovianism should be taken to hold with respect to every inertial frame of reference or every foliation of space-time into Cauchy surfaces. And I have a long footnote about different models of general relativity and quantum field theory, et cetera, but I won't bother you with the empirical niceties. Okay, so that is section 2. So I've explained what Markovianism is, and it turns out a very surprising empirical fact that every physical theory we've ever formulated is Markovian. Why is that? Is that just a random arbitrary coincidence, or is there a reason for that? So I'm going to argue that for eternalists, it's a random arbitrary coincidence and there's no explanation. But for presentists, it's not a random arbitrary coincidence. Actually, certain versions of presentism entail that the laws must be Markovian. And if the laws weren't Markovian, that would just falsify presentism. Okay, so let's start with eternalism. So how might the eternalist explain why the laws of physics are Markovian? Here I'm just going to be speculating, since no eternalists have ever tried to argue for this, but I'm just going to be trying to offer some potential routes that the eternalist might try to explain it. I think it's useful to divide eternalists between two very different accounts of what the laws of nature are. So there are Humean eternalists and non-Humean eternalists, and I think that they'll approach the question in very different ways. So what's a Humean, or what is Humean eternalism? So according to Humeanism, the world is just a vast mosaic of local intrinsic qualities, and there are no necessary connections between disjoint regions of space and time. Laws are just simple and informative summaries of the distribution of qualities. And I think it's clear that on Humean eternalism, there couldn't possibly be an explanation as to why the laws of physics are Markovian, because we could, for example, the 00110011 world could be a Humean world of just zeros and ones, and there the most simple and informative regularity would just be the alternating 2 1s and 2 0s regularity. and that would be a law that is not Markovian. So I don't think Humeans could possibly have an explanation for why the laws are Markovian. It's just a sort of random coincidence. So what about non-Humeans? So non-Humeans are a big camp, but in general, non-Humeans make certain metaphysical posits, maybe primitive laws, maybe intrinsic causal powers, maybe second-order universals, and they use these metaphysical posits to secure the necessary connections in nature. And these necessary connections are supposed to explain natural regularities. So might some version of non-humanism be able to explain why the laws of physics are Markovian? So I want to start by making a generic point, and then I'll look at the specifics. So the generic point is that merely explaining that the world is sort of quote-unquote regular or uniform isn't going to suffice as an explanation for why the world is Markovian. So most non-Humeans are non-Humeans because they want to explain the regularity of the universe, but there are plenty of regular non-Markovian universes, like the 110011 world. So merely explaining that the world is regular and uniform and simple isn't enough to explain Markovianism. There are plenty of simple, uniform, regular worlds that are not Markovian. Okay, so let's look at specific examples of non-Humanism to see whether they have the resources to explain why the laws of physics are Markovian. So let's start with universals. So according to certain non-Humeans, there's a necessitation relation N between universals that is supposed to explain why there are laws of physics of the form all F's are G's. The reason there is a law of physics of the form all F's are G's is because there's a relation between the universal of Fness and the universal of G-ness. So it doesn't seem to me that this account could possibly explain why the laws of physics are Markovian, because there's no special role that time is given in this account. And so it's unclear how one might try to explain why Markovianism is true just from the claim that laws have to be of the form all F's are G's. So the challenge here is how do you get from the claim that laws have to be of the form all F's are G's to the claim that laws of physics must be Markovian? There's a much more general problem for this account that a lot of people in the literature have mentioned, that it's, when you look at actual laws of physics, they're not of the form all F's are G's. They're like differential equations, and it's unclear how you get from all F's are G's to differential equations in the first place. So I think it's just, I would like to hear much more about how you get from all F's are G's to the specific, precise claim of like Markovian determination, for example, that I defined earlier in the handout. Another non-Humean view appeals to primitive laws. So on this view, there's just a primitive law that's such and such, and because there's a primitive law that's such and such, the world is such that such and such. So I just think this account doesn't have enough structure to explain Markovianism. So in the universals case, they had some structure. According to the universals, laws have to be the form all F's are G's. But according to primitivism, laws are just entirely primitive. Laws could be whatever they want. You could have a law that P for any P. So it seems that there's no sort of structure to work with to try to derive Markovianism. So why couldn't there be a primitive law, for example, in the binary world with 1100, that there's a law that you alternate every 2 ones or 2 zeros? So I don't think that has the resources to explain why Markovianism is true either. So I think maybe the most promising non-Humean eternalist view that might try to explain Markovianism appeals to something like intrinsic causal powers or dispositions. So here's how I would try to explain Markovianism if I liked that account. And I do like that account, but I like it in the context of presentism. But so here's how you might try to explain Markovianism. You might say something like, look, we can explain Markovianism on the grounds that causal powers have to act in spatiotemporally local ways. And you can think of Markovianism as sort of saying that there can't be action at a temporal distance because the past can't affect the future in ways that sort of skips the present. So you might think you could sort of defend a spatiotemporal locality thesis and from that try to derive Markovianism. So it seems to me that's maybe the best that the causal powers theorists could do. And I think it's far better than every other option we've looked at, but I think I have two main worries for that account. The first worry is that there are plenty of examples of physical theories that people have taken seriously that violate locality, but nonetheless uphold Markovianism. So this account really isn't general enough. So you could have historical examples of this. So Newtonian mechanics violated spatiotemporal locality, but upheld Markovianism because there were sort of instantaneous gravitational interactions far spread out apart. But there are also plenty of interpretations of quantum mechanics that violate spatiotemporal locality, the sort of orthodox Copenhagen interpretation, and Bohmian mechanics, for example, have a sort of non-locality built into them. But all of these theories are nonetheless Markovian. So Newtonian mechanics is Markovian, Bohmian mechanics is Markovian, Copenhagen interpretation is Markovian. So all of these theories are Markovian, even though all of them violate locality. So I think that this is promising, but it's not really general enough. And Markovianism is a universal feature of all of our laws of physics, but locality is not. The second worry I have is that I think it seems to me there's a dilemma. So either it's metaphysically necessary that non-Humean causal powers must obey a locality condition, or it's not necessary. If it's necessary, I think this needs to be further justified because there are plenty of scientifically realistic theories and conceivable theories that are counterexamples to locality. So it seems like more justification is needed if scientists regularly come up with theories that violate this. And if it's contingent, then there's a question of, well, if some causal powers are local and some aren't, then why do we happen to find ourselves in a world governed exclusively by local causal powers? So I think there's a dilemma, and on either horn, there's work to do. Okay, so that is why I don't think eternalists can explain Markovianism. Seems to me it's just an inexplicable brute coincidence if eternalism is true. Now let's turn to presentism. I think presentism can do a much better job of explaining why Markovianism is true. So I'll start with the sort of intuition and then we'll go towards the specifics. So there's a sense in which Markovian laws treat the present time as special. So they say that if the world is Markovian, the causal influence that the past has on the future is always implicit in the present. So there's something special about the present. It has all you ever need to determine the future evolution of the universe. The past is irrelevant. So Markovianism basically says, ignore the past, that's always irrelevant, just look at the present. So I think it's very natural to think there's something special about the present. And here's the, I think, very intuitive, simple, rough idea. The past can't constrain the future in ways that go beyond the present if the past doesn't exist, if it's not even there. So obviously it can't constrain the future if there is no past. You have to exist to be able to constrain the future. So that's the intuition, but I think the intuition has to be finessed because there are versions of presentism that you can get non-Markovian laws. So here's what the problem looks like. Consider again our world that's alternating 2 zeros and 2 ones. Suppose that you're a presentist and believe in primitive non-Humean laws. You could think that there's a primitive law that determines what will be the case that depends on both what is the case and what was the case. So you might think, in general, there are primitive truths about the past, about what was the case, and there might be laws of nature that are sensitive to these primitive truths about what was the case. So that's an example where a version of presentism that might get you non-Markovianism, but I think there are independently motivated versions of presentism and non-Humanism that do get you Markovianism. So let me briefly go over them now. So the first strategy is to combine presentism with the causal powers view. So on this view, there are no primitive laws or necessitation relations. The only constraints that are put on the future are by causal powers. And here we just note 2 facts. By presentism, there are no past objects, and so no past causal powers. And by the causal powers view, the only source of causal constraints are powers, nothing else. And if you combine these two, I think you get Markovianism. So basically, if you're a presentist who thinks that causal constraints must be grounded in concrete reality, because they have to be grounded in causal powers and only present causal powers exist, then I think you get Markovianism. That's the short story. There's details. We can go into those details in the Q&A if you'd like. There's another account of presentism that also gets you Markovianism that isn't wedded to the causal powers approach. You could believe in primitive laws, you could believe in universals, you could believe in any non-Humean theory, together with this version of presentism, and you also get Markovianism. So what is that version of presentism? Well, that version of presentism can be independently motivated by looking at the so-called truth-maker objection to presentism. So the truth-maker objection is, how could there possibly be truths about the past and future if only the present is real? If you think that truth supervenes on being, if you think that all truths have to be somehow grounded in what's real and only the present is real, how do we get truths about the past and future? And there are tons and tons of responses to this objection, but here's one particular response that has, for example, been defended by Nan Markosian, but a lot of other people as well. And this response basically says, tense truths about the past and future, if there are any, must be grounded in the laws of nature and the present state of the universe. So let's call that eunomic presentism. For any tensed fact P is true if and only if and because P is nomologically necessary given the present state of the universe. I think gnomic presentism, together with any version of non-humanism you like, primitive laws, universals, causal powers, whatever, any version entails Markovianism. Why is that? Well, basically, the thought is that past and present truths can't nomologically necessitate any future truths that aren't already nomologically necessitated by present truths, since all past truths are themselves nomologically necessitated by the present. So basically, adding past stuff can't help you get more future stuff because the past stuff is already guaranteed by the present. And there's a sort of little formal thing I wrote on the handout that justifies that a bit more. Anyway, so I only have like a minute left, but I have one more section. Okay, so I've defended an empirical argument for presentism, but there's also an empirical argument against presentism, the relativity objection. So should we think it's just a tie, or which argument is better, or how should we think about this? And I want to end by trying to say that the argument for Markovianism is better than the argument from relativity. So I have 3 reasons for thinking this. So the first reason is that Markovianism is a much more secure empirical fact than the fact that physics doesn't require absolute simultaneity. Certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, for example, do require absolute simultaneity, such as Bohmian mechanics, but every standard physical theory is Markovian. So Markovianism is just a much more robust feature of our physical theories than the absence of a simultaneity relation. So I think just the argument for Markovianism is based on sounder empirical grounds than the argument from relativity. That's my first reason. And the second and third reasons are really a combined reason. It seems to me that the standard reply to the argument from relativity is much better than a sort of there is no explanation for Markovian reply on behalf of eternalism. So the standard reply in the case of relativity is to say that, look, although physics doesn't require absolute simultaneity, it's perfectly consistent to supplement physics with a relation of absolute simultaneity. And metaphysicians posit things that go beyond physics all the time. So we posit abstract objects, maybe mereologically complex objects, moral facts, consciousness facts, etc. As long as we have good independent reason to posit these facts that go beyond physics, then there's no problem. And I think we do have good independent reason to posit these facts that go beyond physics, namely the argument from Markovianism. And I think this is a much stronger reply than just saying Markovianism is a completely arbitrary, inexplicable, brute fact. I think that is a much bigger bullet to bite than the reply that I just went over on the case of relativity. And so I think our best physics supports presentism and says that you should not be an eternalist. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, David. There's a question from Ulrich.
Thank you very much. I would like to challenge your assumption or your claim that all our best physical theories are Markovian. And roughly the argument goes like this. Think take Newtonian mechanics, it's only true that in Newtonian mechanics, the present state of the world determines all future states of the world. If in specifying the present state of the world, you include the velocities of all the objects, but velocity is defined as a limit of average velocities. There's no sense made of an instantaneous velocity at an instance. It's really a feature of a process. So it's really kind of the present moment and what happened right before that determines the future. So Newtonian mechanics is Markovian, and now there's general relativity.
That's a really good objection, and I addressed that at length in the actual paper, and I put it it's in the end of footnote 1 also. But anyway, so I have a couple responses to this. So first is that, you're not expected to read that footnote, but also, I ran out of time. Anyway, so a couple of different responses to that. So first response is that our quantum mechanical theories don't have that feature. So quantum mechanical theories are first-order differential equations. You just need the wave function of the universe at a time, and the Schrodinger equation evolves you along. So in quantum mechanical theories, there isn't this problem at all. In classical theories, they're usually second-order differential equations, so you need the first-order derivatives. But I would challenge you, I guess, on there's a live debate in the metaphysics of classical physics about the intrinsicality of vector quantities. I myself have argued for the intrinsicality of vector quantities. Other people have argued for it as well. So I do think that, I think basically the state of play is, in quantum mechanics, Markovianism is fine. In classical mechanics, it's consistent with being Markovian relative to this debate about vector quantities. And how I would want to approach it is, why is it that our best physical theories are consistent with Markovianism relative to this debate about vector quantities? And the alternative view is inexplicable. I think the better view is presentism, and this is a new reason for thinking in classical physics the vector quantities are intrinsic, which I've also argued for independent reasons they are. But again, none of this is relevant in our quantum theories that doesn't have this problem.
Yeah, just a quick question. So your laws, your Markosian laws quantify over times, but for the presentist, times are unreal, or they're abstract, Meinongian, they're merely notional. So these laws look like they're pretty ethereal. They don't look maybe or maybe not concrete. So how do they, as it were, determine concrete reality? And how do they get updated from each, as it were? So that's secondary.
Yeah, so I formulated Markovianism in the handout in a sort of eternalist framework, so I quantified over times and everything. That could be presentist friendly if you believe in abstract times or something, but I think everything can be reformulated in a presentist setting. You can just say, it always will be the case that such and such, and it always was the case that such and such. So if you're careful with your was and wills, but there's a second, so that was the first question. There's a second question about like how the laws get updated or something, and that's going to depend on your sort of first order views about laws. If you think they're primitive laws, you might think they're timeless and so they can't change over time. If you think they're causal powers, that's a kind of, I guess, a problem that every causal powers theorist faces.
The fact that the law is only contained in the present moment.
Yeah.
Right. So how do you? So that law's got to make it across to the next present moment. I don't really know what that means, but and so you need a meta law to explain how it gets, as it were, updated in the next moment.
So I like the causal powers approach. So that just says, in the present state of the universe, there are things with masses and charges or whatever, and those things have causal powers to influence what will happen, and those causal powers say that it will be the case that there will still be masses and charges and whatever. And so the nature of the mass and charge that explains why the world will be in 1 second a certain way will also explain why the world will be that way in 2 seconds. So I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah, let's see. So I'm looking at the footnote where you talk about general relativity, and that suggests that the Markovian determination claim that you make on the prior page is the kind of thing that it's similar to what's true, but it's actually not true. So what's actually true is that the Cauchy surface, the current, okay. So if that's what the truth is, then presentism talks about times, but the truth talks about Cauchy surfaces, and those seem different. Yeah. So I was thinking that the explanation is not successful for that reason.
Yeah, so I would push back on that. So the point here is to have a sort of neutral sort of empirical data point, which we then go on to interpret. So the thought is something like, let me not assume presentism or anything, and let's just say, look, there's this empirical fact that if you look at every Cauchy surface, blah, blah, blah. And that's just an empirical fact that everyone can agree with, regardless of their view on time. And then there's a question of what explains that fact. And I think at the end of the day, what explains that fact is there aren't all these Cauchy surfaces or whatever. What's really happening is there's just a present world that's evolving, and just basically the same thing as what happens in special relativity, that you do have all these inertial frames of references and slices and stuff. There's a question of why is it that on every inertial reference frame Markovianism is true? And the presentist is going to have a story that there's a privileged one and that it
I'm thinking that the formulation of presentism is going to be a sensitive issue. Like, intuitively, presentism talks about times, but you want your presentism to be something that's more general. So it's like either times or Cauchy surfaces or whatever the Markov surfaces that go from the laws of nature are.
Yeah, I was thinking that, Cauchy surfaces are these mathematically defined things on manifolds. And there's a question of why that holds. And I was thinking that presentists fundamentally wouldn't be talking about that in their fundamental ontology, but that they could derive that fact from their fundamental ontology. But maybe there's work to do in that derivation. So.
I hereby assert. The laws of physics, most people think that they're time symmetric. And so there's this question of how you get them to go in the right, roll in the right way. And a very popular way of doing that is by way of the past hypothesis, according to which initial state of the universe was in a low entropy state. So that might seem to suggest that the laws are not really deeply Markovian.
Good. So first point is that I think Markovianism is compatible with time-symmetric laws. So even if I granted the laws are time-symmetric, I think Markovianism still wouldn't be a problem. The second thing is I think it's actually philosophically controversial whether the fundamental laws are time asymmetric. There's this debate that's been going on with like David Albert and Janan Ismail and lots of other people about what exactly time reversal means, and when you flip the electromagnetic fields, what are you actually flipping? And stuff about vector quantities comes in. Should you flip the vectors or not? I think on the right way to think about that, the laws of physics aren't time symmetric. And so I guess I would say two things. One, I don't think they are time symmetric, but even if they are, it's fine for me. So that's what I'd say.
Sorry, could you just say why?
Yeah, so Markovianism, like on the handout, for every time t, it's not logically necessary, etc. So it's that says nothing about time symmetry or asymmetry. So I would need to see an argument why time asymmetry violates that definition, because. Yeah, so there's a question, there's like the fundamental time evolution laws, and then there's also trying to explain like the second law of thermodynamics and why entropy increases. And I totally agree with the standard consensus that second law can't be derived from the fundamental laws, so everyone's going to need some kind of past hypothesis. And so I would probably buy the past hypothesis as an explanation of thermodynamic asymmetry, but I don't think that's in tension with anything I said here. Oh. I think if the laws are deterministic, then it's uncontroversial that the present state will necessitate the past hypothesis. Yeah, there are definitely subtleties with interpretations of quantum mechanics and stuff on this.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Okay, I think we are ready to start the plenary talk, which is the last one before the lunch break. It is a pleasure to me to introduce Professor Megan Fairchild from the University of Michigan. The title of the talk is Fuzzy Plenitude. Please, Megan.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I am extremely disappointed not to be able to be there in person, but really grateful to be able to join you all virtually. Okay, so I should also say it's very early in the morning for me, so please blame any errors not on that. Please take me to account for any errors in Q&A. I love a hard Q&A early in the morning. Okay, so I'm going to start by talking about gardening. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, there should be a handout. Does everybody have it? Okay, let me see if I can drop a handout in the chat very quickly for the folks who are there. I think, oh, that might not work. If someone has access to my, oh, hold on. Sorry, maybe I won't do tech stuff forever, but if someone has the email that I sent the handout in and could make it available in the chat, that would be amazing. But I will try to speak the principles very, very clearly when I can. Okay, so I'll get started, and if it gets hard, raise hands and I'll throw the handout in the chat again, so I'll try that. Okay, so there's this invasive vine in my backyard that I've been trying to get rid of for the entire summer. Like a lot of things in the garden, it's turned out to involve some quite irritating metaphysics. It has this really loosely networked root structure, which turns out can survive quite a lot of damage. Sometimes severed parts get abandoned and sort of mercifully die off, but sometimes they just manage to regrow, and sometimes they rejoin the whole original network of the vine. So from what I've read, horticulturally speaking, there's one plant in there somewhere called a Virginia creeper, but it seems to have a somewhat less than decisive relationship to various of its parts. Derek Skillens, in this great Aeon piece on biological individuation, has a bunch of similar cases. I've put a big blurb on your handout. Some of them are also relevant to my gardening projects. So they write, as well as sprouting from seeds, strawberries and grasses send out above ground horizontal stems called runners or stolons. New systems of roots and leaves will grow where these runners are set down. If runners get severed, plants will carry on with no problems. A single strawberry seed can produce a large network of distinct plants, some connected and some disconnected from others. It's difficult to determine the boundaries of the plant that grew from the original seed, and consequently, how many total strawberry plants there are in the garden. Other examples are a bit further flung, so famously many marine organisms, coral, and lots of jellyfish are more like colonies or systems than our paradigm of individuals, composed of polyps, which are sometimes capable of detaching and reattaching somewhere else. Okay, so I love these cases, but I'm not qualified to, and so I'm not going to be talking about biological individuation today. I mention them because organisms like invasive vines and strawberries and jellyfish are really especially vivid illustrations of a really tempting big idea that I'm going to be chasing. That is, that there's a lot that's unsettled about the material world. Exactly what this kind of unsettledness is, though, as anyone who's encountered the vagueness literature will know, is up for grabs. In these examples, it has to do with something like unsettled boundaries or unsettled mereology, and thus something like unsettled individuation. So this is the kind of phenomenon that I think a lot of people are trying to capture in the literature on vague objects, which is going to be my main focus today. The standard examples are a bit less exciting than jellyfish and dandelions, and strawberries, I guess. Dandelions are also like this. So metaphysicians prefer to talk about mountains and cats. So Kilimanjaro is a mountain that has a fuzzy boundary. There are some rocks up and down the slope that it might be undeterminate whether they're parts of Kilimanjaro. Tibbles the cat has some hairs that are not fully shed and not fully attached. My cat is going through a phase like this right now. Or has some atoms at the edges such that it's indeterminate which of those are parts of her. So philosophers often in the literature on vagueness are interested in avoiding metaphysical vagueness by appealing to really powerful and exciting tools in the philosophy of language and epistemology. I'm going to take a really different approach today. I'm going to start from the assumption that there are genuinely metaphysically fuzzy or vague objects and assume that the task before us is to try to understand them better. Okay, and there's a lot that we need to understand. So I have another big blurb on your handout from Josh Parsons. So these are just some worries that we might itemize about vague objects. That is the going in for vague objects, is not a popular way to go, they write. The main reason being, I think that most philosophers think that there are likely to be serious theoretical problems with the very concept of a vague individual, at least questions that need answers. Here's a sampler of those questions. What exactly is going on when a rock fails to be either definitely part of or definitely not part of a mountain? What is the metaphysics of vague parthood? What becomes of mereological concepts such as fusion in such a setting? What criteria of identity do vague individuals have? What makes one vague individual one and two vague individuals two? A theory of vague individuals consists of a systematic answer to these questions. Okay, so that's in the paper Fuzzy Mereology. So in this talk, I'm going to explore a kind of unexpected strategy, maybe, for answering these questions. I'm going to look at attempts to formulate views on which there aren't just some vague objects, but where there's a plenitude of vague objects. I'll try to suggest that we can get a lot closer to answering this list of questions about vague objects by thinking about what I'm going to call fuzzy plenitude than we can by thinking narrowly about particular paradigm cases of vague objects. So I warned you that it's early morning. The better warning is that this project is kind of early stages, so I'm not going to try to give you the sort of full defense of fuzzy plenitude today. I don't quite have time. But I want to say, even if you don't find fuzzy plenitude at all compelling, I'm just going to try to convince you that we can learn a lot about vague objects by working through the details of something like fuzzy plenitude. And so throughout the talk, I'm just going to highlight some of the choice points that we encounter as we're thinking about how we might get at fuzzy plenitude, and then work through some payoffs at the end. Okay, so there are going to be three main parts. In the first part of the talk, I'm going to say a little bit more about fuzzy objects, and present an argument for fuzzy plenitude that's analogous to a familiar argument schema for other radically permissive ontologies. If you take nothing else from this talk away when we get into the kind of mereology hellscape shortly, I want you to take away this, I want to get you thinking with me about this analogy between fuzzy plenitude and other permissive ontologies, because I think that analogy is just really compelling and really puzzling, and that's the main thing I'm interested in. Okay, so the second part of the talk is going to be for the mereology nerds. I'm going to try to keep us tethered to the bigger questions, so I'll be planting a lot of flags, but I'm going to sort of highlight a few different attempts to formulate fuzzy plenitude and gesture to some choice points that correspond to especially pressing or illuminating questions about vague objects. So in the final part of the talk, I'm going to discuss a few potential payoffs and some more questionable parallels between the varieties of plenitude that I'm thinking about here. Okay, so first, a little bit about where I'm coming from with this project and why I'm interested in this analogy. So in other work, I've explored radically permissive theories of material objects that involve commitments to an abundance of spatiotemporally coincident material objects. So that is an abundance of distinct objects that occupy the same regions of space for the whole duration of their existence. So views like this typically start from a certain reaction to the puzzles of material constitution, or to the idea that objects have genuine modal properties, like being essentially statue-shaped or being accidentally blue. When we take modal properties like this seriously, we're quickly led, some people think, I think, to what's sometimes called serious pluralism. So pluralists about material constitution say that the statue and the lump of clay that make it up are distinct. Serious pluralists say that this is so regardless of whether the clay actually outlives the statue. So according to this kind of serious pluralism, distinct material objects can occupy the same region of space for the whole duration of their existence. So we say that these permanently coinciding objects have different modal profiles. They're able to survive through different circumstances. They have different properties, essentially and accidentally. Okay. So there's this familiar arbitrariness argument that we should go further. The idea, I'm going to put it in the kind of rhetorical versions. I'm a little bit on this argument, but here it is. So once we've admitted that there are distinct coincident objects corresponding to different modal profiles, it seems that it would be objectionably arbitrary to stop with just the statue and the lump. We ask a bunch of rhetorical questions at this point. We say, why should a world rich enough to contain spatiotemporally coincident objects contain only those objects corresponding to familiar modal profiles and not unfamiliar, but otherwise relevantly similar ones? Why not, for example, something coincident with a statue that can't survive even very slight changes to its shape, or which can't survive being moved away from the desk that it's sitting on? So the idea is that once the serious pluralist has acknowledged that the world is varied in some certain ways, we're quickly driven to the view that every consistent profile corresponds to an object. So there's this bridge from some variation to as much variation as we can get. Okay, so many metaphysicians sympathetic to pluralism have been led, therefore, to the conclusion that there are coincident objects witnessing the full range of modal variation. So we're going to call that view plenitude or modal plenitude, sometimes material plenitude. We'll stick with modal plenitude today. So in a slogan, there's an object for every consistent modal profile. So an object's modal profile is supposed to specify something like its modal persistence conditions. Like I said, the changes or circumstances it can and cannot survive. But we can fill that out in a number of different ways. And when we do that, we get different ways of thinking about plenitude. I've put two examples on your handout. One of them is from John Hawthorne, where we're thinking about profiles as specified in terms of coincidence patterns across worlds. And the other where we think about profiles as specified in terms of combinations of essential and accidental properties. I'm not going to go through either of those because the detail doesn't matter. The specific versions don't matter. what I want to point out is that these are sort of two ways of capturing the same idea, and each of them highlights a couple of different kinds of questions we might start asking about what it is for objects to have the kind of modal variation that they have in a plenitudinous world. Okay, we'll see that in spades shortly. So for a moment, set aside any antecedent skepticism you have about plenitude. If this kind of argument is at all compelling in the case of modal plenitude, then I think it's interesting that there's a quite similar route to a surprising view about vague or fuzzy objects. So that's because folks who like vague objects can be understood as pluralists of a certain kind, who hold that fuzzy objects are distinct from any of the precise objects in their vicinity. So for example, we want to say things like, my cat's a fuzzy object because there are some things such that it's indeterminate whether they're parts of her. But of course, wherever she is, there are also all sorts of determinate mereological fusions, composites that have all of their parts determinately. And despite their substantial overlap, my cat is distinct from each of her precise neighbors. So defenders of fuzzy objects are offering a kind of pluralist picture where they have distinct placeholder coinciding objects, but which differ fuzzily rather than modally. So the speech from pluralism to plenitude will be basically the same as before. Why should there be something like Kilimanjaro, which has these parts indeterminately, but not something which has those parts indeterminately? Even though this might not be the sort of object we usually talk about, it seems objectionably arbitrary to recognize only the objects corresponding to familiar determinacy profiles. On pain of arbitrariness, we should recognize them all. Okay, I think there are great reasons to be like sort of waving your skepticism flag about all of this. I've given you no theory of metaphysical indeterminacy and no sense of what it might be for an object to be fuzzy. But like I said, what I'm looking to suggest in the rest of this talk is that rather than trying to answer these questions in advance of looking at fuzzy plenitude, we can actually make sense of some of these kind of starter questions by trying to make sense of fuzzy plenitude first. So we're gonna work backwards a little bit. Okay, the only piece, so we're about to enter the kind of mereology nerd part. I'm going to try to be as clear as I can verbally for people who don't have the handout. So the only piece that I'm going to need you to spot me is a fairly standard understanding of the relationship between determinacy and indeterminacy. It's indeterminate whether P, when it's not the case that determinately P, and it's not the case that determinately not P. I'm to be assuming that the background logic is thoroughly classical, so I'm not anywhere going to be assuming that when it's indeterminate whether P, it follows that neither P nor not P. Okay, so again, I should say the takeaway that I'm aiming for from this next section is just a kind of sense of how many choices we have for how we think about fuzzy plenitude and what sorts of questions they put us in a position to ask and answer. We're not going to be able to get into any of the kind of deeper models today. Okay, so lots of existing work on vague objects capitalizes really heavily on an analogy between vagueness and metaphysical modality. Sometimes this is borne out by capitalizing on an analogy between persistifications and possible worlds. So for example, Akiva 2004 gives this account of metaphysical indeterminacy modeled on other metaphysical modalities. The core idea there is that the world has a persistificational dimension along which ordinary objects are extended, just like they are along temporal or modal dimensions. Okay, so they write, analogously, every material object extends over persistified worlds, and two objects may coincide with each other in one persistified world, but diverge in another. So actually, they write, Tibbles is a fuzzy object, but we could say that Tibbles could be this precise object with this set of hairs, and that precise, and could be that precise object with that set of hairs in the sense of could that is different from the metaphysical sense. This way, Tibbles can be a vague object, even though he extends over persistified worlds in which everything, that is, everything confined to each of the worlds, is precise. Okay, so Barnes and Williams give another modal theory, sort of modalized theory of metaphysical indeterminacy, where instead the driving idea is that it is unsettled which world is actual. Indeterminacy becomes a kind of possibility operator, and persistificationally possible worlds are ones that don't determinately misrepresent reality. What I want to point out is that on both frameworks, vague objects seem to fall away in the same way that genuinely modally complex objects kind of disappear in counterpart theory. So this is a totally illegitimate way of putting the point, but we can peer inside of each persistificationally possible world as much as we like, and we'll never find a vague object. Okay, I know that's an illegitimate way of putting the point, but that's kind of the idea, that in these persistificational models, sort of actuality is attaching to a persistification. So the underlying worldview suggested by each picture is one where the only way to be anything is to be settled. Okay, it's very controversial where to put each of these views in the taxonomy of views about vagueness. The takeaway I'm interested in here is that if you start by treating vagueness like modality and building things up in terms of worlds or personifications, it becomes awfully hard to go backwards and give satisfying answers to a bunch of pressing questions about vague objects. So I think that instead of capitalizing on the analogy between metaphysical modality and worldly indeterminacy, we can capitalize on an analogy between the role that modal properties play in individuating modally complex objects and the role that determinacy and indeterminacy play in individuating what we might call penumbrally complex objects. So that's the analogy that I think is at the heart of the analogy between modal plenitude and fuzzy plenitude. Okay, so this is why I suspect that thinking about plenitude is going to be such a powerful tool. Just like modal plenitude delivers what looks like a limit case of objects individuated by their modal profiles, fuzzy plenitude could give us a limit case of objects individuated by their penumbral profiles. But we have a lot of different resources for getting at this idea. As anyone who plays with mereology knows, you can just kind of toggle anything. And each of these is going to highlight slightly different choice points. So a natural first attempt starts with the motivating idea that a vague object is an object such that it is indeterminate which precise object it coincides with. Okay, so I haven't figured out how to drop a file in the chat, but I can drop my principles in the chat if people don't mind me sort of dropping them in. Okay, perfect. Apologies, you're going to lose my italics. Okay, so first motivating idea, a vague object is an object such that it's indeterminate which precise object it coincides with. So this is indeterminate coincidence. For any collection of precise non-coinciding objects, the x's, there's some O such that it's indeterminate which of the x's O coincides with. So we have that parenthetical about non-coinciding to avoid results where, for example, it's indeterminate whether O coincides with the statue or the clay. Indeterminate coincidence is nice. It's a natural first attempt because it's relatively stable right out of the gate. And in plenitude land, that's a great thing to get. But I think there's some big picture reasons to be kind of unsatisfied with it. So most significantly, I think we're left with a picture where our best understanding of vague objects is wholly parasitic on precise objects. Vague objects emerge as shadows of precise objects, and the unsettledness of vague objects is just a matter of a kind of unsettledness in their whereabouts, spatiotemporal or mereological, depending on how we understand coincidence. Indeterminate coincidence presupposes an antecedent stock of precise objects and a fully determinate mereology on top of which vague objects can sit. Okay, so if we wanted to look at models where that's not where we're starting, we might instead eliminate the requirement that the generative base be precise. And this is on your handout as generalized indeterminate coincidence. So for any collection of objects, the x's, there's some O such that it's indeterminate which of the x's O coincides with. So the generalized principle drops the precision requirement and so leaves open that we might have a fuzzy object characterized by a collection of further fuzzy objects such that it's indeterminate which of those fuzzy objects it coincides with. So I think this is a really illuminating one to think about because of some of the puzzles that it foreshadows. So first, there's a little technical worry here. Indeterminate coincidence includes the original principle included a condition that helped us avoid redundancy in the collections. So we considered only collections of non-coinciding precise objects and thus determinately non-coinciding objects. But without this restriction to precise objects, it's way less clear how to impose a non-redundancy requirement here. So for example, we definitely don't want to add the condition that the x's are determinately non-coincident. So imagine two objects A and B, which are themselves slightly fuzzy, but which substantially overlap. Then it might be indeterminate whether A and B coincide, but generalized indeterminate coincidence, if truly generalized, should still be able to give us something such that it's indeterminate whether it coincides with A or B. If that's right, then generalized indeterminate coincidence is going to have like a very redundant looking kind of plenitude, but one that I think fits really naturally with the picture that it's trying to get at. Okay. My concern here is more of a, what are we putting in our toolkit? My next concern is kind of more of a what are we putting in our toolkit concern. So generalized indeterminate coincidence postpones a number of really pressing questions about the mereology of a fuzzy world, and so leaves us a bit in the lurch for explaining the nature of vague objects. That's obviously not a problem. If we're just in search of some plenitude principle or other, we could dive into generalized indeterminate coincidence and put together a cool view. But I think we can do much better if we start instead with the underlying mereological notions themselves. So the next two views I'm going to look at very quickly, sorry this is a speed round everybody, are spelled out in terms of composition and parthood respectively. So rather than using this kind of coincidence placeholder, which I think is one we can get away with in the modal plenitude case and is a little dodgier in the fuzzy plenitude case, we're going to start with composition and parthood. Okay, so the first in terms of composition is going to be an attempt to capture something like the core idea behind indeterminate coincidence from the ground up. So that is indeterminate composition. Drop it in the chat also. Okay, so for any eligible collection of pluralities, the x's, the y's, the z's, there's some O such that it's indeterminate which plurality composes O. Okay, so we've gotten rid of our coincidence placeholder and are doing slightly better on the explanatory front, but we have a lot of the same technical questions to answer with indeterminate composition. So notice this qualification to eligible collections. So what's that restriction and why do we need it? There's a bit of a boring reason we need each of the pluralities to contain only disjoint things for them to satisfy the third condition on composition. But there's some less boring reasons to impose an eligibility constraint on the collection. And this is the first one is this non-redundancy idea again. So consider a collection of two pluralities. The first plurality is the east half and the west half of the table. The second plurality is the north half and the south half. A totally unrestricted form of indeterminate composition would give us the result that there's something such that it's indeterminate which of these two pluralities composes it. But surely, she says, italicizing, surely there isn't any fuzzy object like that. Anything composed of the east half and west half of the table is also composed of the north half and the south half of the table. Okay, so an eligibility constraint is going to have to subsume a non-redundancy requirement somehow. Similarly, to get something that really counts as a kind of plenitude, we want to encode the idea that every eligible collection of pluralities characterizes a new fuzzy object. This avoids models where fuzzy plenitude gets satisfied really cheaply just by having one big super fuzzy thing, such that for any plurality it's indeterminate whether that plurality composes it, so there's always this kind of trivial edge of plenitude you want to avoid. Okay, we can't achieve that by just saying for any collection of pluralities, there's a fuzzy object O such that it's indeterminate which plurality in the collection composes O, and determinate that no plurality not in the collection composes O. The problem case, again, involves overlap. Consider a collection of pluralities that contains the plurality of the east and west half of the table, but not the north and south half of the table. All that means we're going to need to add some kind of closure requirement, closure condition on the collection of pluralities such that anything compositionally equivalent to any of the pluralities gets into any eligible collection. But now we face another hard question, and I think this is where things get really interesting, so I'm going to drop it on the floor and move on to the next thing. So we want this notion of compositional equivalence. We have a choice about whether to formulate that in terms of mere compositional equivalence or in terms of determinate compositional equivalence. The two resulting closure conditions you can formulate this way give us kind of different versions of indeterminate composition. On the other hand, we could try to do without a closure condition at all. So we could, set up eligibility to be much weaker. In this case, the domain of vague objects is going to include mereologically really strange things and is going to involve rampant violations of principles that are pretty closely analogous to transitivity and symmetry. So our starting cases for vague objects weren't quite that weird, right? We had in mind mountains and cats with slightly fuzzy borders, not really wild mereological monsters. But I think we shouldn't be too quick to discount a notion of vague objects that allows for these mereological monsters, since there might be like cool kinds of objects, maybe not so much in the material world, but maybe institutional or social objects that need exactly this kind of weird mereology. So consider, this is the tiny tigers case on your handout. Also, if you have turned the page on your handout and seen a big scary box, I promise I'm not reading you anything in the big scary box. I am not going to try to do that in like 6 minutes. Okay, so tiny tigers example. So this is a case where I think the weird mereology you get from a version of indeterminate composition without a really sophisticated closure condition might be actually well suited. So consider a poorly organized recreational sports league in the middle of downsizing on account of maybe insufficient parent volunteers. So in the chaos of the administrative paperwork, it might be left indeterminate whether the newly formed Tiny Tigers soccer team is made up of the Badgers or the Buffaloes, or of the Badgers and some other team, but determinate that it isn't made up of the Wolverines, a basketball team with a roster that wholly overlaps the Badgers and the Buffaloes. Okay, so I mean, we can talk about teams forever, but you can get these cases where it starts to feel like maybe some of the closure conditions that we want to impose are going to leave out of the picture some things that might also fit naturally in a picture of fuzzy objects. Okay, I want to put on the table one very last approach to fuzzy plenitude that starts with a different driving metaphor. That is that there are two ways of having parts. So just like the serious pluralist is impressed by talk of two ways of having properties, essentially or accidentally, I want to look now at an approach to fuzzy objects where we take seriously two ways of having parts, determinately or indeterminately. So this has already been pretty implicit in how I've been talking about precise objects. In this new formulation, we're going to extend that to vague objects as well. So the slogan we want to chase is that for any x's and y's, there's something with the x's as its determinate parts and the y's as its indeterminate parts. That crashes, that's horrible, don't internalize that. But what I have on your handout as questionable parts captures the target idea a little bit better. So I'll put this in the chat as well. Okay, so that says for any disjoint x's and y's, there's something such that each of the x's is determinately a part of z, something z such that each of the x's is determinately part of z, each of the y's is such that it's indeterminate whether it's a part of z, and z has no parts that are determinately disjoint from the x's and the y's. Okay, this should be a familiar kind of structure here. So the idea here is that eligible pairs of pluralities together characterize the determinate and indeterminate parts of fuzzy objects. This mimics one of the kind of really standard ways of talking about modal plenitude as well in terms of essential and patterns of essential and accidental properties. So this, I think, captures a lot of what we wanted from earlier routes and finally gives us a picture where fuzzy objects aren't mere shadows of precise ones. So questionable parts generates fuzzy and precise objects alike, and fuzzy objects differ from precise ones in exactly the ways that modally fragile objects differ from modally resilient ones. They've just got different profiles. The cost here is going to be a pretty big rethinking of mereology. If we follow this idea all the way through, we're going to wind up eliminating a lot of talk of bare parthood and try to do everything in terms of determinate or indeterminate parthood. So in the big scary box on your handout, I've highlighted one of the places this shows up already in the proposed formulation, just highlighting that disjointness doesn't have a determinacy or a kind of determinacy modifier on it. It's there if you're curious, but I'm not going to drag you through it. Instead, I want to try, I think I can do this in 4 minutes, to point to one more big picture puzzle in the neighborhood, which is a piece of the analogy that I find really exciting, but I'm really unsettled about myself. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. I opened with this motivational parallel between modal plenitude and fuzzy plenitude, and I've tried to point out both how challenging and how rewarding it is to grapple with the details of fuzzy plenitude. Each of these views that I've kind of thrown on the table is meant to be one that bears out the analogy, either by adopting a background picture that takes seriously the analogy between metaphysical modality and vagueness, or the analogy between determinacy and indeterminacy and essentiality and accidentality. Okay, so I want to close with one last parallel with modal plenitude, which I think has cool ramifications for how we can think about the role that permissive ontologies play in helping us understand material object metaphysics. So in Karen Bennett's excellent paper on the grounding problem, spatiotemporal coincidence in the grounding problem, she argues from pluralism about coincidence to primitivism about modal properties, and then to modal plenitude about material objects. So the grounding problem, as she describes it, is that the pluralist about coincidence has to answer a very hard question in light of the fact that spatiotemporally coincident objects have all of their properties in common in virtue of what? Do they each have the modal and sortal properties that they do? She recommends a primitivist answer. It's just brute that an object has the modal properties that it has. So in order for this to be satisfying, she thinks that the primitivist has to go in for plenitude. So I'm going to read a part of the block quote on your handout. Bennett writes, she can actually tell a positive story about how the world is put together that makes sense of the bruteness of sortalish facts. Each spatiotemporal region is, as my Australian friends would say, chaka, so going for plenitude. And precisely because each region is full in this way, there's nothing in virtue of which any particular object has the modal properties it does. There's nothing special about lump, in virtue of which it has that property, and statue does not. It's just that all the modal bases are covered. Okay, so there's this general tendency in metaphysics to think that when we've gone, or anyway to hope that when we've gone plenitudinous, we've dissolved a lot of the explanatory demands that might be levied at our more moderate opponents. But I worry sometimes that there's a bit of sleight of hand happening here. We've dissolved a pressing contrast between modal profiles that are instantiated and modal profiles that aren't. But the contrast there isn't exactly the grounding problem. The grounding problem is about what it is for an object to have a property, essentially. Bennett suggests it's a short step from dissolving the contrast to dissolving the explanatory question there, but I think that's a bit quick. And here's where I think having fuzzy plenitude as a foil is especially illuminating. So notice that some of the first Parsons questions from the very beginning of the talk sound a bit like the grounding problem. What is it for an object to have a part indeterminately? What could explain the difference between Kilimanjaro and its precise neighbors, given that they already have so much in common? So insofar as Bennett's move to plenitudinous primitivism is compelling in the case of modal plenitude, it should be, I think, similarly compelling in the case of fuzzy plenitude. That is, once we dissolve the contrast between the determinacy profiles that are instantiated and those that aren't, questions about what it is for an object to have a certain determinacy profile should analogously fall away. I'm not sure yet what I think about that, but I think there's a cool disjunctive takeaway here. If fuzzy plenitude doesn't dissolve the vagueness theoretic analog of the grounding problem for vague objects, then perhaps modal plenitude doesn't fully dissolve the original sort of modalized version of the grounding problem. But if it does, then going plenitudinous in the case of vagueness doesn't just help us to shine a light on various background pictures of vague objects as a kind of methodological toolkit, but it might also serve as a framework to dissolve a lot of the puzzles that made vague objects look so suspicious in the first place. Thank you so much. That's all I'll talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Questions?
Hey, Megan, thank you so much. We're so sorry that you're not here with us.
I am very sorry too.
This is just a clarificatory question. You say folks who like vague objects are pluralists of a certain kind, holding that vague objects are distinct from the precise ones in their vicinity. But, you know, the kinds of account of vagueness that you discussed are these sort of metaphysical supervaluationist accounts. You know, there are other approaches to metaphysical indeterminacy, like mine, for example, but it doesn't seem like you had those in mind. But for the metaphysical supervaluationist accounts, I thought for them, the idea was that, you know, truth is super truth, or, you know, going to help themselves to this usual idea that in every persistification, for example, there's just one object there. So it would turn out to be, you know, truth/super truth, that there's just one object there. So they don't put the vagueness in the objects per se, but rather in the unsettledness in the world about which one object there is in a given case. So I'm just wondering what you
That's absolutely right. Thank you. I think that was an assertion of a generic where the instance was me. So I think that that's what you described there is sort of my dissatisfaction with trying to understand vague objects through the supervaluationist accounts, in part because I think that a lot of the ways that we talk about vague objects when we're talking about particular instances, not when we're building models of metaphysical vagueness, and then at the end of building the model for metaphysical vagueness, we say, oh yeah, and here's what it looks like to be a vague object, but rather when we start out like, okay, what is my cat Poe like? What is Kilimanjaro like? Those discussions of vague objects, I think, tend to start out with something that sounds more pluralist to me. And so I was thinking that if your kind of starting project is looking at vague objects, you're going to wind up with something like a picture where the vague objects are the fuzzy things in the world and they're distinct from any of the determinate things in the world, but any of the precise things in the world. But you're totally right that is, you don't get the same flavor of pluralism from the supervaluationist pictures. I can't see if you're nodding, so I don't know if that was satisfied, but.
What account of metaphysical indeterminacy are you going to use to implement your approach?
I'm sorry, can you say the beginning of the question again?
So that if you're not going to go for the metaphysical supervaluationist approach to metaphysical indeterminacy / vague objects, then which account are you going to go with? Would it be something along the lines of what I've suggested, or do you have something else in mind?
I mean, maybe. So what I'm interested in here, I think something like your line might be the right solution. So the direction I was coming at this is non-standard in yet another way, which is that I was going to try to work backwards from plenitude to what is the right way of thinking about. Okay, good. Let me put it this way. I'm thinking of vague objects as objects that are characterized by determinacy profiles of a certain shape, and precise objects are characterized by determinacy profiles of a slightly different shape. Determinacy profiles involve a certain kind of variation. They involve a certain kind of unsettledness. Whether that unsettledness is the same kind that underwrites all of the questions that we have about metaphysical vagueness, I sort of suspect not. So I think that you're not going to, by thinking about plenitude, fuzzy plenitude, get an account of kind of full-fledged metaphysical vagueness, but I'm interested in a certain kind of variation between objects, and I don't fully know how to think about that kind of variation, except by chasing as hard as I can the analogy with modal plenitude. So that is not, I want to say so much more, but I'm setting up a job, and I'm hoping for a way of thinking about what it is to have parts determinately and indeterminately that fits that job, even if the account of indeterminacy doesn't do all of the other work that we want it to do. So I think there's space to pick and choose here a little bit. I think you get really different pictures.
Hi, thank you very much. I just wondered whether there really are fuzzy cats. So suppose you think that you could define dibbles as basically all the hairs which are indeterminate whether it's in dibbles or not, you remove, as it were, so you're left with something without any indeterminacy, as to whether something counts as a hair. It's a precise cat, and then you can have these other things, dibbles plus hair 5, etc. So I'm just wondering whether you need to commit yourself to something like a fuzzy cat rather than a precise cat plus some, things which so a gerrymandered object. So are fuzzy objects basically gerrymandered objects rather than?
Oh, interesting. Okay, so I think I was going to. I was inclined to say I disagreed with the kind of first suggestion, but I mean, I think there is a sense. So think about the last kind of view I gave, where you have fuzzy objects or objects with determinacy profiles that just involve having some parts indeterminately, right? Where precise objects are ones that just have all of their parts determinately. I mean, that's going to be a gerrymandered object in the same way that objects with sort of way too many essential properties look like gerrymandered objects in the modal case. So I mean, I think that the like gerrymandered way of thinking about things is fine. The suggestion you were making is though, I think, just different than the starting point that I'm taking. So again, I have given no argument that we should take this starting point, but I'm tempted to start from the idea that there are fuzzy objects, and not only are there fuzzy objects, but there are no precise cats. I mean, this is kind of the Lewis line a little bit. I just think that a lot of the kinds that make up the ordinary kinds of things like cats, I think, like Tibbles isn't a cat if Tibbles is a precise thing. That's kind of the starting point that I was working with. There's no argument for that, but that's sort of the starting point that I was working with. If what you're trying to do is figure out how to do without vague objects, I think there are a lot of options. But if you start with the idea, okay, look, cats are fuzzy objects. What kinds of things are fuzzy objects? That's where I was starting from.
Hi, thanks. Really interesting. I just got a question, very simple-minded, about the third approach, where you have two ways of having properties. And so you've got, so you end up with a questionable part. So for any disjoint x's and y's, I don't know how to say that in English, there's something such that each of the x's is determinately a part of z, and each of the y's is indeterminate as whether they're parts of z. So I'm just worried that on this view, is determinately part of z is not itself fuzzy. I'm wondering if there's going to be issues. I mean, what happens if there's sort of second order fuzziness all the way up? And in the end, there isn't. Why couldn't there be vague objects where there just is, that you can't say any of the parts are determinately? You know, like a cloud. You can't choose any little water drop and say, oh, that's determinately part of the cloud. So it's a bit, basic.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. It's a great question, and it's closely related to Jessica's question. So, so one thing that is, sorry, I'm trying to think of the fastest. The thing I'm tempted to assert is, if we are starting with this determinacy profile model of vague objects, I think a lot of the worries about higher order vagueness aren't going to come in for some of the similar reasons they don't come in the modal case, because of how we want to start out understanding the sort of like logic of essentiality. So if we model the logic of determinacy on the logic of essentiality, I think you can avoid some of the weird puzzles of higher order vagueness in the plenitude itself. So you're not going to get this like weird kind of stacked profile thing. I think you could, but I think you're not forced to it as quickly as you are when you're trying to build a fuller theory of metaphysical indeterminacy. So the crazy thing that I'm saying there is I'm thinking that the logic of determinacy and indeterminacy as they play a role in helping us formulate plenitude might not be as sort of modally weak as it is when we're kind of doing just kind of bare determinacy operators. You could, I mean, you can get really cool models when you build in the stacked things, but I don't think you're actually forced to accommodate higher order vagueness in these settings, because I think you can get something that looks enough like a full plenitude. I'm just kind of asserting this. I'm not saying, I feel free to email me. I would love to give a fuller answer to this question.
Hi, so I wanted to ask just a sort of broader question about the motivations behind plenitude. So there's this arbitrariness argument that if you believe in some things but not others, that's arbitrary. It seems to me that there's two ways to respond to that. You could either sort of go big and say there's all the possible ways exist, or you could go small and say actually we should think none of those things exist because. And so I think those are symmetric with respect to arbitrariness, and they're symmetric with respect to both of them are highly revisionary. But I think the plenitude people, as you've been showing, have a lot of these extra problems about exactly how to formulate these things. They run into all these extra problems and the grounding problem and everything. So there's all these extra problems for one way to respond to the arbitrariness challenge that don't affect the other way. So what's the motivation for going plenitudinous rather than sort of minimalist?
You say problems, I say opportunities. I mean, I think, okay, so I think that I think that going plenitudinous is independently attractive for all sorts of, like, I'm going to give a bunch of sort of pragmatic reasons, right? We get a lot more to work with. In the minimalist sort of framework, a lot of what you wind up doing is trying to recover truth, trying to recover ways of talking about the world, right? So we layer these huge semantic projects on top of a minimalist ontology. In the kind of maximalist setting, we've got all the stuff out there to work with. I mean, this is very vibesy, but I think there are powerful pragmatic reasons pointing towards the sort of maximalist permissivist direction. I mean, ultimately, my like stays in this room confession is I don't really know if I am. I wake up in the morning sometimes like a hardcore anti-realist. Sometimes I wake up in the morning a hardcore realist. And I think maximalism more than minimalism, the permissivism more than minimalism, gives you the resources to find a middle ground between positions in meta-metaphysics that are much harder to find a middle ground between in the minimalist setting. And I have some reasons for thinking that, but I think, you're obviously right that there is a parity in the arguments here. I'm not totally sure that the things that, I'm not sure that maximalism or permissivism is uniquely burdened with problems, just they take on a slightly different, slightly more metaphysical shape in the permissive setting.
Hi. This may be a very stupid question, so just... you have taken this approach to vague objects, which is basically a gappy approach, so gappy supervaluational approach in a sense. And I was wondering, reading the thing, the first thing that came into my mind was why not taking a fuzzy approach to fuzzy objects? So something like we assign a certain truth value between 0 and 1 in the real numbers to Partout claims and things like that.
Yeah.
So, okay, this might be very stupid, sorry.
No, that's not. Good. So one thing I definitely didn't do is say, here are all of the ways to think about fuzzy objects. I think that, so towards the end, I gave this version of fuzzy plenitude that is the one that I think I find myself thinking in terms of because it's most closely modeled on the version of modal plenitude that I like, and so allows me to pursue some of the analogies and sort of start asking some of the questions about how ways of carving up the world that I was stumbling over in the answer to Jessica's question. And so that's mapping determinacy to essentiality and indeterminacy to something like accidentality. Another way we could do it, though, as you say, is do something kind of like a fuzzy logic for parthood rather than following this analogy. I think that there are really cool models of vague objects that you get that way. The reason that I'm interested in this one is because what I'm interested in is trying to preserve the analogy as it structures how we think about individuation, this idea that sort of modal variation, modalized variation supports fine-grained individuation of material objects. And so that's why I'm thinking in terms of these determinacy profiles. I think there's probably also a cool question about whether a sort of flattened version of the continuous fuzziness picture, how that relates to the determinacy profile thing. I'm saying, but that's absolutely another way to do this. I think it doesn't set up answers to the same questions that I'm interested in, but yeah.
Any other questions? In that case, I think we can thank again Megan for the talk.
Thank you all so much. Sorry for the brief answers. Please do email me. I would love to talk to you all more. Thank you.
Okay, we start again at 2:30, right after the lunch break. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to open the Wednesday afternoon session of this huge conference. The first scheduled talk is given by Michele Paolini Paoletti, University of Macerata. The title is The Good and the Powers. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here in spite of the temperature and the warm weather, and so you are very virtuous to be here. And the original title of this talk should have been The Good, the Bad, and the Powers, but there was no time for the bad, so this will be for the next conference, maybe. So I start. According to Neo-Aristotelian views of goodness, the goodness of an agent primarily concerns and possibly reduces to the essential goals of that agent. Namely, and roughly, an agent is good insofar as it realizes or tends towards realizing its essential goals. A number of desiderata should be satisfied by an Aristotelian theory of goodness. First, it should be shown how further entities besides agents, for example, actions, may be qualified as good. And secondly, it should be shown how normative judgments follow from Neo-Aristotelian goodness. Thirdly, this theory must be able to draw the distinction between primary goodness and derivative goodness. Socrates living according to reason is primarily good for Socrates, or so Aristotle would hold. On the contrary, studying philosophy may be only derivatively good for him. Indeed, Socrates studying philosophy owes its goodness only to the contribution it makes towards fulfilling Socrates' goal of living according to reason. Fourthly, this theory must specify the number of essential goals that are connected with goodness, and which essential goals are connected with goodness. Given a certain entity belonging to a certain kind K, does that entity have only one essential goal or multiple essential goals? How can that entity manage the possible conflicts between such goals? Moreover, are all the essential goals of that entity somehow connected with goodness? Fifthly, and relatedly, it is necessary to answer questions such as, are all the entities that are endowed with essential goals also characterized by goodness, and are there good entities that are not endowed with essential goals? And sixthly, it should be shown how an entity can be better than another entity, and how an entity can be worse than another entity, and the same should be shown with respect to actions. Seventhly, the distinction between actually fulfilling one's own essential goals and being strongly disposed towards fulfilling these goals should be drawn out and justified. Then come the troubles. Some counterexamples have been put forward against the following equivalence. As a matter of metaphysical necessity, an entity is good, simpliciter, and not just a good member of its kind, if and only if it actually fulfills its essential goals and or it is disposed towards fulfilling them. Against the right to left reading of the equivalence, it can be pointed out that a well-functioning missile seems not to be a good entity, as it produces death and destruction. Moreover, an entity may actually fulfill or be disposed towards fulfilling neutral essential goals. Prima facie, that entity would not turn out to be good. Another equivalence should be discussed. As a matter of metaphysical necessity, something is good for a K, namely for a member of a kind K, if and only if it enables that K to actually fulfill its essential goals and or it threatens its being disposed towards fulfilling them. Demonic entities provide a counterexample to the left to right reading, even if I shall not be concerned with them here. Here is a counterexample to the right to left reading. A well-functioning end seems to be endowed with all the features that are needed in order to reach its own goals. For example, it's being made of flesh. Yet, that end may turn out to fall prey to something bad, for example, burning, exactly by virtue of those very features. So how can those features be qualified as good for the end? Finally, when multiple goals are at stake, it is necessary to have a hierarchy of goals in terms of the goodness they contribute to. For example, an infectious leg may still fulfill some of its essential goals. However, it contributes something bad to the body it is a part of, namely, it doesn't perform its essential function within the body. Why is it better to remove the leg so as to take the latter function as more important than the former essential goals? David Oderberg and Ben Page have recently argued that a neo-Aristotelian theory of goodness may greatly benefit from embracing powers. Roughly, they have suggested that the goodness of an agent should be based on its essential powers, Oderberg, or on those powers that primarily ground or unify all the other powers of that agent, Page. This power-based approach to neo-Aristotelian goodness has to solve at least two additional problems. First of all, it should make sense of comparative goodness in terms of powers. Indeed, how can something be better or worse than something else? How do powers justify comparative ascriptions of goodness? And secondly, powers may be either single-track or multi-track, and this is connected with the debates on the ontology of virtues. A single-track power has only one manifestation. A multi-track power has multiple manifestations in distinct circumstances. So assume that the powers that confer goodness are single-track. In this case, their manifestations may not be specific enough. For example, if the relevant manifestation of a goodness conferring power is living according to reason, then such a manifestation may have distinct realizations in distinct circumstances. For example, studying Aristotle, governing one's own appetites, wine drinking, and so on. Moreover, our such specific realizations connected with the more generic manifestation is studying Aristotle, one of the realizations, a determinate of living according to reason, which is then a determinable. Is it partially identical with the latter? Finally, is there a distinction, if there is a distinction between the former realizations and the generic manifestation, then too many entities seem to come into existence. For example, when Tom lives according to reason in a certain circumstance, two entities may come into existence, namely Tom's living according to reason and Tom's studying Aristotle. But now assume that goodness conferring powers are multi-track. For example, that the power of living according to reason has multiple or more specific manifestations in distinct circumstances. What unifies such manifestations so as for them to count as the manifestations of one and the same power? And what makes it the case that, for example, studying Aristotle and drinking water seem not to be manifestations of one and the same power so that they are not unified? Indeed, living according to reason, within the neo-Aristotelian perspective, cannot just be something that multiple and more specific manifestations have in common. Living according to reason, if it is an essential goal of Socrates and of human beings, somehow contributes to determining the latter manifestations, the realizations. For example, it is often because one wants to live in accordance with reason that one is also interested in studying philosophy, let's say. In this talk, I wish to suggest that the powers that confer goodness upon agents are strongly teleological dispositions. I shall now make some assumptions about powers. I assume that powers are property-like entities that are borne by primary substances such as Socrates, this desk, or my dog. They are also individuated by their manifestations. The possession of a power is distinct from its activation. In principle, it is possible also to distinguish between the activation of a power, for example, activating the power to leave Moscow, namely leaving Moscow, and the manifestation or the end result of that activation. For example, my having left Moscow, namely my not being in Moscow anymore. I assume that there are only active powers in the universe, namely powers to produce, cause something, and that there are two kinds of powers, basic powers and non-basic ones. This assumption is quite controversial it seems to imply the violation of determinism, but I think that if you believe that there are goodness conferring powers that do some work in the universe when it comes to our behavior and our free decision, somehow you need to violate determinism. But this is a point I shall not explore in the talk. Basic powers are those powers that are not activated in virtue of anything else. They can be just activated or not activated by their bearers, full stop. Non-basic powers are activated in virtue of something else, namely their activation conditions. The activation conditions of a non-basic power are those conditions that guarantee its activation. They may consist in the end results of the activation of further powers and or in the obtaining of specific conditions in the universe. Drawing on these assumptions, I tried to characterize final causes in terms of powers, and I introduced strongly teleological powers as follows. As a matter of metaphysical necessity, P is a strongly teleological power of a substance S, if and only if P is basic, P is essential to S, and at least some of the other powers of S depend for their activation also or only on the activation of P. For example, Socrates' power to live in accordance with reason is a strongly teleological power of Socrates insofar as it is basic, namely it is not activated in virtue of anything else, so some background conditions necessary though not sufficient may be required for its activation. It is essential to Socrates. At least some of the other powers of Socrates get activated, so depend for their activation, also or only on the activation of Socrates' power to live in accordance with reason. Then come tendencies. Tendencies are power that within non-deterministic scenarios are endowed with degrees of activation. And degrees of activation must be higher than 0 and lower than 1. Namely, it is not the case that a tendency cannot get activated, 0 degree of activation, and it is not the case that a tendency cannot but get activated, 1 degree of activation. I believe that tendencies are very useful when it comes to powers within human behavior and our choices and also social ontology. There are both basic and non-basic tendencies. The former are endowed with specific degrees of activation, which make it the case that it is more or less probable that they get activated by their bearers. The higher the degree, the higher the probability. For example, if Socrates' power to live in accordance with reason were a basic tendency of Socrates, it would be endowed with a certain degree of activation, and such a degree would make it more or less probable that Socrates activates that tendency. The degree of activation of a tendency should not be confused with the probability that it gets activated. On the contrary, it is the degree of activation that grounds the probability, the single case probability within the indeterministic scenarios. Moreover, the degree of activation should not be confused with Anions and Mumford's, for example, degree of manifestation of a power, namely with how much of a certain manifestation that power gives rise to. In my view, degrees of activation are irreducible features of tendencies. Moreover, they can increase or decrease over time, and they can be caused to increase and decrease over time. So, with respect, for example, to Barbara Vetter's view on maximal powers, the degrees of powers, there are some crucial tendencies because I take that only certain powers, namely tendencies, in certain contexts, namely in indeterministic scenarios, are endowed with degrees of activation, that these degrees of activation are irreducible features of such powers, not to be interpreted in terms of possible words talk, and there is no 0 and no 1 degree of activation of tendencies, because tendencies have always a higher than 0 and lower than 1 degree of activation. So this is another view I should compare with my own view. Equipped with strongly teleological powers and tendencies, it is now time to introduce goodness-conferring powers. Goodness-conferring powers, from now onwards GC powers, are those powers that confer goodness upon their bearers, or at least a certain sort and a certain amount of goodness, as we shall see. Thus, they make their bearers good agents, at least to a certain extent. What I suggest here is that GC powers may be considered strongly teleological tendencies. If Socrates' power to live in accordance with reason is a GC power of Socrates, then it is a strongly teleological tendency. Qua strongly teleological, that power is essential to Socrates, basic, and it is such that at least some of the other powers of Socrates depend for their activation also or only on its activation. Qua tendency, it is endowed with a certain degree of activation. The degree of activation may vary over time and be caused to vary over time Moreover, when tendencies belonging to different agents are compared, the degrees of activation of such tendencies may vary across agents of the same kind, for example, across different human beings, and this intuitively makes sense that there are better or worse human beings, and across agents of different kinds. The goals of an entity are the manifestations of its strongly teleological powers and tendencies, and the goals of an entity that are connected with goodness are the manifestations of its GC powers, namely of its strongly teleological tendencies that are goodness conferring. We should now ask ourselves, just in order to explore the space of possibilities and show that this view is compatible with different views of powers, of goodness, and so on, if all of the strongly teleological tendencies and goals of an entity are GC powers. If the answer is positive, we are led to embrace what I call allism about GC powers. If the answer is negative, we are led to embrace non-allism about GC powers. We should also ask ourselves if an entity has only one GC power and only one goodness conferring goal, or multiple GC powers and multiple goodness conferring goals. In the first case, we are led to embrace monism about GC powers. In the second case, we are led to embrace what I call pluralism about GC powers. We now have 4 options. I shall skip this part for the sake of simplicity, but the idea is that you can have all-list monism, all-list pluralism, non-all-list monism, and non-all-list pluralism. On all-list monism, all the strongly teleological tendencies of an entity are GC powers, and it has only one GC power. On all-list pluralism, all of its strongly teleological tendencies are GC powers, and it has multiple GC powers, and so on and so forth. What are the benefits and the problems of embracing such views? So, all-list positions have one advantage over non-all-list ones, and I think that orthodox Neo-Aristotelians would embrace these sort of positions. On all-list positions, the goodness conferred by a GC power may be identified with or reduced to that powers being a strongly teleological tendency. In a nutshell, goodness turn out to be identical with or reduced to the teleological dimension of strongly teleological tendencies. The drawback of all-list positions is that all the entities somehow endowed with strongly teleological tendencies turn out to be endowed with goodness, at least in some sense, including good missiles and also all the entities with this sort of tendencies. And all of the goals of such entities connected with such tendencies turn out to be good, and this possibly include the reproduction, the survival, and so on. On non-all-list positions, on the other hand, goodness does not come for free. That a certain strongly teleological tendency is a goodness conferring one is an additional feature of that tendency. Moreover, not all of the strongly teleological tendencies of an entity need also be goodness conferring ones. This implies that one can prevent controversial goals and controversial strongly teleological tendencies and their bearers from being good. But the drawback is that one should then explain how and why the property of being goodness conferring gets attached to certain strongly teleological tendencies and not to others. And this is compatible with a Moorian conception of goodness as an irreducible property. So you don't need to reject the irreducibility of goodness if you wish to embrace some sort of Neo-Aristotelian position about goodness. Monist positions are cheaper from an ontological viewpoint, yet they reduce the goodness of an entity to only one GC power. If coupled with non-allism, this entails that the activation of all of the other strongly teleological tendencies that are not GC powers is neutral, neither good nor bad. If coupled with allism, monism entails that everything an entity does and can do ultimately depends on its only one strongly teleological tendency, which is also a GC power. Thus, everything turns out to be either good or bad along one single dimension, namely that of the relevant GC power. Pluralist positions can allow for the presence of multiple goodness conferring goals, but they should face the threat of solving possible conflicts between such goals. A certain GC power possessed by a certain entity at a certain time has a certain degree of activation. For example, Socrates' GC power to live in accordance with reason had a high degree of activation in 399 BC. As far as a certain entity is concerned, the degrees of activation of its GC powers may change over time, so that entities can become better or worse over time, and because to change over time or remain stable. The GC powers possessed by entities at times may also have specific relative weights. So different weights, there may be more important and less important GC powers, and so you can have two different positions. On the first position, which I call elitarianism, the GC powers of an entity have different weights. There are certain GC powers that are more important, certain goals, for example, living in accordance with reason, that are more important, and others that are less important. There is another position which is egalitarianism, which holds that the GC powers of an entity at a time have all the same relative weight. Weights must be taken into account when one tries to establish if a certain GC power and its goal is better or worse than another GC power and its goal. For example, when one tries to establish if at a certain time living in accordance with reason is better or worse for Socrates than surviving. This is the choice he had in the Crito, so in the dialogue, to flee, either to flee from Athens or to abide by the law and live according to reason. In principle, the weights of GC powers may vary or remain stable across different kinds and different members of one and the same time, the same kind. With monism, there is only one GC power, and it is not crucial to take into account its weight. So the idea is that we can now determine the goodness value of a certain GC power possessed by a certain entity at a certain time. For example, the goodness value of Socrates' GC powers to live in accordance with reason in 399 BC. And this value depends on two factors: on the degree of activation of that power at that time possessed by that entity, with how much that entity is strongly disposed or strongly or weakly disposed towards exercising that power at that time, and on the relative weight of that power at that time. GC powers, and now I come to the desiderata and the problems, are essential to their bearers, but not all of the GC powers and the corresponding goals need be kind relative. There may also be individual and non-kind relative GC powers and the corresponding goals. So you don't need to have all and the same GC powers and goals for all the human beings. You may have also individual goals in this view. Moreover, it is one thing to fulfill one's GC goals, namely the manifestations of GC powers, and it is quite another thing to be disposed towards fulfilling one's GC goals. This distinction may well be grounding in the metaphysics of powers and tendencies. Indeed, it is one thing to be able to exercise a certain GC power with a certain degree of activation, namely with a higher or lower tendency to get activated. It is quite another thing to activate that GC power. It is also possible to single out how many essential goals and what goals are connected with goodness, and I have explored several options, at least 4 options with respect to this issue. Drawing upon GC powers and their activations, it is possible to define the goodness and also to calculate, in principle, the goodness of agents and the goodness of actions, and to ground normative judgments, even if I shall not be able, obviously, to pursue this task here. My account is also able to answer the questions: are all the entities that are endowed with essential goals also characterized by goodness, and are there good entities that are not endowed with essential goals? With respect to the former question, my account is also compatible with a negative answer. Not all of the strongly teleological powers in nature need also be GC powers, at least if one doesn't embrace a restricted version of holism. And with respect to the latter question, I hold that yes, there are good entities not endowed with essential goals, but these are good agents and good actions, good agents derivatively from GC powers. And their goodness is strictly tied to the goodness of agents and the corresponding GC powers. By assigning different weights to GC powers and GC goals, we can also solve possible conflicts between goals. There may be different reasons as to why some GC powers and GC goals are more important than others. For example, maybe those that are more specific to the members of a certain species, for example, the GC powers to live in accordance with reason for humans, are more important than those that are more generic, for example, the GC power to reproduce. Comparative ascriptions of power of goodness are ultimately based on the goodness values of GC powers. I shall now turn to the problems. I concede that well-functioning missiles are good agents qua missiles, yet being artifacts, they may have improperly basic GC powers. Improperly basic GC powers cannot be activated also or only in virtue of further powers and or conditions of their bearers, but they can be activated also only in virtue of further powers and or conditions of other entities. The activation of such improperly basic GC powers may be due to further powers of their users. And the latter powers, the powers of the users, need not be good ones. Namely, they need not be GC powers or powers activated in virtue of GC powers. On the contrary, they may also be bad or neutral GC powers, as it may happen with the users of missiles. I am not committed to the equivalence as a matter of metaphysical necessity. Something is good for a K if and only if it enables that K to actually fulfill its essential goals and or it threatens its being disposed toward fulfilling the latter, because the enabling conditions of good actions and good agents need not be good as such. It is good for my end to function in a certain way, and the well-functioning of my end may also be good thanks to its being made of flesh. But being made of flesh need not be good as such for my end, so it may allow for bad consequences, for example, burning. One final worry concerns the single-track or the multi-track status of GC powers. In my view, GC powers are single-track. Indeed, Socrates' power to live in accordance with reason has a certain manifestation, namely Socrates being guided by reason, Socrates being wise, or something akin to this. Also, or only by virtue of activating Socrates' power to live in accordance with reason, Socrates starts out to do some of the things he does, talking with Plato, abiding by the laws, governing his appetites when drinking, and so on. Namely, Socrates starts out to activate further non-basic powers, and the activation conditions of the latter include that Socrates activates his power to live in accordance with reason. The manifestation of the relevant GC power, Socrates being guided by reason, is not very specific, true, but this is exactly the reason why that manifestation is in place in distinct and rather dissimilar circumstances. For example, when Socrates talks with Plato, when he abides by the law, and so on. In my scenario, the generic manifestation of a GC power is one thing, the manifestations of the non-basic powers activated also or only in virtue of the activation of the GC power at stake are another thing. For example, Socrates being guided by reason is one thing, Socrates talking with Plato also or only in virtue of being guided by reason is quite another thing. Moreover, Socrates being guided, talking with Plato, the manifestation of the non-basic power also or only depends on the former, Socrates being guided by reason, the manifestation of the basic power. However, I concede that the manifestation of the non-basic power, Socrates talking with Plato, and actually doing that, may be simultaneous with the manifestation of the basic power. For example, Socrates being rational. So goals need not be reached before performing the relevant non-basic or secondary actions that subserve such goals. Drawing this distinction is crucial for the sake of preserving the primacy of goals qua final causes with respect to the actions that are performed in light of pursuing such goals. Goals need to be distinct from the later. Goals need to come first, at least from an ontological viewpoint with respect to the later. Namely, the secondary actions that are performed in light of pursuing goals depend on goals themselves. It is also only by virtue of having a certain goal that one performs a secondary action connected with that goal. Thus, the latter actions cannot be identical with the goal, and the goal cannot be realized by such actions either. Otherwise, goals would depend in turn on their realizing secondary actions. Socrates living in accordance with reason would depend on Socrates talking with Plato, on pain on circular dependence. Nevertheless, I concede, in line with Aristotle's view of virtues, that secondary actions, Socrates talking with Plato in virtue of Socrates living according to reason, may feedback on the goal. They may contribute to increasing the degree of activation of the primary GC powers on which they depend. So the more Socrates does in virtue of living in accordance with reason, the higher the degree of activation of this GC power becomes. This is, I think, something that helps to make sense of his view of virtues, among other things, of course. Admitting of two distinct manifestations rather than just one is less parsimonious from an ontological standpoint. However, this lack of parsimony is well justified, at least, as I wish to do, one seriously wishes to embrace the primacy of goals qua final causes. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience.
Thank you, Michele, for your talk. Discussion is open. Question. I'm afraid the portable microphone doesn't work. Probably discharged, maybe. So I ask you, if you have questions to ask, to come here.
Thanks, Michele. I have a question on basic powers. You said that these are those powers that do not depend on anything else for being activated or something like that, so they look like non-stimulus needing powers, like, for instance, radioactive decay or something like that. But I wonder in what sense Socrates living for a good reason is not is such a basic power, for it may justify why he decided to live like that.
Okay.
So it doesn't seem to be something analogous to the radioactive decay. And it seems that it would be important to provide a justification for such a case. On the other hand, you mentioned the missile and saying that this is not a basic power because after all it's impure or something, because the programmers may have activated the need. But surely you may have some sort of nidification of powers, because, for instance, the missile may have a system for acquiring targets by itself. So the programmers may have activated the system, but then the system gives the missile its own goals. So it seems that even if the programmer have activated the system, then the system has its own basic power. So it seems that, it satisfies your constraint. So either is not necessary nor sufficient. It seems that these two cases. So I wished you to work this. Thanks.
Okay. So thank you very much, Simone, for your questions. As concerns the first question, I would hold, and I think that a Aristotelian would hold, that power, even if can be justified, even if Socrates may have good reasons for living in accordance with reason, these reasons are not enough, to guarantee that he makes that decision. And so, in this sense, it is still basic. The idea is that the activation conditions need be the conditions that are somehow necessitates the activation of the power. So, you can have reasons, good reasons, for living in accordance with reason, and nevertheless decide or be led towards deciding not to live in accordance with reason. So, yeah, in this sense, well, it is crucial to single out what are the activation conditions of a powers, of course. And my idea is that the activation conditions are those that guarantee the activation, and they should be distinguished from what I call the background conditions that may be necessary, though not sufficient for the activation of a power. So good reasons for living in accordance with reason may be necessary, though not sufficient for Socrates living according to reason. And in this sense, they may be background conditions with respect to the activation of the power. With respect to the missile, it is an interesting example. I would still hold that the power possessed by the missile, even if it is not determinate if and when it will be activated, it is still a non-basic power because the programmer, the guys in the control room, have a software so that gives to the missile certain conditions in respect of which the missile should either activate or non-activate some powers. So I would say that this would be a rather complicated non-basic power with very complex activation condition, or a set of non-basic powers with different activation conditions in each case. So if you see the army approaching the town, the missile should be activated, it should be launched. If there is a ship near the coast, then the missile should be launched, and so on. These are a bunch of non-basic powers that are activated in virtue of certain quite definite conditions. So in this sense, I would say that these would still be non-basic powers. So, thank you.
Thanks. There was a lot of stuff, so I'll keep it brief.
For the lot of stuff, not for the brief.
Could you clarify a bit what you mean by goodness implicator and how it relates to natural goodness? Because it cannot be moral goodness, right? Because presumably everything has natural goodness, or a bunch of stuff has, which doesn't have moral status. And so I'm just not sure that I understand what that is.
Okay, so I think that for an Aristotelian, moral goodness is somehow strictly connected with natural goodness when it comes to human beings. So you can see the moral goodness of human beings as something which strongly depends on the natural goodness as concerns their goals, their functions, and so on. So I didn't qualify my account in terms either of natural goodness or moral goodness, because in principle this sort of framework may also be applied to other creatures besides human beings. So these sort of frameworks in terms of strongly teleological tendencies may also define the goodness of plants, of animals, and so on. Of course, we are free to decide that plants, animals, and so on do not have strongly teleological tendencies because their behavior is somehow deterministic. So in this case, there would be no natural goodness for them and no goodness at all. But yeah.
At some point it is for them to have natural goodness. But there was the sort of stronger thesis to say, well, we might think that something has goodness implicator if it has natural goodness. And I'm just not sure in cases of no moral agent what the difference would then be.
Okay. Yeah, the moral goodness of an agent is a quite complicated matter. It's not just the goodness of its GC powers, it also hinges on some other things. So I agree that it's not enough to have these to evaluate the goodness of agents and the goodness of actions, but I think this would be a basic framework within which you can develop other issues as concerns moral goodness, more specific issues. So thank you for asking.
Hey, Michele, just a question about the multi-track and single-track thing. So we were discussing before about Aristotelian virtue ethics, and it seems that if you have that approach, that what is a virtue? It's a disposition, or if you want to call it like yours, a GC power, and it's multi-track, right? So it's a disposition to feel, to think, and to act in certain ways, and all these dispositions are somehow on a pair. And when it's furnaces time, you use them and you give them kind of like the same ontological priority, even rational priority, right? But according to your model, we now have to think about virtues in terms of single track. So something like, the disposition to think, it's like maybe the basic one, and then to feel and to act, they comes later. So how do you assess which one of these dispositions is the more basic, right? Because you have to say something about, to think in a certain way, it's more basic than to feel in a certain way. And when it comes to, again, the furnace is time to decide what to do based on all these considerations, you seems to kind of constrain how we apply practical rationality, and we have to weight all these dispositions differently. And I was wondering whether what you think about the basicness of them.
Okay, so I think that it seems to be that there are two different questions. So the first question is how you think of virtue and virtues within this perspective, and the second question is how do you apply to this framework some features that we take to be essential to virtue, such as being exercised, also being accompanied by practical wisdom, being done with a certain feeling, being done not by virtue of a continent or encratic attitude, and so on. So with respect to the first question, I should distinguish between the virtue and the virtues, first of all. So a virtuous person, I would hold a virtuous agent is an agent that has goodness to be defined thanks to GC powers above a certain threshold. The virtues, for example, temperance, courage, and so on, are certain non-basic powers, this is what I could hold, are certain non-basic powers that have certain GC powers among their activation conditions. So, for example, when one is courageous, is strongly disposed towards activating his non-basic power to defend what is valuable for him or for her in virtue of living according to reason, in virtue of the essential goal it has. And with respect to the other, this is a preliminary characterization. I know that there are a lot of other issues to be dealt with. With respect to the other issue, how do practical reason and feelings enter into this framework? Well, I could say that I could use activation conditions or background condition to enter into this framework. So I could say that there are some virtues that are exercised only if one also has one also exercise or give some sorts of reasons for acting, or so on or so forth. Or I can include the exercise of practical reasoning, which is then another power among the activation conditions of virtues. So there are multiple ways in which I still have to think about these topics. But thanks for the question.
We still have a couple of minutes for discussion. Any other quick questions? Thank you very much, Michele.
Thank you.
It's now the turn of alle 20. Vediamo. Mancano 2 minuti. Forse siamo già tu, io direi di cominciare. Sono io il cervo.
Allora, qual era quello che funzionava?
It's now the turn of Daniele Sgaravatti, of Bologna University, who will speak of a model epistemic account of essence. Please, you can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And okay, I feel like I'm a little bit, in stranger territory in this conference. I'm not a metaphysician, let's say, but I have some ideas that I developed thinking about essence and about also hybrid accounts of essence that Maria Scarpati, I think maybe she's not here, but she was talking about them this morning. And but to start with this autobiographical remark, I used to be suspicious of the term essence, like as a technical term, not like a term I could understand very well. A technical term derived from Latin essentia, like introduced by Cicero, I think, to translate another Greek term, which we now translate as substance, ironically, perhaps, ousia, but also related like essentia and ousia with the verb to be, or its Greek and Latin translations. And then I thought, we had this with this notion of essence that came from there, from this rather complicated story of technical terms. But then modern science dispelled the fog of Aristotelian forms and essences, so we don't need that anymore. That's what I used to think. But then I changed my mind, at least to some extent, as we'll see. Changed my mind. I thought that we do understand what essence means. We use essence not only in philosophy, we use essence and related terms like essential and essential property, essential feature. They're used all the time, well, fairly often outside of philosophy as well. So here are some uses of essence and related terms I found in the wild on Google. The essence of true friendship is to make allowance for another's little lapses. The essence of government is force. Egg yolks are essential for carbonara. This one is clearly a necessary truth, and quite the most trivial one, I'm sure, of these examples. And carbon, I'm sorry for vegan friends, but they'll have to eat something related to carbonara, not the real thing. Carbon is essential for organic life. Now, I don't, except for the claim about carbonara, I'm not sure these are true, but they are perfectly understandable statements. I know what they mean, and then I don't have any particular problem in understanding what they mean. And this is, and so I decided that my suspicion about the notion of essence was caused by the fact that my philosophical outlook is essentially the product of my 20th century education, and I also understand what that means, although it contains the term essentially. But, okay. So here's an aside, which is related also to Barbara Vetter's yesterday morning's talk, where she distinguished between a bottom-up and a top-down way of approaching metaphysical modality. And it seems like in the case of essence, we almost only find in the literature a top-down way of approaching the topic. It's very rare that people give attention to ordinary claims of essence and essentiality, about essence and essentiality, and I'm not sure why that is, because I think the relation between the philosophical talk of essence and the natural language, like the ordinary talk of essence, does not seem to me very different from the relation between philosophical talk of necessity and its various specifications and everyday talk of necessity. It seems to me that there is a very strong analogy, and the options that are open are kind of structurally similar, but so in part of what I'm doing is trying to take a little bit more seriously the bottom-up way of doing things. But let me start now with, to get to the substance of the talk, let me start with three theoretical facts about essential properties that I take to be rather uncontroversial. Every essential property is necessary, but not every necessary property is essential. And the third fact is essential properties have a high cognitive value. Now, first two I'm not gonna defend because I'm relying on other people having defended those claims. Like the third, I don't know that it has been explicitly defended at some length, but it seems like implicit in most of the literature, including the famous paper by Kit Fine in support of A and B. In particular, Fine argues in favor of B, which is like or used to be the controversial part of A and B, of the conjunction. And he has a number of examples which we probably are familiar with, but I'll go through them because they're useful for me. Socrates is necessarily a member of the set, singleton set containing Socrates, but not essentially so. He's not essentially a member of the set. Socrates is necessarily such that 2 + 2 = 4, also necessarily such that Fermat's theorem is true, which we now know, but Fine couldn't know that back in the 90s. I think, or maybe I'm wrong about the dates, sorry. We couldn't know that before, before the theorem was proved. But Socrates, even now we know that we wouldn't say that he's essentially such that this 2 + 2 = 4 or Fermat's theorem is true. Also, Socrates is necessarily distinct from Turifel, but not essentially so. And finally, Socrates necessarily exists whenever he exists, or more technically, in whatever possible world he exists. But it does not essentially exist in any case. Okay, so as I said, I think we are quite familiar. I won't talk about the fourth example because it introduces some complications. So I'll focus on the first three. And so one thing that strikes me about this three, actually the fourth, I think it could be elaborated in that same way, but is that the properties that are necessary but not essential of Socrates are necessary properties that are not very interesting. Now we, as I was saying this morning, also in another talk, Maria Scarpati went through various hybrid views of essence, hybrid views being views in which there is a modal component, but essentiality is not reduced to simple necessity. And some of these views, they exclude, one view that she talked about was Michael de la Rocca's, where he says that properties need to be not trivial, so that an essential property is a necessary property that is not trivial in a certain technical sense. So I think what I'm saying is what I want to say is something in the ballpark. It's that, but I want to give this notion a specific epistemic reading. I think the problem with these properties is that they don't give us knowledge about Socrates. They don't provide they're not in themselves a very interesting fact about Socrates, and they don't provide access to interesting knowledge of interesting facts about Socrates. So, in consideration of that, I thought I could propose a sort of hybrid view, a view that has a model of essence, that has a modal component, but it's different from existing hybrid view because it has this epistemic element. And the view is roughly this: the modal epistemic essence, a property of an object is essential if and only if it is necessary that the object has that property, and knowledge of the fact that the object has that property is a very significant source of knowledge about the object. Now, of course, very significant is sort of a vague and context-relative expression, so that has, this definition has the context, the consequence of making what is essential at least somewhat vague and context dependent. But well, for one thing, it's it's in its everyday use. I think the term essential and essence, the terms essential and essence clearly are context dependent and vague in their everyday use. And then we can work on this if we want to by fixing a context, so to speak, and the degree of significance that is particularly philosophically important. But I'll get back to that. So just, basically what MEE does is to take facts A, B, and C and make them definitory of the essence. Facts A, B, and C, where, that every essential property is necessary, and not every essential property is essential, but, only those necessary properties that have high cognitive value are essential. Or, something like that. And, well, okay, here's just some, clarification about how I think of this as a definition of essence, not just because, on the face of it is a definition of essential property that I've given, and I think of the essence of an object as a set of essential properties that is sufficient for its individuation, essential properties being those described above, and also I'm talking about essential property of objects and essences of object, but we can also talk about essences and essential properties are of kinds. Actually, or we can also identify some kinds with essences if we want to. I'm not committed in a way. So kinds are characterized by properties that are properties such that all objects having that property have it essentially. Or, they can be characterized by a set of properties such that all objects having that property have it essentially. Okay. So this is the basic idea. Now, something about, to try to make it a bit plausible. Why should we think this is true? Besides those 3 examples that I given before, well, essence has a number of roles, so to speak. The concept of essence has a number of roles, and many of these are epistemic roles. I'm not assuming any particular theory of concepts. I'm not thinking that concepts in general are characterized by their roles. I'm not committed to any specific view like that. But it seems like the best explanation that I can think of the fact that the concept of essence plays all these epistemic roles will be that it's that the epistemic component is part of the concept itself, so to speak. So I guess I don't have that much time, so I'll skip some of these roles. I'll just list them, and then I'll talk about a couple in a bit more detail. So one epistemic role of essence is being connected with explaining the nature of something or provide understanding about something. Another epistemic role that I'll talk about is its connection with real definition. Also, it has a connection with induction. It has a connection with recognition and individuation of an object across times and space, and it has a connection with epistemology of modality. So as it were, the recognition of an object, of things and kinds through the space of possible words. And there could be more, actually. I'm not saying this is not like an exhaustive list. Let me talk about just two of these epistemic roles. First, real definition. It's been thought traditionally since Aristotle that there is a very tight connection between definition and essence. I think Aristotle says that a definition is an account of an essence. That's this notion of a real definition. Now, real definition should provide understanding, so to speak, of its definiendum. To do that, among other things, a definition should be simple. It should be somehow, something that we can use, something that human beings can use. And here is an example that illustrates this, taken from E.G. Lowe. He compares these two definitions of an ellipse. An ellipse is the locus of a point moving continuously in a plane in such a fashion that the sum of the distances between it and two other fixed points remains constant. And second, an ellipse is the closed curve of intersection between a cone and a plane, cutting it at an oblique angle to its axis greater than that of the cone's side. Okay. So according to Lowe, only E1 expresses the essence of an ellipse. E2 expresses a necessary property, but not the essence of an ellipse. And relatedly, so E1 provides the real definition of ellipse, E2 does not. And I agree I agree with Lowe about this. I think E1 expresses the essence of an ellipse, while E2 merely expresses a necessary property. E1 is definitely a better definition, a better source of knowledge for beings like us. But I can imagine God or a being with a superhuman knowledge of geometry could fail to see the difference between these two definitions. Then, for a being like that, they would be an equally good source of knowledge, and then they would treat the two definitions as, having an equal claim to be expressing the essence. So I think this, somewhat tells in favor of the idea that, at least to some extent, what is essential depends on our capacity to extract knowledge out of it. Now, last bit, epistemology of modality. Essences are supposed to help us recognizing things and kinds through the space of possible words. That's my way of saying that essences, are supposed to be often our grounds for model knowledge. We know that it's possible for me to be sitting down because we can imagine a situation in which I sit down and that I wouldn't stop existing in that situation. So I wouldn't lose any of my necessary properties. And in particular, if I can somehow grasp a set of properties that is sufficient for being me, then that is sufficient also for identifying me in another possible world. Supposing I can tell that I have those properties. And that's why we need a modal epistemic notion, by the way. That's why I think it's important that the conjunction of a modal aspect and an epistemic aspect in one notion, it's not, as it were, accidental, but it's a very useful notion to have for beings like us, again. And how am I doing on time? I'm over. Okay, well, I guess then this is the end. Thank you.
Minutes discussion, questions?
Thanks a lot for this talk, very interesting. And I wonder what is the role of gradability or degrees in this account, because it seems that to be a highly significant source of knowledge about something is a feature that comes in degrees. So yes, the knowledge of some property could give a higher, more important degree, more important source of knowledge about something with respect to the knowledge of another property. Yes. And I also wonder if this role of degrees can determine a mismatch with a broadly Finian account to essences. Because if we consider, for example, the set of natural numbers, it has the property of including 97 as a member. And for Fine, this is an absolutely, so to say, essential property of the set. But to know that 97 is a natural number is arguably not an highly significant source of knowledge about the set. It is a rather minor one. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. So, as I was saying, in ordinary talk, I think we see that sort of gradability. So, you know, egg yolks are essential to carbonara, but guanciale is maybe a bit less essential. You can also use pancetta or other things, even vegetables I allow. But yeah, we could, if we wanted, try to eliminate, as I was saying, this sort of context dependence, and we did also the gradability from the notion. I'm not sure we want that. I mean, about the example, now I'm not sure I'm connecting it to the main question, but about the example, I'm a bit doubtful that having 97 as a member is not a very interesting fact about the set of natural numbers. Maybe they're all very interesting facts. If you have some, axioms from the fact that it contains 97, and you can, a lot of things follow. So, yeah, but I'll think about it more.
Very few minutes, so very short questions, please, and also answers.
Cool. Thank you very much for that. I really, really like the view. I think there's something really cool about it. Just on your last two kind of roles, on D and E, you don't need essential properties for either of those. In the first case, you just need what's often called eternal properties. So just ones, like eternal properties, ones that basically you have to keep on going, but those don't have to be essential or even necessary. And the same thing with E. You don't need essences. Merely necessary properties will do the job here for you.
Well, of course, if I know they're necessary and I know that the object has them, they would do the job. But I think the fact that they do the job makes them more interesting than others. I mean, some necessary properties are more suited than others for the job. And also about the first point, I think that's serious complication, let's say, but I think, maybe sometimes we need some, at least a partial grasp of the essence to see what properties are eternal and what not. Yeah.
Okay. Barbara Vetter, please. Oh. You have a question, I think?
I do. Can you hear me okay? You probably can't see me.
Not now, but...
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. That was super interesting. And Just a very quick note, I think a lot of people working on essence are very much top-down because they're basically logicians influenced by Kit Fine, and they don't worry about any of the bottom-up stuff ever. But my question really is, I wanted to hear a little bit more about how the argument goes from your various epistemic roles for essence to the idea that some epistemic element has to be incorporated into the very definition of essence, because I think there are a lot of concepts that play important epistemic roles for us, but they play that role in virtue of some metaphysical facts about them, just because they're connected to other things in interesting ways. And if we want to have knowledge about the world, it will be useful to have knowledge about these things, and that's how they play an epistemic role. But that doesn't necessarily entail that we need to understand these phenomena themselves. Could be natural properties, natural kinds, laws of nature, in some kind of epistemic way. And so I was wondering why you think we can make that step in the case of essence. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think it's, you're right, of course, that many properties have important epistemic roles without being epistemic properties themselves. And so as I was trying to, well, I very quickly suggest, I think it's a matter of what's the better explanation of these epistemic roles in a particular case. And so the idea is that, well, one suggestion that I would make is that alternative views on which essence is, a fundamental metaphysical property, they have to assume that our cognitive capacities are suitable to derive understanding, explanation, and knowledge from the objective being of things in themselves. It's a sort of realist, let's say, commitment that's I don't need, so to speak. And of course, this is a very big picture question, so to speak. So whether this is not, but I have less commitments. So I don't need to reject something. So I think that's a small advantage, at least.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So. Okay. So thanks a lot for the talk. And so at some point, it seems to me you defined essence as what I would call rather an individual essence. So as a set of properties that
Sorry,
also
I cannot hear.
individuate.
Maybe is the microphone working?
Hey.
Thank you. Okay. So thanks for the talk. And at some point, you basically characterized. You basically characterized the essence as what I would also call an individual essence. So as also individuating of the thing. And then I wonder, don't you agree that then, if that's the case, if that's what essence is, we would need to include the essence would need to include certain properties that are a bit uninteresting, like the property of being Daniele and stuff like that, because if it's only interesting properties that we have, informative properties, I think that it's a very respectable view that, for instance, all us human beings share the same essential properties, all elephants as well. Yeah, that's the question.
Thank you. Yes, I was thinking about that after your talk, and I'm not sure about the answer. Certainly essences, individual essences have to include some individuating properties. Of course, we're not just human beings, but we have our own properties like, DNA and, history and many other properties that are origins that might be thought by someone to be essential. I'm generally not sure if I want the properties of being Daniele being included in my essence, because it resembles a lot the property of being included in the singleton that contains only me, and that's supposed to be uninteresting epistemically, but I'm not sure. I have to think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniele. I would like to press you to say something more about your second condition. Because it seems to me that in certain cases, my intuitions go in your direction, and in some other cases don't. That is, for instance, in the case of concrete beings, the property of the origin seems to be a property that is necessary, is significant for the knowledge of the object, and in a way qualifies the essence of the individuals, right? So both me and my sister have the very same kind of origin, but the fact that we can exist only if our parents exist seem to qualify our nature. But I have the intuitions, for instance, that as far as fictional entities are concerned, the very same conditions do not work. For instance, both Sherlock Holmes and Watson depend for their existence on the existence of Conan Doyle. This is very important in order for us to know about them, but all of this does not qualify, does not give any hint or any clue whatsoever as to the nature of these objects. So something more must be said.
Yes, thank you. That's a very interesting question, and I haven't thought about fictional characters in this respect. I guess I want to say maybe it's less important to Watson and Sherlock Holmes who their creator was than it's important to us who our parents are. So I agree with you on that, but I think also that it's a less significant source of knowledge about Watson and Sherlock Holmes, who their creator was. I mean, I would certainly say that about abstract objects, like supposing that abstract objects can have a sort of origin in time, like a piece of music, a symphony. It's sort of interesting who wrote the symphony, but it's not like, it might not be essential to it, considered as a abstract continuant. There are other things that are more important, and but I'll think more about it. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so I was familiar with Fine's counterexamples, but I'm not familiar at all with the literature, so maybe what I'm gonna say is gonna be super naive. Anyway, I think I see, I find your account very appealing, and I think that now I see the epistemic depth of a notion of essence. And yet I kind of feel, I find it a little bit disturbing, but the account is a mixed account, that we are analyzing what is supposed to be a very, very basic metaphysical notion partially in epistemic terms, right? And so I was thinking, maybe, is there any way to get the goods of your account and yet avoid that? So I was thinking, so thinking now about Fine's counterexamples, it seems that they all involve properties which are kind of relational, extrinsic, that seems to be in the ballpark of a problem. And so I'm pretty sure that someone will have already proposed, maybe we can say that it's going to be an intrinsic property which is necessary. I'm pretty sure that there are counterexamples to this because it looks too easy. But I was thinking maybe there is something along these lines, and maybe we can have this metaphysical account and then have your account is going to be just a consequence of this. Do you see any prospect, or you have in principle reasons to rule this out?
No, okay, so just very, very quickly, on the second point, yes, there have been other attempts to define essence in terms of necessary intrinsic property and many other, or necessary sparse property, and many other variants. But, so I haven't compared my view with those kind of views, and that would be a different talk, I guess. But, and to the first part, I agree, I don't like the fact that my account has a conjunction, but I guess I would deny that essence is a fundamental metaphysical property. So, but it's because I'm essentially the product of my 20th century education.
Thank you very much, Daniele.
We can begin with the next talk, which is given by Marco Marabello of Neuchâtel University, on the topic of essence and realism.
So, I have two microphones. Okay. Thank you for being here, and thank you, the organizers, for the wonderful conference so far. Today I will speak about essence and realism. So, this is the plan of my talk. I will start with some introductory remarks, namely some definitions of essence and realism. Then I will put forward what I want to argue today, which is basically a critique of an argument from Alan Seidel. And I propose two reasons why this argument doesn't work, in my opinion. One is an analogy with the contingency problem for contingency necessity makers, and the other is an analogy with the problem of temporary intrinsics. And then, I will conclude. So, I will use a model conception of essence because it's the one that I think Seidel works with. So, essentialism is the thesis that at least some objects have at least some essential properties. And a property P is essential to some object X if and only if necessarily if X exists, then X is P. And realism is defined as such, an object is real or a kind if and only if its existence does not depend on the existence of mind. So what is usually in the literature is that realism is mind independence existent. So usually this is followed by a little footnote about the fact that, for example, mental entities, for example, are real even though they depend on the existence of mind. But it's not important for the purposes here. So what I wish to talk about is the relation between essence and realism. And so famously, Locke distinguished between nominal and real essences, where nominal essences were, in his words, like the complex idea associated, for example, with the word gold, the nominal essence of gold, and nominal essence were supposed to be, according to Locke, the superficial property of gold, of samples of gold, like, I don't know, the fact that gold is yellow. And real essence were the internal constitution of samples of gold. Now, Locke thought that real essences were unknowable, and he thought that nominal essences were a product of the human mind. And with this, he also thought that the boundaries of a kind, namely the fact that, I don't know, if you take one sample of gold, if that sample belongs to the kind gold depends on its nominal essence. And so if that sample shared the nominal essence of gold, then the sample belonged to the kind. And so since the nominal essence was a product, according to him, is a product of the human mind, then also the boundaries of the kind and the existence of the kind was dependent on a product of the human mind. And in his words, he says, it being different essences alone that make different species, right? It's the word for kinds, displaying that they who make those abstract ideas, which are the nominal essences, do thereby make the species or sort. All which determination of the species displayed depends on the understanding of man, making this or that complex idea. So Locke was probably the first that pointed out this relation between essence and realism. But more recently, Megan Sullivan, speaking about essentialism and putting forward an account of essence that is called like explanation relative essentialism. He discussed this theory, this account of essence, which is meaning relative essentialism. And she says, in making essences semantically dependent, it seems that the meaning relative essentialist also makes existence semantically dependent. The meaning dependent essentialism insists that Batra, with a butterfly, is essentially organic only relative to a way of individuating butterflies. When most of Batra's body has been replaced by inorganic parts, does Batra still exist? If our convention imposes an organic requirement on picking out Batra, then it doesn't survive. If our convention imposes some other requirement for picking out Batra, say that it looks like a butterfly, then Batra survives. So it seems Batra's existence at the time depends on semantic facts. The same holds for any other object. So let's call this principle that if the X essence is mind dependent, then X existence is mind dependent. So I call this principle lock, because I think lock was the first one. Now, one way to think that essences are mind dependent is holding a conventionalist theory about modality. So conventionalism about modality holds that whatever is necessary or possible is a function of how our convention take it to be. So the fact that the proposition such as all bachelors are male, or I don't know, all fathers are male, are necessarily true, obtains in virtue of our conventional practices, in virtue of the ways in which we conceive the world and talk about it. Now, Seidel, in this paper, Modality and Object, defended that conventionalism about modalities is committed to Locke principle. So Seidel claims that one cannot be a conventionalist about modality and a realist about object and kinds. And his target are people like Ted Sider, for example, who holds a conventionalist theory about modality, although slightly different from Seidel's one, and arguably is a realist about objects and kinds. So now, my aim today is to show that the argument that Seidel put forward for this principle, that conventionalism implies Locke, is unsound. So here's Seidel's argument as he presents him in the paper. So the first premise is that the referent of Socrates is necessarily human. The second premise says that, assuming conventionalism, of course, about modality, there could have been conventions applied to Socrates in virtue of which its referent would not have been necessarily human. And he says that this holds by conventionalism about modality and mind independence about objects. So if we think that objects are there and real and mind independent, then we apply to those objects different conventions, and those objects have different necessary property, essential property. So in some such situation, the referent of Socrates is not or ceases to be human. And the conclusion is that, therefore, Socrates is not necessarily human. So we have a contradiction, and what he suggests to save to avoid the contradiction is to reject premise 2 by saying that objects are not mind independent, but are mind dependent. So I propose two ways of resisting this argument. So the first one relies on pointing out the analogy of the argument with the contingency problem, and the second, the analogy with the temporary intrinsic problem. So what is the contingency problem? Now, the argument of Seidel seems to be a very condensed version of the usual argument against conventionalism from the contingency of conventions. So, the problem for the model conventionalism is that a model conventionalist holds that what is necessary is necessary in virtue of our conventions, and that we could have had a different convention. So, if what is necessary in virtue of our convention, and our convention could have been different, it follows that what is necessary might not have been necessary. So this is a problem, because how come that is necessary in the first place? And so this is usually used as an argument against conventionalism. So there are various replies to this argument. For example, one could reject Axiom 4, so that if something is necessary, it's necessary. So here's how Vittorio is there, reconstruct the argument. Though I think it takes from another paper, probably. But anyway, necessarily P, then C stands for convention, for a convention, and C and not necessarily C, which means that the conventions are contingent. Then you have, you assume axiom 4. And then the premise 4 is that the convention explains the necessity of P, which is the conventionalist thesis. And then if C explains necessarily P, then if were the case that not C, then not necessarily P. So by modus ponens you obtain, if not C, if you had different convention, then it would not necessary that P. By true and definition of box and diamond, you obtain that possibly not C. And from this, by counterfactual logic, you get possible, from 7 and 6, by counterfactual logic, you have possibly not necessarily P. Now, always by definition of box and diamond, you get not necessarily P, and then by modus tollens, you obtain not necessarily P. So you get the contradiction, and so you have to reject some of the premises, one of the premises. If a Seidel argument is a condensed form of this kind of argument, then we can reconstruct his argument as such. So the first premise is that there is an X such as it's identical to S. S stands for Socrates, and necessarily Socrates is human. Then we have our conventions, contingent conventions, and we have an instance of axiom 4, and that C, the convention explains that Socrates is necessarily human. Then we have an instance of this conditional. If the convention explains that Socrates is necessarily human, then if we had different conventions, Socrates would not be necessarily human. And then you get 6 by modus ponens, and same things goes. 7 by definition of diamond and box, 8 by counterfactual logic, and then you get it's not necessarily that Socrates is human, and then you can conclude that it's not necessary that Socrates is human, and then you have a contradiction. So what Seidel says, I think, is that we should reject 5, which is the second premise in the simplified argument. And we should reject 5 by admitting that conventions are responsible for the existence of objects. So in this way, the derivation of not necessarily Socrates human is blocked, and there is no contradiction there. So what I think, how we can put this in the formalized way, is that, so the first premise is the same, but then, and the second also, and the third also, but then the fact that convention explains also that the existence of Socrates, not only that Socrates is necessarily human, but also its existence. And so with this move, then you go on in much the same way, but you cannot arrive at not necessary Socrates human. But if I'm correct in interpreting Seidel's argument, rejecting 5 and admitting that conventions are responsible for the object existence are two completely different moves. Because one could reject 5 without saying that conventions explains the existence of the object. So one may wonder that if that 5 alone is false, is a better strategy to block the contradiction. Indeed, actually the 9-5 it was a standard conventionalist move, and actually it's what Seidel himself proposes in a different paper. And he says that if the conventionalist story is correct, it will not be true that had our convention be different, what is necessary would or could have been false or not necessary. So the conventionalists should reject 5 because when we evaluate counterfactuals about conventions, we keep the actual convention fixed. So if our actual convention says that Socrates is necessarily human, it is not true that if we had different conventions, then Socrates would not have been necessarily human. And this doesn't say anything about rejecting this, just is sufficient to block the argument, and it's not necessary for us to also hold that convention that are responsible for object existence. So the other analogy that I wish to propose is the analogy with the problem of temporary intrinsic. And so in much of the same way as you have the questions that how can Socrates be bent and be straight, and you can resolve that in various ways, and for example that you had the endurantist way in which the endurantist relativized properties ascriptions to time. So the same questions arise from the argument of Seidel. So how can Socrates be essentially human and not essentially human? But it seems that the conventionalist should simply answer that as the endurantist replies to the temporary intrinsic problem. So Socrates is essentially human relative to a convention C1 and not essentially human relative to convention C2. And this actually is how Sullivan put it, how Sullivan thinks about conventionalism. So this avoids the contradiction, and I think it's a pretty straightforward way to understand what conventionalism is. So hopefully I showed that the Seidel argument isn't sound, and the conventionalist is not committed to buying anti-realism about objects. And I hopefully show that there are multiple ways of, probably many others, but to resist the argument once it's properly spelled out. Although I think that the principle might have some plausibility, but it should be argued for in a different ways. For example, if we think that essences have some theoretical roles, like for example individuation, then it makes sense to say that essences are, if essences are conventionally, so are the things we individuate through them. But conventionalists, for example, like Ted Sider, I think they would deny that essences have any such roles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 10 minutes discussion, questions?
So yeah, thanks for that. I absolutely agree with you. Just to pile on for the second point, your second kind of response. I think if I remember Sider's kind of weird conventionalist story, it kind of just is that, right? Doesn't he think that basically what we have is like, kind of take any recombination of the objects and properties you like. They don't even have to be consistent. They're all kind of out there in modal space. And then we start chunking up modal space by saying like, cool, we're gonna conventionally draw the line here, but we could have done it otherwise. And depending on where you draw the line, you get different modal truths. So that seems exactly like the kind of thing Sider should say. So why do you think like Sadell just didn't clock it, or?
I really don't know. I mean, but I agree. Like Ted Sider has this view, like you have those things, and then we decide and cut the between necessary and non-necessary in whatever way you like, and he says, like, for example, we do in this way, and as we actually do because we are probably interested in that kind of things. But I really don't know why he thinks that. It's a mystery to me. I think I should ask him. Thank you, Nat. Yeah, the two people I was most afraid of question from, and also there is Kevin, which I hope he won't ask anything. Go ahead.
So you have been talking about conventionality of existence as well.
Yeah.
Right? I was wondering whether we are really talking about existence proper or something like temporal location. So is the point that it's somehow dependent on the convention, the times, and you see? So the conditions under which, say, Socrates exists at a given time?
Yeah.
Or rather, whether he exists at all? Once again, I feel like Sider, judging from my memories actually, would, when it comes to temporal location, adopt a sort of conventionalism there as well. You know, because of the conventionality of the counterpart relation.
So, no, I'm not sure it's temporal location, because at least I'm pretty sure that Seidel doesn't think about temporal location, because his view that, for example, he has this like stuff metaphysics where, I don't know, you have a world of stuff and then convention cuts the objects. So in a way, I mean, it's anti-realist about objects, but still he thinks that stuff is real and mind independent. But he cashes out that also using persistence. That is like, I don't know, if you have different condition than a convention, then a persistent condition change. And for example, I don't know, Socrates could exist even like, I don't know, if the term Socrates would refer to scattered atoms instead to that person, then in a world where Socrates die and then the atom scatters, then Socrates still refer and Socrates still exists. But it's a good point. I think I should think about this. But intuitively, I would say no, it's existence. But yeah, thanks.
Any other questions? Very much for your talk.
Thank you.
It's time to begin. The next talk is given by Michele Lubrano and Matteo Plebani of Turin University. The title is Parts of Structures.
Okay, thanks for being here, organizers. Thanks for organizing such a wonderful conference. So this is joint work. I'm just Matteo Plebani. I'm not the merological sum of Michele Lubrano and myself. So this is joint work with Michele Lubrano. And actually, the paper has already been published, but I wanted to present it because we had two sort of reactions to that paper. One reaction was, yeah, this is interesting, but not interesting enough for our highly prestigious journal. And the second type of reaction was, well, this is interesting, I strongly recommend publication. But no one really engaged with so the second one is much better, of course, but no one really engaged with the content of the paper, and that's what I would like you to do. So in this paper we present a result, and we pose a trilemma. So we say basically there are three ways to react to this result, and none of them is clearly superior to the other. So we would like to know what you think. How would you react to this result? And the result we present has to do with the problem of answering a very basic question. So nowadays everyone talks about structures. There's a huge debate on mathematical structuralism, but there is a question that is sort of neglected. And the question is, when is a structure part of another structure? And what we show in the paper is that if you assume a certain account of what a structure is, there is a very natural, almost straightforward answer to the question of when a structure is part of another structure. And the interesting thing is that this account that yields such a natural answer to our question yields also an answer that is in conflict with standard mereology. So there is a choice to be made between this account of structures that seems initially very plausible and standard mereology. So let's start with so I would just dogmatically assume that the question of when a structure is a part of another structure is an interesting one. So in the paper we say a little bit to motivate why the question is interesting, but I take it that for me it is pretty obvious. We have a standard answer to the question of when a class is part of another class, and we don't have a standard answer to when a structure is part of another structure. And so let's start with the framework that provides a very natural answer to our question. The framework is called Abstractionism about Structure, and has been put forward and discussed by Linebo and Pettigrew in a very nice paper. And abstractionism in general, so abstractionism about structures is an application to structures of a general theory that is abstractionism. So abstractionism is the idea that you can start with a domain of unproblematic objects, and you can expand that domain using an abstraction principle of this form that says that the abstract of X is equal to the abstract of Y if and only if X stands in a certain equivalence relation to Y. So you can start with lines and introduce directions by saying that the direction of the line is identical to the direction of another line if and only if they are parallel. You can get linguistic types out of token in a similar fashion. You can get numbers, and so on and so forth. Extensions, classes, and so on and so forth. The interesting thing is that within this framework, you can define certain relation among the abstracta, about the objects that you have introduced by abstraction, out of a relation among the concrete objects, the object in the base domain. And how do you do that? Well, an example might help. So suppose that you want to define what it means for two directions to be orthogonal to each other. Well, you may say that the direction of X is orthogonal star to the direction of Y if and only if X, the line X, is orthogonal to Y. And that doesn't lead you in inconsistency. That doesn't lead you to any inconsistency, because parallelism, the relation of being parallel, is a congruence with respect to orthogonality. This means that if X is parallel to X prime and Y is parallel to Y prime, then X is orthogonal to Y if and only if X prime is orthogonal to Y prime. So it's safe to follow this procedure to project relations among the concrete object, the base objects, to define relations among the abstract objects. So how do we apply this framework to structures? First, we have to define what is the base domain. And the base domain is composed of so-called systems of objects. So a system of objects is simply, it technically is defined as a sequence whose first member is a set, and all the other members are relations on that set. And we can focus, for simplicity's sake, to the case in which we are only dealing with the most simple systems of objects, which are graphs. So graphs is simply a collection of objects and a binary relation on that object. So you can think about the objects as dots, and the relation as arrows connecting those dots. So what is going to be the principle of the abstraction principle? Well, the obvious candidate is that the structure of a system of objects is identical to the structure of another system of objects if and only if the system of objects are isomorphic. Okay? That seems perfectly natural. So the idea is that the structure of a system, the structure of a graph, if you want, is what isomorphic graphs share, is the abstract form of a system of objects. That's what structuralists say sometimes. And how, now the interesting question is, what is the relation among system of objects that we can use to define parenthood among structures? So what is the right relation among systems of objects? What counts as parenthood among system of objects, and how can we use it to define parenthood among structures of systems of objects? Well, you might say, the answer is obvious. A part of a graph is a subgraph of that graph, or maybe an induced subgraph of the original graph. So an induced subgraph of a graph is a graph that has as domain a subset of the domain of the original graph, and that preserves all the connection between the dots that were present in the original graph. And that seems like a very natural proposal, but it fails the test, the congruence criterion, because suppose that G1 is an induced subgraph of G2. Now take a copy of G1 that is completely disjoint from G2, that is not going to be a subgraph of G2. So we should look for something else. And the closest thing that we can get is embedding. So you can define embedding among two graphs by saying that the graph is embeddable in another if and only if it is isomorphic to an induced subgraph of the original graph. So we don't say that the parts are the induced subgraph, but everything that is isomorphic to an induced subgraph of the original graph. And that works, that satisfies the criterion. But so the idea would be to have that the structure of S is part of the structure of S prime if and only if S is embeddable in S prime. What is the problem with that? Well, think about an infinite binary tree, okay? So suppose that this is an infinite binary tree. Of course, I cannot draw it. You will forgive me for that. Anyway, you can wait, I know. So suppose this is T, that's a binary tree. Now take two disjoint copies of T. Okay, so this is going to be T plus T. And here we have two disjoint copies of T. And now, the funny thing obviously, T can be embedded in T plus T. That is straightforward. But the funny thing is that also T plus T can be embedded in T. Because just remove the root of the tree, and you will find an induced subgraph that is isomorphic to T plus T. So I'm not going to write that down, but you can see that if we adopt the original criterion, we would have that the structure of T is part of the structure of T plus T, because T is embeddable in T plus T, and vice versa. And yet, the structure of T is not identical to the structure of T plus T, because they are not isomorphic. One has two top elements and the other just one, so of course they cannot be isomorphic. So, the point is that this violates anti-symmetry, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the paper we discuss how this account of structures of systems of objects that seemed so innocent invalidates many standard neurological principles. So for instance, also supplementation principles, weak and strong, doesn't matter. And that's interesting, because we face a sort of trilemma. So either we abandon abstractionism about structures, and that's a way to go, but it's not obviously the right way to go. Abstractionism about structure is initially an attractive account of what structures are. It has been defended in the literature, is still one of the accounts of structures available. So maybe the right reaction to our framework is to abandon abstractionism about structure, but we should understand why this problem arises specifically for abstractionism about structure. Another possible reaction is to use a different relation than embedding as the base relation, the relation that you use, that you project to define partout among structures. But the simple fact is that we have talked to some, well, relatively smart people, and in some cases, extremely smart people, and everyone agreed that embedding seems the obvious choice within that framework. So, would be surprising if there were a better choice. And the third option, of course, the third possible reaction is to accept a non-standard mereology for structures. And there are certain passages, for instance, there is a passage in which Gödel says it is not contradictory to hold that a structure in the abstract sense is not merely equal, but identical to one of its proper parts. And you know, if Gödel says that something is not inconsistent, I mean, he's quite an authority on that. But still, the problem is that the kind of mereology that you get out of this framework is even more unorthodox than the classic non-well-founded mereologies that are discussed in the literature. So I really don't know what is the right reaction to this result, but I think that this is part of the reason why the result is interesting and worth discussing. So thank you very much for your attention.
Have much more time for discussion. Thank you for your talk. Yes.
Thanks for the talk, very interesting. I wonder whether something similar can actually happen in any, so to say, I don't know, abstraction-driven mereology. So think to much simpler cases, I don't know, consider the commonly discussed example of the statue of an Indian god that is composed by 100 statues of that same god. And then take as equivalence relation the preservation of form of that statue, that is a kind of transformation that keeps the structure of the station identical. And then think to use, so to say, the mereology of statues as concrete entities as a guidance, as a reliable guidance to the mereology of statue forms. What you obtain is surely that the form can be, for example, a proper part of itself, and that many other classical mereological principles are violated. But the same you can do, I don't know, you are crazy and you define colors by abstraction on the basis of isochromism as a relation. It seems very silly, but if you do that, you end up saying, and then you have a mereology of colors that is abstraction driven, and you find an object that is part of another object that is isochromatic to it. And then you end up saying that red is a proper part of red.
Yeah, okay.
That in this case is not a good result, while in your case the results are acceptable. But then it seems that it is that any kind of, that many kinds, so to say, of abstractions can lead to this problem. So I wonder if you think that there is something strictly specific to structures.
I mean, what I think, so thank you for the question. What I think is that here everything is very precise. So systems of objects are defined in a very precise way. Isomorphism is a precise relation, embedding is a precise relation, everything is precise. In these other examples, so preservation of form, parenthood among the material objects. So I'm not even sure that in some cases the relation that you use is really such that the equivalence relation is a congruence on that. So you need to check it very carefully. Whereas in this case, you can check everything carefully and everything checks out. So maybe the examples, when you have this precise template, you can create some counterexample, but because you are guided by the precise template. So it might be, but I think that still an advantage is that here there is nothing vague or even imprecise. Yeah.
It seems that so to say, the problematic feature of the isomorphism stake is that it can happen that a whole and the part are in a
isomorphic. Yeah.
The problematic feature of the equivalence relation at stake is that it can happen that the whole and the proper part of it are in that relation. And whenever this happens, and if there is congruence, obviously, the resulting mereology is highly non-transformative.
Yeah, you say if there is congruence, as if it were a minor thing. It is not, because in many cases, so if I took being a subgraph as the base relation, then it wouldn't satisfy congruence. So I insist on that point. You have to be very careful. Anyway, I might agree with you, but the point is that this still has the advantage that everything is precise. So, and there are also, we look at other examples of non-well-founded mereologies, and again, sometimes they are very baroque and ad hoc, whereas in this case, you cannot say that they are ad hoc. The fact that a graph is isomorphic to one of its induced subgraph is just a mathematical fact. There is.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. It was very, very, very interesting. And actually, I think I belong to the second kind of reaction, meaning I don't understand the preface of the problem. So why the question is interesting, but why a structuralist that believes that graph theoretical structures are very simple kind of structures? So we have set and relational sets, so we're just basically sets, should say that, should ask himself or herself the question when a structure is part of another structure. So my question is just, why do we need mereological notion? So why the structure is forced to do that? Why can't just they use subset being an element of, and that's it.
Okay. So, in the case of sets, I think you already know that. So, I'm just repeating stuff that you probably already know. But when we are dealing with sets, there is a very simple answer to when a set is part of another set. And that is when it is a subset of the original set. So in that case, we have no problem at all. The point is, when you add a little bit of structure and you try to do something similar, then something goes wrong. And the idea is that if you deal only with sets, you are not treating isomorphic objects alike. So the point of structuralism is precise to to treat as essentially identical things that are isomorphic. You cannot do that with sets. Set has essentially no structure, so they are isomorphic when they have the same cardinality. But this doesn't mean that you can identify them. So the point is that if you want to take seriously the principle that was written on the blackboard before, so that the structure of a system is identical to the structure of another system when they are isomorphic, you must be dealing with something that is more abstract than sets. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, very good follow-up. No, I feel it, but it seems that in the picture there is also another thing. So all the examples you make, it seems that when you, like T plus and T plus, you talk about the elements in the structure. And we assume in the talk that the elements of the plus things are the elements of T.
No. Of course they cannot be. So T plus T is what you obtain by taking two disjoint copies of the original graph. So this graph is isomorphic to this graph, and to these three graphs are all isomorphic to themselves, but they are different graphs, so they have different elements, but the structure is the same. So, yeah, okay.
Sorry, I'm not sure. It's not my topic. Perhaps I'm saying something completely idiotic. You said that for Gödel, it's perfectly normal, so to speak, to have that a part of a structure is identical to the structure itself.
Yep, a proper part.
A proper part.
Yeah.
So is it the case of fractals, for example?
It is something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And we can also.
If you think about it, an infinite binary tree is a kind of fractal. Yeah.
It's a kind of a fractal.
Yeah.
And so I don't know, I'm not going, I don't know these topics, but you can find these forms everywhere, they say. So, they say, I don't know. But another thing is, like, you can imagine perhaps social organizations, like when you have cells, they don't know each other, and they mimic the same structure, but you have also clusters of these. You have the structure is repeating again, but this is a part of the structure. So I don't understand why you say, for him is intuitive, and for you it is not.
Well, it is not that
but
for
what
me.
Is counterintuitive for you?
No, I wouldn't. No, I mean, I wouldn't be giving the talk if I thought that the idea was crazy. So it's simply that I don't take I don't take giving up classical mereology so lightly. So maybe one interpretation. I know somebody told me that George Orlando in his book says that mereology only applies, classical mereology only applies to concrete objects, and maybe this is the moral to be drawn from this talk. I don't know. That's a possibility, and but the point of that Lewis' parts of structure was precisely to apply mereology to abstract objects. So I don't think that the point is the contrast between the abstract and the concrete realm. I think that that there is something else, something that has to do with structured versus unstructured entities. maybe. Anyway, the point was simply that I take classical mereology very seriously, not that I find what Gödel says counterintuitive. Actually, that was an inspiration for me. Yeah.
Here.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the clear and interesting talk. I have a claim to submit to you. I would like to know what you think about that. So it seems to me that that kind of behavior, the behavior that implies we need to use a non-standard mereology, is strictly related to the fact that you have infinite structures. So, am I right if I say that you cannot get that behavior if you have just a structure with a finite number of nodes or dots?
I think it trivial. I mean, I might be wrong, but I think it follows by a straightforward consideration that if you want a graph to be isomorphic to one of its proper parts, then the cardinality of the proper part has to be I mean, it can only happen with infinite sets that there is a one-to-one correspondence between the set and one of its proper subsets. So I think you're right.
So what I'm suggesting is that it is the fact that it's infinite structure that implies that there is a connection probably between these.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Okay.
I just gave you an argument why. I think in the paper we say it. But you know, in mathematics, infinity is everywhere. So infinite, everywhere.
Hi, thank you very much for the talk. Actually, very quickly. So I think you already hinted at something that I was thinking about. So I assume that like the attitude towards this result, which I think is interesting, comes a lot from the monist perspective, like saying, it's classical extensional mereology or it's magic. So it was already painful, right, to say I found out a domain that violates classical extensional mereological truths. Why not taking this with a more proactive attitude as finding out that, for example, there are domains, like from a pluralist perspective, for example, you have discovered that there are entities that are partout related, but not classically. Why shouldn't this be,
I'm open to that possibility, as I said, but you have to realize that we are going, we are like the extreme left, so even the non-standard mereologies currently available preserve more principles of standard mereology than what you need in order to have to deal with these cases. So I see. I mean, again, that I'm really open to that possibility. But before going into that, before starting to look for surrogates of supplementation principle and stuff like that, we should take a moment and wonder whether it's really a notion of partout what we are dealing here with. And I think that there are reasons to say that, but I mean, I'm quite cautious by nature, and I'm also lazy, so before doing all that hard work, I want to be sure that is the right way to go. Yeah.
Okay, I will try. I want to suggest to read the result the other way around. It's a very nice result. In that what it really shows, you might say, is that it's a mistake to think that in any system of mereology, the partout relation has to be anti-symmetric, and that if A is a part of B and B is a part of A, then A and B are identical. So here's a case where this clearly doesn't hold. Yes, it's a special case in that it involves infinite graphs, but it also suggests that it's really what's really the unusual case rather than general case is that in finite systems the partout relation gets to be anti-symmetric, but in general this fails, as shown by the excellent result.
Great. If that is the way you interpret it, yeah. So as long as it is a nice result, I'm happy. Yeah. Okay. I sympathize for that. Yeah. fact, there is someone who never asked.
Thank you. So it's very quick. So can you explain again why the fusion of T with itself was the structure on the right? Because usually fusion is idempotent. So usually the fusion of T with itself will just be...
It's not the fusion. It's
So,
this is the graph that you get by taking the disjoint union of two disjoint copies of T, of the binary tree. So it is a tree that contains two disjoint copies of that tree. So it is, I never use the word fusion. I say these are two disjoint copies of that binary tree. And what you get is a tree with two top nodes, and so it has a different structure than the original tree. But there is something, so there is a way in which you can get this result, which is probably what you were thinking about. But I never defined the sum of two structures, so I never did that. But there is a way in which you can get, and that's probably what was motivating your question. So if you want, we can talk about that.
Okay, thank you. It's over.
It's time to begin, I think.
Okay, with the
Are you
microphone
ready?
you can choose. If you move, it is better to use that one.
Okay.
But this one is stronger, actually.
That one's stronger. Okay, so this one. Okay.
So the next speaker is Jan Borner. Sorry. The sheet was turned in the other direction. Is okay. Here, yes. Jonathan Payton, Bilkent University, Turkey. Nihilism without a hierarchy.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming. So the paper that this talk is based on is currently about a 15,000-word logic paper with some metaphysics thrown in at the end. I won't subject that to you. Even if I could, I wouldn't put you through that. So this is going to be more metaphysics focused, but what I want to try to do is introduce you all to new formal language and show you how if you have a certain kind of metaphysical view, you might want to actually adopt this language. So the view I have in mind is a version of compositional nihilism. The compositional nihilist says that composition never, ever occurs, right? It is never the case that two or more objects compose another. I think the camera and microphone might be off on the Skype, actually. So, if someone could help me. The microphone's working. I'm not sure if we're sharing video.
Now it should be.
Now we
Sorry.
No, it's my fault entirely. So, here we go. And is there a button will this still work? Yes. Okay. So the traditional nihilist, sort of original recipe nihilist, says composition never occurs, and the eliminative nihilist says that as a consequence of this, there are no such things as tables, chairs, dogs, and cats, right? If there were, they would be composite objects. Ain't no composite objects, ain't no tables, chairs, and the like. The non-eliminative compositional nihilist says, no, there are tables, chairs, dogs, and cats. We just learned something interesting about them, which is that they are not composite objects, right? Now, if you have a view of this sort, you're going to want a way to understand ordinary talk about tables, chairs, dogs, and cats, and the like, whether you think of this as pure analysis and translation or something more like regimentation. You're going to want to say something like this. apparently singular reference to and quantification over composite objects is really plural reference to and plural quantification over atoms, right? So a table just is some atoms arranged table-wise, right? You're talking about many things rather than one. To do this, you're going to use a plural language. If you're not familiar with this, you just take standard first-order predicate logic and you add some plural terms. These are terms that can denote more than one thing without any ambiguity. So you have a term like Jonathan and Merle, right? You have plural variables that can take these terms as substitutions, and you have an inclusion predicate. This is supposed to correspond to English phrases like is one of, are among, right? Jonathan and Merle are among the philosophers at this conference, right? And what this does is sort of represent the structure of the pluralities there are in the world, right? And this relation is supposed to be, or so I say, reflexive, anti-symmetric, and crucially transitive, right? So if my left sock is among these two socks are among my socks, then the left sock is among my sock, right? Okay, so here's how this is gonna look. You take a sentence like, some dog plays fetch. The sort of intro logic class regimentation is in a singular language. It says, some X is a dog, and that dog plays fetch. The compositional nihilist says, well, actually what this says is there are some things, such that those things are a dog, and those things play fetch, and those things are actually going to be atoms on this view. Now, that works for some simple sentences, and really if you're only trying to understand apparently singular reference and quantification with respect to ordinary, seemingly composite objects. But what happens when you try to understand plural reference to and plural quantification over composite objects? Like, some dogs only play with one another, right? This would seem to be a plural sentence. Well, if dogs were individuals, right? If they were composite objects, there would seemingly be no problem. You'd just say something like this. There are some things such that each one of them is a dog, and anything that plays with one of them is also one of them, right? So these dogs only play with one another. But if a dog is just some atoms, then you're gonna have to say, well, there are some things such that any things among them are a dog, and so on and so forth. But this first conjunct is gonna come out false, right? If you look at a plurality of dogs on this picture, you're looking at a plurality of atoms, and there are gonna be some things in that plurality that are not dogs, right? A sort of half dog, or the atoms that make up the half dog, right? So it looks like we would need some other logical resources. Now, one approach that's been suggested in the literature is to adopt a higher level plural language. And the idea here is that just as we can move from a singular language to a plural one, we can iterate on this. We can move to a higher level plural language, right? We can plurally refer to and quantify over not just individuals, but also over pluralities of individuals. Right? So to give an idea of how this logic or this language is going to work, we can start with a picture. There's a hierarchical picture of reality. So at the bottom level, you just have all of your individuals, right? So here we're just assuming a world with only 3 individuals. You move up to level 1, you put together all the pluralities that you can get from these 3 individuals, right? So you have 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, and 1, 2, and 3. Then, when you move up to level 2, you put together all the pluralities you can get from objects at level 0 and at level 1. And here I'm assuming some idempotency principles. So you have a plurality like A1 and 2 and A3, where crucially, A1 and A2 are not included in this plurality, A1 and 2 and 3, right? A1 and 2 are included in this plurality, but A1 and A2 are not, right? There's a higher level plurality that is not simply built up from individuals. Now you can develop this sort of language in a variety of ways. Basically what you're going to want to do is have higher level terms that stand for these higher level pluralities, variables that can take those terms as substitutions,
and what Alex Oliver and Tim Smiley call a vertical inclusion predicate, which is crucially intransitive, right? So we want to say A1 is included in A1 and A2, A1 and A2 are included in A1 and A2 and A3, but A1 is not included in that higher level plurality. And there is some evidence and some arguments in the literature that we'd have to do this anyway, even if you're not a compositional nihilist. So this is a variant on an example due to David Nicola and Oystein Linebo. The red socks, the wool socks, and the perforated socks overlap. It seems like we can't just take this term, the red socks, the wool socks, and the perforated socks, to refer to a flat level 1 plurality of socks. Why is that? Well, then the best I can get as far as saying what it means for these things to overlap is say they overlap themselves. Some individual sock is among all these socks, and also among those very same socks. Clearly not the right truth conditions for the sentence. It seems like somehow the structure of this plurality is relevant to the truth of the sentence. You want to say, these three pluralities have a common member, right? There's at least one thing that is a red sock, a wool sock, and a perforated sock. So what do? You introduce a second level term that picks out these three pluralities, or rather the second level plurality of them, and you say, anything that is included in here, or there's a thing which is a member of any things which are included in this plurality, right? So there's something that is in the red socks, in the wool socks, and in the perforated socks, right? Seemingly getting the truth conditions of the sentence right. Okay, so if you like this sort of approach, you might say maybe the nihilist can understand apparently plural reference to and plural quantification over composite objects as really higher level plural reference to and quantification over atoms, right? So to say some dogs only play with one another, we say, well, there are some things, some second level plurality, such that any first level plurality included in them is a dog, and so on and so forth, right? These first level pluralities only play with one another. Seemingly, again, getting the truth conditions right. So far, so good. I want to say no. So I started explaining how these languages look with a metaphysical picture, right? This picture of reality is divided into levels. And it seems like in order to take that picture seriously, you really need to draw these metaphysical distinctions between pluralities at different levels, right? You have to say, no plurality at level 1 is identical to any plurality at level 2, and so on and so forth, ever higher up the hierarchy. Now this is bad for a couple of reasons. First, it requires the nihilist to seemingly reinflate her ontology, reinflate her metaphysics, when it seemed like the whole point of being a nihilist, or at least one nice benefit of being a nihilist, is you flatten your ontology. I also think these distinctions are prima facie completely implausible. So coming back to pairs of socks, I would want to say that the socks in my closet and the pairs of socks in my closet are the exact same things, right? I'm referring to the exact same plurality there. If you're a higher level pluralist, that's not true, right? The socks in my closet are a first level plurality, the pairs of socks are a second level plurality, and those are distinct things. I do not like this consequence. I would like to avoid this consequence if at all possible. And similarly, if you're a nihilist of this sort, it seems like you should find this implausible, right? If a dog is just the atoms that make it up, then surely some dogs just are the atoms that make them up, right? They're not some extra thing in your metaphysics. So we need to somehow understand plural reference and quantification over things like dogs, but I think we don't want to do it in higher level terms. That approach might be fine as far as in terms of the ways you ordinarily evaluate a logical language in terms of simplicity and productivity, but I think it actually carries these bad metaphysical consequences. I managed to squeeze a little more metaphysics into the talk. Okay, now one way someone might reply to this and say, well, we're not really supposed to be taking this metaphysical picture seriously. That's not the point of a higher level language. A higher level plural language brings additional ideological commitments, not additional metaphysical ones. The whole point is we just have new ways of referring to and quantifying over the same old individuals that we had before. You hear this a lot from defenders of higher level languages, and I'm going to argue that it doesn't actually work. You are stuck with these metaphysical commitments. So in order to cash out this idea, we would need to have a picture of how exactly all these higher levels of plural reference work. And I submit that we do not want to take these all as basic elements of an infinite ideological hierarchy. It would be nice to be able to understand higher level plural reference in terms of ordinary plural reference. So, on a standard approach, ordinary plural reference looks like this. Take a term, A, B, C. This term refers to each of A and B and C individually, and as a result, it, so to speak, refers to all of them taken together, right? So the term Jonathan and Murley refers to each of us, and by virtue of that, it refers to us taken together. Now, the thought is that we can iterate on this idea. We move from terms that just pick out a bunch of individuals to terms that pick out a bunch of things, at least one of which is a first level plurality. But the higher levelist will say, although these two terms, A, B, C, and then A, B, C, refer to the same things in a certain sense, right? You take A, B, and C one at a time, or you take A and B and then C, you've still got just the same things. These terms are actually co-denoting. They just denote in different ways, right? This term refers to each of A and B. This term doesn't. So no additional metaphysical commitments. It's just additional ideology. It's just different ways of referring to the same things. The problem with this is that even if you buy this for the first level, it's not actually going to work as you move higher up the hierarchy. So let's compare these allegedly second level and third level plural terms. Right? So we have a second level term that's supposed to denote A, B, and C, and D, and then a third level term which would denote A, B, and C, and also D, right? Now, the higher levelist wants to say that if we take all the denotations of these terms together, we'll see that they really just denote the same things, right? Just as here. It's just taking A, B, and C together in each case. They just denote differently. The problem is I don't know how to understand this claim that they're denoting differently unless we say, well, A, B, and C over here are not identical to A, B, and C over here, right? Because remember, what's here at the bottom of these diagrams are not further terms in language. These are the things in the world we're supposed to be denoting, right? So to say that these just denote differently, they pick out different things in the same plurality, you're going to say A, B, and C and A, B, and C, not actually identical after all, contrary to what the higher levelist wanted to say earlier on, right? So the best way I know to understand higher level plural reference does actually seem to me to bring this metaphysical hierarchy along with it. You do end up having to say that this second level plurality is distinct from this first level plurality, right? So if you're happy to take on that metaphysical commitment, go ahead and accept this picture of reference. If not, you're gonna need an alternative. And I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but I'll present as much of an alternative for you as I can. So, my preferred approach, and this is based on previous work that I've done independently and recent co-authored work with David Nicola at the Jean Decaux Institute in Paris. The idea is to borrow the notion of a cover from traditional set theoretic formal semantics and attach it onto a first level plural language. So instead of adding ever higher levels of terms and variables. We're just going to stick with an ordinary one-level plural language, and we're going to add something new to it. So informally, the idea of a cover is fairly straightforward. It's just a way of carving up or dividing some things in thought, right? You just distinguish different elements of the plurality in thought, which has nothing to do with what's going on in the world. And all this formal definition says is that you're dividing the plurality into subpluralities with nothing left over, without remainder. So it's an exhaustive carving of some things. So visually, you can have a cover that, say, takes this plurality A to subpluralities B1 through Bn. And now, a cover is, on this approach, really just a function from pluralities to subpluralities, and since B1 through Bn are themselves pluralities, the cover can work recursively, so to speak. The very same cover can divide each of these values into further subpluralities, right? C's and D's and so on down the line, giving you different levels of subdivision with the same cover. Now, the way to add these into a plural language is to say that, well, a term or a variable can only show up, can only show up in a sentence if it is indexed to a cover, right? Now, crucially, the denotation of the term is not affected by this. You just index the term to a cover to allow predicates to be sensitive to the way in which you're carving some objects up. So here's mine and David's approach to overlap. Instead of doing this in terms of higher level pluralities, you say some things overlap just in case their values with respect to the cover delta have a common value. Or more visually, you take the red socks, the wool socks, and the perforated socks, cover divides them into these three first level pluralities, divides each of these pluralities into the individual socks, and these socks overlap just in case there's at least one thing that is identical to one of the R's, one of the W's, one of the P's. Right? Again, getting the truth conditions of the sentence, these socks overlap, correct, but without positing any higher level pluralities. I think I can skip this, can I? No, I'm going to need it. Okay, so this little squiggly symbol here is just an object level correlate of the claim that some B's are a value of A with respect to a cover. This is just like the inclusion relation, except now it's sensitive to a cover. You're talking about not what is simply included in the plurality, but what the values of the plurality are. You say some things overlap just in case their values have a common value. And similarly, for our sentence, some dogs only play with one another. How do you account for this? Well, you say there's some things such that every value of them with respect to delta is a dog, hence the D's, and anything that plays with one of these values is itself a value of A with respect to the cover. Right? So instead of, again, positing a hierarchy, you're just talking about how you're carving things up in thought. This big bundle of atoms you can carve up into all and only dogs. You get this exhaustive division, and you say each of these values only plays with the other values. So in this sort of language, all your terms can be singular or plural, no higher level plural resources needed, and you explain away the appearance of higher level plural reference, as in here, just as an artifact of the cover sensitivity of predication, right? What you're saying about these atoms just depends on how you're carving them up, right? And so the nihilist can apparently account for plural reference to and quantification over composite objects without actually taking on board these extra undesirable metaphysical commitments. Okay, so if you want to read the longer, boringer version of this, you have my email here, but for now, I'll just thank you all very much.
Jonathan, for your talk. We are in time, at 10 minutes.
So, Jonathan, that talk was incredibly interesting, and obviously digesting it fully will take several weeks or months or years. Yes. However, so I wanted to do the thing that you do at conferences where you're like learning about something new, so you just ask like super basic questions just to get a handle on what's going on. Okay. And particularly I want to ask about your intuitive motivation for picking your kind of formal language over a different one. So this is something that I just picked up on, which is about socks. So, so you might think that if you're talking about pairs of socks, if you're talking about socks, then you're talking about the same things. And I get what you're saying. But it looks like also there's a Leibniz law argument that can't be right. Because when I think about what's in my dresser, I think, well, there's 4 pairs of socks. There's 8 socks. And 4 is not 8. And like you can start the Leibniz arguments from there as much as you please. So I'm just wondering if you could say a little bit more about how you resist that kind of obvious argument that you have to adopt this other language rather than adopting the one you prefer.
Sure. So thank you for the opportunity to shamelessly plug some previous work of mine. In a previous paper, I dealt with this sort of problem for composition as identity, trying to show how you could say that seemingly incompatible number properties are in fact compatible. And the way to do it is to say, well, coming back here, you'd say that some things are 2 just in case there are some X and Y to which those first things are identical, right? Now, I haven't gone through the work of tacking covers onto this, but I think the way it would have to go is like, well, some things are, say, 2 pairs of socks, just in case there are 2 pairs of socks to which these can be exhaustively mapped, right? You have a cover that just maps them to 2 pairs of socks and nothing else. Those things are 4 socks, just in case you have a cover that exhaustively maps them onto 4 individual socks, and a single plurality can satisfy both of those covers. So on this sort of view, these apparently incompatible number properties would in fact be compatible.
And there's a super follow-up to your withers or regress there. You specified it in terms of numbers, but then it looks like we can ask the same question.
Right, but you cash that out in terms of quantification and identity. Cool. The short version, I have to use English number brackets.
Or
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. So mine is just a clarificatory question. So I've noticed that part of the motivation for this framework comes from also the desire to not posit hierarchy. And so I keep thinking also of certain theorists from composition as identity. They are motivated more or less by the same concern, right? They want to see this kind of flat world. And at the same time, I'm thinking of a paper from Aaron Kodnoir that has been writing, that he uses covers exactly to substantiate and motivate and formalize a flat picture of the view, where you can say that the wall is nothing over and above the part collectively taken. So I cannot see much of a difference in terms of ideological cost, but I can see a difference in terms of the ontological commitment, that at the end of the day, the proposal from Aaron, for example, or other people that work in that place, can also say, I can also save the appearance, because in my framework, I have walls, I have composites. So why should we prefer, for example, this proposal instead of the other one, in case?
Good. So yeah, this approach is in many ways indebted to that paper you're talking about. The more I think about these issues, the closer I'm getting to Kodnoir's, it seems. But there's at least one crucial difference, which is that for Kodnoir, a cover really does affect the reference of terms. He's borrowing this idea from like Baxter, that what there is to talk about depends on how you're carving things up, right? And he officially does this all in terms of sets, right? So the reference of the socks is a set of sets that make up socks, and then the reference of the pairs of socks is a set of sets that are sort of pairs of socks. And Giorgio Lando and Massimiliano Carrara have a really nice couple of papers that deal with this view. And they argue that, well, then you end up saying that these things which are supposedly identical, the terms that refer to them aren't in fact co-denoting, right? On Connor's approach, the terms the socks and the pairs of socks actually denote different sets. And that seems weird if you think that these are really identical, right? Now, Connor suggests in passing that you could solve this problem by moving to a higher level plural language. So I don't really need sets, I could just go higher level. But if the argument of this paper works, that's not gonna work. You're still gonna end up saying the socks and the pairs of socks are different things, they're not actually identical, and that's why this approach is better. I'm not sure it's that subtle a point. I can get identity and Connor can't. So I say.
Yeah, thank you. That was fascinating. I'm just curious. As far as I remember, Oystein in a bow, he is a fan of the kind of super plurals, but as ideology approach. And a couple of years back, I went to a workshop where they workshopped his and Salvatore Flori's book, The Many and the One. And there was a commentator who proposed to understand superplural reference in terms of covers. Eric Snyder was his name. And I'm just curious whether perhaps anything of the discussion made it into the book. So have you looked at the Linnebaugh-Florio book? Do they discuss
yes. So the approach to understanding higher level plural reference here, this is basically what Linnebaugh and Florio want to say, right? And I think they're right that that's how you'd have to go, because here this is just the standard understanding of plural reference coming from Boulos and Agustin Rayo, and this is how you would actually say that super plural or high level plural reference really is just an iteration on this. And that's why I took this as my target, right? Now, as far as understanding reference in terms of covers, I'd be hesitant to go that way because without knowing the details of Snyder's proposal, it sounds like that would render non-codenoting terms that I think are codenoting, like the socks and the pairs of socks. Great, thank you.
Just, so yeah, that was really cool. Here's a weird case, and I'm just curious what you think about it. So like, I'm one of the Americans at the conference, and then the Americans at the conference is one of the pluralities that has multiple members. But I'm not one of the pluralities with multiple members. Again, replace membership, whatever you want.
Yep.
So I'm just wondering, how do you make sense of something like that?
Right, so the way I get around this is through this, what I'm calling delta inclusion relation that I talk about more in the paper but didn't really manage to fit into the talk. This is intransitive, right? Because whether something is delta included in some other things depends on how those things are being carved up. So if you carve things up in different ways, in different premises, in these sorts of arguments, you don't get transitivity coming through. And this is why I think the example I use in the paper is the left sock is one of these socks. These socks are one of the pairs of socks. This sock is not one of the pairs of socks. But that's just because you're carving up the socks and then the pairs of socks in certain ways where you don't get transitivity flowing through. Hard to talk through that in person, but if you want to talk, I brought the paper with me so I can actually answer these sorts of questions.
So the original motivation for introducing plural logic is to deny that we need to find a single thing that a plural term refers to. We can say that we should rather say they refer to sets, anything like that. We should rather say that a plural term just refers to two or more things. So when people talk about pluralities, it's a way to saying two or more things. And plurality is just two or more things. So you can't say that a plurality is one thing, or you're kind of defeating
You're missing
the object
the whole point.
or logic. So first order plurality is not one thing. By analogy, a high level plurality is not one thing either. So if you introduce high level quantification and reference, you talk about high level pluralities, you're not introducing more things. you're introducing more parameters.
Yeah.
But you're not introducing new things.
Perfect. So, I'm so glad someone brought this up. The reason I think this is a genuine metaphysical hierarchy, that you'd really be adding more stuff to your metaphysical picture, isn't that I'm assuming that things at level 1 or level 2 are individuals, right? It doesn't matter if they're individuals or not. What matters is what they are and are not identical to, right? It seems to me, if you say that, well, there are these things here, and then there are these things here, and none of these are identical to any of those, you're adding more stuff to your metaphysical picture, right? And the language you use to talk about this shifts depending on your views. Agustin Rao and following him, me, have drawn a distinction between ontology and plethology. Ontology is about what there is, plethology is about what there are. So then you'd say, you're adding plethological commitments, right? I think Florio and Lienebo suggest, well, ontology is really about what exists. Doesn't matter if it's one or many, it's about what is out there or are out there. And so either way, the whole point is just, if you say the pairs of socks are not the socks, it seems to me you've got more stuff in your metaphysics than I do, because I say those are the same things. Right? Does this make sense? I hope it does.
Okay. Oh, great. Very interesting, but I have no understanding of what carving up is. It seems that you're saying thought carves up reality. I think that's a metaphor. I don't know really how that happens unless you're just going to introduce it as a metaphysical or in some sense a primitive, in which case you've also got dog arrangement, etc., sock arrangement as primitives. Why don't I just go back to the old special composition view and go, well, that's primitive too. Like, where's the advancement here? Sorry. Right. I'm Australian, so I say things like that.
Well, I'm Canadian, so I will reply very politely. So carving up is really just a matter of thinking of a plurality as certain subpluralities, right? You're just thinking, well, I've got these things, I've got B1, B2, B3, and so on and so forth, and those are all collectively, like you take them all together, those are identical to A's, but you're just thinking in terms of these subpluralities.
Yeah, but then you've got the concept as in reality, as subplurality. That's something.
We can talk later about this.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Thank you for coming.
Look, my question is probably silly, but I just wanted, it seems like you can be a compositional nihilist, but that doesn't mean that you don't allow that there could be, for example, sets. So, it seemed like there was a straightforward thing that somebody can say, namely, that these...
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
you see where I'm going.
Right, and the whole notion of a cover originally comes from a set theoretic semantics. But there are some problems with that in a linguistic frame where people will argue, well, it looks like you end up saying weird things like a set carried a piano upstairs, and we saw a talk earlier that says those sorts of sets would be
It's an impure
abstract.
set, though.
It's an impure set, but it might nonetheless be abstract and only have concepts as its members. And concepts can't carry a piano upstairs, right? And there are things you can say going back and forth, but so maybe I should say, if you're unhappy with a set theoretic semantics, or if you're skeptical that there are any sets, then you would want a sort of plural logic.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Thank you so much.
It was over. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for...
My question was, what is the reason why classified as an interpretation of a interpretation instead of an alternative? One might say, well, perhaps inasmuch as there is an intransitive relation, this is enough to say that there are multiple levels.
Right.
And in intransitive relation, you can define levels.
Yeah, and in the longer version, like part of what I'm doing is kind of show, like, you can sort of do everything higher levels were supposed to do for you. So yeah, maybe I'd be happy to say this is like a reinterpretation of higher level stuff. I prefer to think of it as an alternative because I think I only understand really like higher level plural reference. I only understand that concept in the way that like that, right, exactly, that sort of semantic articulation. I think that is what brings along the metaphysical commitments.
I'll ask you for a paper. I'll ask you for a paper.
Please do, I'd be happy to. Of course, of course. I would love to get your thoughts on it.
One might say that we work that
I should be getting out of the way. Grab my.
So say the work, the explanation of reference is done by these functions for covers, right? Sorry, from pluralities to subpluralities. That are covers, and I might say, well, it is in a sense a conditional metaphysical balance. So what are these functions? They are sets of kinds, ideally structured sets. Right. They are not the reference, so they do not play the role of reference. Right. They still are in the semantical framework.
Right, and in a way, like this is sort of like what I think you should think of. Sorry.
Well, the next talk is given by Wan Ho and Xuan Qinlin. I apologize for pronunciation.
Yes.
The title is An Outline of a Mereology of Universals. The university is Suzhou. Okay.
Yeah, Suzhou University.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Can anyone tell me how does this work? How does this work?
Just need a click, I think.
Okay.
Just need to get focus. Let's try now.
Okay, good, thanks. Okay, thanks for being here. Our topic today is an outline of a mereology of universals. She's Wan Ho, I'm Shen Zilin. So this is actually a paper that an exploration of the application of the mereology into the vicinity of abstract objects. But you do have many philosophers who have worked in this area, like Chris, who done the parts of singletons. And you do have other, like the Gilmore's paper on parts of propositions. And here we just want to provide a sort of a classical mereological approach to universals, especially Aristotelian universals. Okay, so let me just give you some background of the origin of this talk. So, like a year ago, Wan Ho and she had a tutorial with me. She's still on the undergraduate third year. We were reading the Catherine Kosticki's book, Structure of Objects, where she proposed that an object have the material parts and formal parts. And she asked the question, so what would it be for a universal to be a part of another universal? So, yeah, this is basically the thoughts that we have so far. And this is just merely a skeleton of a real theory, so I'd like to hear what you think about it. Okay, so in the first part of the talk, we'll just talk about why there hasn't been any like classical mereological approach to universals. We take that there are two major resistances to this kind of approach. The one from David Armstrong, who argues that if conjunctive universals have mereological structure, then presumably they are mereological sums of universals, but then you have some kind of contradiction. And the other is from David Lewis's paper, the Against Structure Universals, where sort of the pictorial conception, so if structure universal is to be sensible, then presumably you should have certain mereological structure. But if structure universal, such as the universal B method is mereological, then the universal should have the sort of the being hydrogen 4 times over, and it doesn't make sense. So we talked about the two problems, and then we took the second part. We talked about the received response to these mostly on the Lewis's argument, And in the third part, we'll just talk about how we are going to provide an outline of a mirage of universals by answering Armstrong's objection and Lewis's objection. And then we'll talk about some possible objections, but that part would be enriched by your questions, I think. Okay, so the Armstrong's argument is quite simple. So Armstrong assumes that universals are Aristotelian, and the Aristotelian thesis says that there are no uninstantiated universals. In other words, that every universal must be instantiated. So here's the argument. Consider, suppose that A is F and B is G, but nothing is both F and G. So the idea, for the sake of example, you can just think the F as the universal of being round, and G as the universal of being square, but nothing is both, round square. And the assumption for reductio is that conjunctive universals are mirological sums of universals. And then from the classical essential mirology, you get unrestricted composition, and you get that there's a mirological sum of F and G. And if conjunctive universals are mirological sums of universals, then you get that F and G is a conjunctive universal. And from the Aristotelian thesis, you get that there's an object instantiating F and G, which is being round and being square, and it's obviously a contradiction. And okay, so the idea that we're going to reject this argument by reject premise 2. We're going to say that although every conjunctive universal is a mirological sum of universals, it's not the case that every mirological sum of universals is a conjunctive universals, but we'll talk more about that later. For Lewis's argument is more involved, so it's a bit more complicated. So here we're targeting the pictorial, Lewis's argument against the pictorial conception of the structural universals. So there, Lewis seems to think that so structural universals should obey something like the harmony principle there, which says that necessarily if F is a structural universal, then for some x, if x instantiates F, then if and only if proper parts of X instantiates the mirror improper parts of F. So the idea is that suppose you have a structural universal, say being methane, and you have a methane molecular which instantiates that universal, and that methane molecular has 5 parts, that means being a carbon atom, 4 hydrogen atoms, and these parts would instantiate the mirror improper parts of this methane universal. So there would need to be a carbon universal and 4 hydrogen universals. Okay, and the second assumption that Lewis appeal to is that the sort of we call it the PI of universals, which says that indiscernible universals are identical. The idea here is that universals are supposed to be repeatable and non-duplicable, thus that we can get the PI from this one. Now the argument is quite straightforward. So suppose you have the universal of CH4, which is being methane. It's a structural universals, and from the harmony and the classical extension of mirology, you get the second assumption that the second premise, which says that there are 4 distinct but indiscernible hydrogen universals. And then from the PI of universals, that principle, you get that the 4 hydrogen universals will be identical, and then you get another contradiction. Thus, Lewis argues that there cannot be structural universals, because if they are, they must have mirological structure, but their mirological structure would lead to contradiction, so there are no structural universals. And then Huanhe will take us through the received response and the theory we are going to propose.
Okay. And Rodriguez Pereira replies Lewis' argument by denying PII of universals. He holds that there are indiscernible universals, which are repeatable and duplicable. Lewis calls them amphibian universals. And for example, suppose there are 2 hydrogen atoms. They can instantiate 2 distinct but indiscernible hydrogen universals. And And then CH4 has a carbon universals and 4 indiscernible hydrogen universals as its parts, so there is no contradiction. And about Catherine Hawley, she replies Lewis' argument by denying uniqueness of composition, which says that two fusions have the same parts if only if they are identical. And there is a famous counterexample, coincidence objects. Suppose there is a statue and which is made by a lump of clay. The lump of clay and the statue are the same fusion. They have the same parts, but they are not identical because they have different modal properties. So Catherine Hawley says the structural universal meson and Buton are also coincidence entities. They both have hydrogen universal and carbon universal as their parts, but they are not identical. And the distinction between them can explain by their chemical and physical properties. And Hawley's proposal can also explain the distinction of Buton and isobutan. Our response to Armstrong's argument, we agree that every conjunctive universal is a mirological sum of universals, but not every mirological sum of universals is a conjunctive universal. Response to Lewis' argument, we want to preserve uniqueness of composition and PII of universals, so we will reject harmony. And then next we will define conjunctive universals, structural universals, and determinable determinates by mirological sum of immanent universals and their instantiation conditions. So conjunctive universals is defined like this, conjunctive, and conjunctive star, and maybe someone may think that conjunctive is too complicated, and conjunctive star is simpler. But conjunctive star have a counterexample. We will skip this part, and if someone have any question about it, then we can discuss at QA time. Structural universal. The definition of structural universal like this, and this definition can be accepted by Lewis and Hawley, but it does not commit us to harmony, since the number of the parts of instance and the number of the parts of the structural universals can mismatch. For example, the universal meson can only have two parts, carbon universal and second H4, the 4 hydrogens universal. Although CH4 molecular only has 5 parts, 1 carbon atom and 4 hydrogen atoms, but the 1 carbon atom instantiates the carbon universals, and the 4 hydrogen atom collectively instantiates the 4 hydrogen universals, H4. So there is no contradiction. Determinate and determinable. With respect to the universal being colored, being red is a determinate, but with respect to being scarlet, being red is a determinable. If there is a powerful relation between determinate and determinable, we think that determinate is a part of determinable. So we have this picture. Being colored has being red and being yellow, being blue, etc. as its parts, and being red has being scarlet, being crimson, etc. as its parts. But someone may think that why it is not the case that determinable is a part of determinate. If determinable is a part of determinate, the picture is reversed, and then being scarlet and being crimson have the same parts, being red, and there are no mirological distinction. Then, according to uniqueness of composition, they are identical, but it is an absurd consequence. So next, Xuanzhi will discuss some possible objection.
Okay. So, how are you doing on time? How many minutes? Are we? Okay. Okay. So the first resistance. So in effect, our accounts sort of a response to David Armstrong is to say that not every mirological sum of universal is a conjunctive universal, and David Armstrong in making that claim just mistakenly by identifying mirological sums of universals as conjunctive universals. In effect, what is it to be a conjunctive universals? Apart from being a mirological sum of universals, you have to sort of insert the instantiation conditions with that. And our response to David Lewis would be just to reject the harmony principle, so that the mirological structures of the instances and the mirological structures of the universals that are instantiated by those instances can actually mismatch. And in the meantime, we just want to preserve the uniqueness of composition, unlike the other proposals. So in fact, it's sort of in line with the classical extension of mereology. We're offering a count. But the essence of our objection to David Lewis is the rejection of harmony. And someone friends of David Lewis would come and say that, oh, hey, harmony actually captures the intuitive thought. It can explain why there's a correlation between the universals, the mirological structure of the universals and the mirological structures of the objects. But we just reject harmony, so what's our justification for rejecting that? Okay, so our response is that now it's like a viable options that they can be extended simples. Extended simples are objects that are mirologically simple, but they are located at a certain mirologically complex region. So in that case, the mirological structures of the objects and the mirological structures of the locations which are occupied by those objects can actually mismatch. And so if they are extended simples, then we do have some reasons for rejecting harmony, although the harmony principle there is actually a principle that between the mirological structures of objects and mirological structures of locations. And here, what we're trying to argue for is a mismatch between the mirological structures of objects and the mirological structures of universals. And also, you do have the thought from coincident objects that like the Holy's proposal that you can actually have a mismatch between the mirological structures and the of universals and the mirological structures of objects. So I take it, we take it that there are actually some reasons for rejecting harmony. Yeah, that's the idea. And the second objection would be that, so in effect, we actually identify conjunctive universals, structural universals, and determinable determinates. They are as the mirological sums of universals plus some instantiation condition, and the instantiation condition is actually written in a very complex form, as you can see, the second part of that definition is actually pretty complicated. So what's doing the trick is the second part, it's not the first part doing the trick. But there should be some difference between conjunctive universals, structural universals, and determinable determinates. And in our account, they just don't have any mirological difference. And someone might think that their difference in their instantiation condition would be grounded in their mirological difference, right? So if one thinks that, then our account just simply cannot answer that kind of view. And our response would be that it's not the case that every difference has a mirological explanation. So you can, coming back again to Catherine Hawley's example, or to the traditional, the Aristotelian example, the statue, David, and the lump of clay, they are mirologically, identical. They have the same mirological structure, and yet they have different Dirac model properties. So it's not the case that the difference in their Dirac model properties can have a mirological explanation, and this would be sort of our response towards this kind of objection. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your talk. Questions?
Thank you, very interesting. My question is about the collective property of being 4 atoms of hydrogen, and I wonder if it has other universals as parts, and if the universal of being an atom of hydrogen is one of its parts.
Okay.
And if it is not, if the answer is no, it is not, my worry is that some intuitions about overlap are, so to say, not respected, because we would expect the universal of being a molecule of methane to overlap with, say, being a molecule of water, simply.
Okay, thank you. So, so in our account, this is the structure universal part. So we just have to say that the H4 is just one simple thing here, and the collective universal is not to be, because it's collective, it's not sort of distributive. So it's kind of a very special kind of universal here that, it just doesn't have the other hydrogen universal as its parts, because if we do so, then we're going back to David Lewis's objection again. Yeah, so this is sort of the sacrifice or the trick that we're admitting here. Thanks.
Yeah, I was wondering about the subatomic structure, that is, whether the universal carbon has universals of 4 protons, 4 electrons, and other subatomic parts as its parts.
Okay. So we can agree with that. So in fact, the carbon universal here can have the 4. I cannot remember the exact, the subatomic universals as its parts, because being carbon is also a structural universal, then it can also be split into this kind of thing. So it can, actually the overall picture would be more like this kind of model, but we didn't draw it into its full length here. So supposedly you can draw a mirological structure of, this is sort of the structure universal, so carbon can be a structure universal and also have parts, and further the being photon can also be a structure universal. David Armstrong says that it's an epistemically possibility that all universals can be infinitely divided into further parts. So we want to allow this kind of possibility into our account. Thanks.
So thanks to both of you. This is really cool. And sort of a follow-up to what you said in reply to Giorgio's question, and then a sort of suggestion. You want to say that H4 there is a simple universal. And someone might worry, well, if you're allowed to take that as a simple universal, why not just take CH4 as a simple universal? Why adopt the view of structural universals to begin with? And I don't know much about this literature, but I wonder, like, would you be open to a slightly different response, which says, well, maybe we need a non-standard mereology, where you say H4 is a structural universal, but parthood isn't transitive. Like, does that view exist in the literature? Is it something you're open to?
Yeah, thanks. So the first question is, so why isn't the case that, why don't you treat the CH4 as just a simple universal, but rather take it as having parts? Well, I think it's just because that, like, everyone takes it to be a structural universal, and if our count says that it's going to be a simple universal rather than a structural universal, then we seem to have no place in this kind of debate. And the second part is about the non-classical mereological approach. Yes, there are many approaches to developing a non-classical mereological approach to universals, like Catherine Holy's approach, or you can also deny the Aristotelian conception by adopting a very liberal kind of universals that's able to be repeatable and duplicable. So this Gonzalo Rodriguez Pereira's case. And you also have Karen Bennett's idea of given a non-classical mereology for that. But our motivation for this one is that the classical mereology is said to be like topic neutral. So if it can work on objects and locations, it should be able to work on abstract objects as well. Even like Peter Simon says, in a very short, like 2 or 3 pages in his book, saying that this is sort of the applications of the mereology to abstract objects, but the details haven't been like worked out yet, and we just want to do that. Thanks.
Yeah, very quick. So universals are multi-located. So when you look at the chairs here, you've got, as it were, one universal, wholly here, wholly here, wholly here. Let's say orange is a universal. And if I counted, as it were, if I think of the instantiation as like parthood, I'd only be counting one orange universal here, even though it's multi-located, in terms of the parts of the whole entity, plurality of all the chairs, for example. So I thought Gonzalo's idea was that just as you can have multi-located universals in a material world, but this is one thing, in a structure you can have kind of something akin to multi-location, right? So there's only one, as it were, universal of being a hydrogen atom there, but it's sort of at multiple points in the structure, like akin to...
Right. Yeah.
So you could say, oh yeah, when you count the parts, there's only, as it were, it only counts for one in terms of parts, but it's multi-located in the structure, as it were. Isn't that, like, how do you react to that kind of view, and is that Gonzalo's view?
I think that was the Gonzalo's view when he trying to respond to the Max Planck's objection to the identity of indiscernibles. But later on, I think in his 2017 paper, he sort of developed a view called indiscernible universals. And in that, you can actually count that for example, the quantitative universal, say, being 5 kilogram mass, would have like two indiscernible 2 kilogram mass as its parts and 1 kilogram mass as its parts. So it's actually there, it's talking about real parthood between universals. Yeah. So it's just sort of reified that it's not the case that just one universal that being multiply located, but just that there's one indiscernible universal here, one indiscernible universal there. Thanks. Yeah, we can talk about that later.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Now we have a talk by Giulio Sciacca of Genova University. The title is Hylomorphic Forms, Dependence and Substantiveness.
Thank you, Andrea. Thanks everyone for being here with me and listening to me. The talk I'm going to give you today will be, in a sense, quite easy for you because the argumentative structure of my argument is brutally copied by Damiano Costa's argument that you have listened to yesterday. But I've tried to apply the structure to further Aristotelian kind of loved entity. That is the entity of allomorphic form. So the outline is very straightforward. I know this slide is totally useless, but first of all, I'm spending a couple of words on the notion of merological allomorphism, and particularly on the notion of allomorphic form. Then I will present an argument against this conception of form, this, I'd say, a robust conception of form, and I will end up considering some of the potential replies on the behalf of merological allomorphics. So, let us begin. I can't remember what what is merological allomorphism? Very roughly, merological allomorphism whose endorsers are people like Kit Fine, Dana Goswick in a way, and also Katrin Kozlicki, believe. Nice. Yeah, there is a horse and there is a cat, so it's very beautiful. And what they think is that, I do not have to hit the cat, that the merological profile of material objects include material as well as formal parts, right? So, okay, I will keep going on. So, let us take this horse. According to merological allomorphism, this horse over here has a lot of material parts, whole material parts, like the legs, a tail, a certain plurality of atoms, and so on and so forth. But a horse has also a formal part, its hoarseness, okay? A first thing I can say about this conception, the cat is over there. First thing I can say about this conception is that since the horse has the hoarseness, but its constituting portion of matter lacks the hoarseness, you have that you can endorse a form of pluralism concerning material objects, okay? So the horse is different from its constituting portion of matter due to extensionality of proper parts. And of course, merological allomorphisms differ in how they conceive forms. So people like Kozlicki in her 2008 book, The Structure of Objects, conceive forms as universals, whereas in her more recent book, Form, Matter, Substance, I think, and also Kit Fine seems to think something like that. She and he conceive forms as individuals. So, whereas according to the universalistic version of merological allomorphism, every horse around the world, let's say, formally overlap because they share the very same formal proper part. According to the individualistic version, they are, they do not overlap. They are disjoint. Every allomorphist seems to be committed to these two conceptions. First of all, allomorphism seems to claim that they do claim the forms ontologically somewhat depend upon their compounds. So, for example, Fine construes individual forms as arrangement tropes, and we'll know that tropes are like the quintessential dependent entities in the inventory of ontologies. And Katrin Kozlicki, in her recent book, discusses the dependence of forms. She argues that no matter if you conceive forms as universal or individual, you must have some relation of dependence. Okay? Also, according to allomorphists, forms have very important, they are substantive in the sense that they account for many important features of the material compounds. So, for instance, and this is the implication that I'm going to use in the next argument, they metaphysically determinatively explain the fact that an object belongs to the kind it actually belongs to. But also forms accounts for the structure of objects and for the kinds of parts that objects can have. So, for instance, a horse can have, as parts a lung and a head, but it cannot have them with switched positions. Okay? And also, a horse can have, again, a lung and a head as proper parts, but a horse cannot have a microphone as a proper part. And all of these features are counted by forms according to isomorphism. And now, what about dependence? Yesterday, Damiano says that it takes dependence to be defined in terms of grounding, and I think that he had in mind something like this definition over here. So the first one is due to Fabrice Correa. It is a bit old, but I think the definition, not Fabrice, but I think that more or less is the kind of definition of generic dependence that we have in mind when we are thinking about notion of dependence that are defined in terms of grounding. And the second one is due to Benjamin Schneider, and is the notion of rigid dependence. So I will say that when we are talking about forms as universal, we have a relation of generic dependence of forms upon their material compounds, and when we are talking about forms as individuals, we have a relation of rigid dependence upon the compound. And again, I will use the notion of the disjunctive notion of partial or full grounding, and I will take partial grounding, this notion of grounding, to be strict partial order, so to be transitive, asymmetric, and irreflexive. Okay, now I'm going to, I hope successfully, argue that these two features of forms together are too strong. So let us begin by considering the form, the universal form, generically depend upon their compounds. Given the definition, we will have that H, which is the universal humanity form, is grounded in the fact that Y is a human being, and Socrates is a value of Y. But then we have that H exists, the fact that H exists is grounded in Socrates is a human being. We have, of course, a case of grounding over determination, because H exists is as well grounded in Plato is a human being, Aristotle is a human being, Julius is a human being, and so on and so forth. But this is quite specific, I think, in the literature on grounding. Then, given the substantiveness of forms, we have that the fact that Socrates is a human being is grounded in the fact that Socrates has these universal forms as his own isomorphic form. And then we have Damiano's principle, which is the principle relata first. And by relata first, we have that the fact that Socrates has H as isomorphic form is grounded in the fact that H exists. And so, if we again apply transitivity twice, we have that H exists is self-grounded, which is impossible given the irreflexivity of grounding. And this is the version with individual forms. So in this case, as you see, you have the lowercase h, because this is taken to be Socrates' humanity. Okay, so again, we have that. In this case, we have that individual forms usually depends upon their compounds. So we have that the fact that Socrates' humanity exists is grounded in the fact that Socrates is a human being, and then blah blah blah. The steps, the argumentative steps, are the same as before. Now, both the arguments uses this principle, which is the relata first principle. Now, relata first principle states that the fact that there are a relation of x, the fact that x is unrelated with y, in the case of a binary relation, but this can of course be generalized to any kind of relation, is grounded in the fact that the relata exist. So in this case that x exists and the fact that y exists. And again, this principle is crucial for both the version of the argument. However, Guido Imaguirre claims that this principle does not hold for a class of relations they call creating relations. So at least then, if he's right, we need an argument to say that the principle relata first holds for the particular kind of relation that I'm using here. Okay? So, first of all, what are creating relations? Well, Guido Imaguirre characterizes creating relations as such that the grounding the existence of one of the relata. In other words, a creating relation R is such that the existence of one of the relata is grounded in the relational fact. And he provides various examples. So, for instance, I think that writing is a creating relation. He thinks that generating is a creating relation. I think the building is a creating relation. And as an example, if I recall correctly, he gives the relational facts, at least what it takes to be a relational fact. Wittgenstein writes the Tractatus. He thinks that Wittgenstein writes the Tractatus must be considered as a relation between Wittgenstein and the Tractatus. And he claims, well, it is implausible that relata first holds for this kind of relation. Okay, it says it is much more plausible to say that the fact that the Tractatus exists is grounded in the fact that Wittgenstein writes the Tractatus, not the other ways around. So, according to Guido Maguire, relata first fails for creating relations. And it takes, since his polemical target is Damiano's papers, he takes the instantiation relation, if I'm not wrong, to be a creating relation. So, so here I ask, in my case, instead, I need to apply this principle, the principle relata first, to the relation having blank, and you can replace blank with the form you need. I need that having blank as allomorphic form obeys the relata first principle. So I ask whether this relation is a creating relation, because if this is the case, at least a crucial step in the argument will be undermined, if the theory of creating relation is correct. The passage that will be undermined is this one, okay? But I argue that relata first, the principle, holds for at least a specific class of relation that I call Moore internal relation. And I claim that having blank as allomorphic form is a Moore internal relation. So, what are Moore internal relations? You know what Moore internal relations are. According to Moore, an internal, in this case, binary relation is such that if it is ever the case that X are related with Y, then it is necessary that then this relation necessarily relates X and Y whenever they exist. And among the examples of Moore internal relations that you can find, for instance, on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or wherever you prefer to search for, you have, for instance, being the successor of, when it is applied to, let's say, natural numbers, and to be a logical consequence of, also being biological originated from, at least is biological original is an essential, is a necessary, let's say, properties of biological organism. And, well, I think that when we are talking about Moore internal relations, the principle relata first is utterly plausible, because all it takes for a Moore internal relation to hold between X and Y is just existence of X and Y. So if X and Y are ever related by a Moore internal relation R, then whenever X and Y exist, they are related. Okay? So it really seems to me that it's very plausible to think that relata first, at the very least, holds for these kinds of relations. And so, yeah, I think that for any Moore relation R, relata first seems justified. And I think that the relation that I've been using, so having blank as allomorphic form, is indeed a Moore internal relation. And the reason is that it is, at least Kozlik is very clear on this. She claims that objects, material objects, or allomorphic compounds of forms and matter, are identity dependent upon their forms. And the relation R that you, below you find the definition of identity dependence, so X depends for its identity, X is identity dependent upon Y, is defined as there is a relation R such that it is part of the essence of X, that X is related by R to Y. And in this case, the relation R that I consider is having blank as allomorphic form. And so, since it is part of the essence of Socrates, if Socrates is identity dependent upon his form to be R-related to his form, it follows that Socrates is R-related to his form necessarily. And therefore, this relation is a Moore internal relation. And of course, if I'm right about Moore internal relations, and if we buy this thesis of Katrin Kozlicki, that material compounds, allomorphic compounds are identity dependent upon their forms, then we have that relata first holds for our arguments. What consequences for conception of form? So of course, this relies on the premise that what they've been saying is at least partially correct, but yeah, what can merological isomorphists do? Well, they can reject dependence, but then they will have to admit, for instance, consider the individualistic conception of isomorphic form. So if they say that forms do not depend for their existence on the compounds, they will have to admit the existence of a lot of forms, for instance, the individual form of my possible elder brother, the individual form of my possible elder sister, and so on and so forth. So they will end up with a very overbloated ontology, which resembles very much Williamson's necessities ontology, for instance. Or they may claim that what we have here is a case of mere necessitation. Okay, so the forms mere necessitate the proper compound. But we know that this is, at least, this is exactly what Wiedemann thinks that we should say in the case of Aristotelian universes. But I think that mere necessitation is here, is in general in these cases of dependence, unsatisfied, because we know that, for instance, Theodor Seider claims that when we have a necessary truth, we must have also something which grants this necessary truth, an explanation for this, a metaphysical explanation of such kinds of necessary truth. So, of course, I think what they take to be the more natural move for isomorphism is reject the notion of dependence I've been using and just using, those Aristotelian kinds of notions of dependence you can find in some of the work, for instance, of Kit Fine, I think. This may be maybe the more natural move. But then they may choose to reject substantiveness. But of course, if you reject substantiveness, then the notion of forms loses much of its, let's say, all of its powers, and it may seem to be ad hoc, just a merological device to distinguish a horse, a material compound, say, from its constituting portion of matter, given extensionality of proper pattern. Also, they may say, well, we just reject the fact that that the form may explain the kind membership of the object. But then we may still say that having a certain form explain the modal persistence properties, for instance, of an object, and then we may also say, I think this is a possibility, that in some cases the modal and the persistence properties may in turn account for, again, the kind membership. So it might not be a very good move for isomorphism. Also, they may claim that having blank as isomorphic form is not more internal. But, of course, if the identity dependence of compounds upon their forms is compelling, and what I've been saying about more internality has convinced you, then you may say that this is not a very good move either. Also, and this is the last move I've considered, they may claim that partial grounding is not a strict partial order. So if I'm not wrong, for instance, Elizabeth Burns claims exactly this. She does not talk about grounding, she talks about an unspecified notion of dependence, but grounding and dependence are in the same, are notions in the vicinity of one another, right? Have fun with that. There are people much more smart, there are people more smarter than me that thinks that grounding indeed is a strict partial order. So you have to engage with that. And I think we have done,
Thank you, Giulio. Any questions?
So thanks for the talk. I was thinking about dependence.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about the fact that there is one of the most hotly debated books in the Metaphysics of Aristotle, namely Zeta, in which, depending on the interpreter, perhaps Aristotle is actually saying that indeed the form is prior to the compound. So you might find perhaps something interesting there. And it just occurred to me that one of the reasons that he gives is that the general setting of Zeta is the following. So he says, we know that substance is the primary component of, so the compound is somehow prior with respect to, say, the accidents. But what is prior in the compound? And we have three candidates. You have the compound itself, you have matter, and you have form. And Aristotle seems to be claiming that really form is what is prior. So the first substance overall is really the form. So you might perhaps want to...
Okay, so you're saying that allomorphisms may be happy with rejecting dependence, actually. They should say that, right? I think.
Yes, but then if you do so, especially if you take forms to be universals, weird things happen. Because you have a universal which is prior to the compound. You see? So this seems to clash with what we call Aristotelianism about universals. But this, I suspect, is something that has already been pointed out in the literature somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, so I will have just to take a look about the literature.
Yeah.
So I think that forms are more internal, but they still seem to have the same kind of feature that the counterexamples have of Wittgenstein and the Tractatus. So humanity, right, seems it's part of what Socrates is, and so it has the same relation to. So Socrates has the same relation to humanity that the Tractatus does to Wittgenstein, right? And so why it seems like there's this asymmetric thing. So they shouldn't both relata, even though it's internal, right? It should have the same feature as the counterexamples that you were considering to the relata first. And then for the individual essences, it goes the other way, right? Because those ones are either their identity involving, like being identical to Socrates, or Socrates is humanity. And so those ones, again, it seems to me like they have the same kind of dependency relation that generated the counterexamples to the relata first. So I'm wondering why it can't be more internal, but they just are still internal counterexamples to the relata first principle.
So you're saying that more internality is not sufficient to have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because both relata, they need to not be, there can't be this dependency of one on the other.
Okay, so I see. Okay, I see. I will say that I've not talked about this, but I don't find the theory of creating relations very sound, right? So, for instance, in the case of Wittgenstein and the Tractatus, what I think it is really happening is when we say the Wittgenstein writes the Tractatus, what we really have is just we are referring to a process, right? And the outcome of the process is the Tractatus. I don't think that we have really a relation between Wittgenstein and the Tractatus. So I think that the theory of creating relation does not really undermine relata first. I believe in relata first. It seems to be a really cogent principle. An objection that has been made against relata first is when we apply relata first directly to dependence claim. So if I think that X depends on Y, you may say, yeah, apply relata first. And you have that this relational fact is grounded in the existence of X and in the existence of Y. But we are not having here, let's say, an immediate, right, dependence relation. We have just the having blank as allomorphic form is not really immediately a dependence relation.
Can you go back to your Morean definition? Because this is clarificatory question.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah, I think so. So some relations, call them internal. I think you could make the claim there are two kinds of internal relations. Some internal relations such that the mere existence of the relata is sufficient for the relation to hold. And moreover, that relation holds in virtue of the existence of the relata. But other internal relations, I would think of them more as where you've got relational constitution, is that the relata depend on the relation obtaining, right? So the in virtue relation is in the opposite direction. But in both cases, you have necessitation in some sense. I mean, the relata will necessitate the relation, but the in virtue of relations are going in opposite directions. Yes? No? Like Bradley, I think, had an idea of internal relations such that the relations hold, sorry, the relata hold in virtue of the fact that there are these relations holding between the relata.
So,
right.
Sorry.
I think that's stronger than the notion of your creating
relation.
Yeah, I think it's a stronger notion of internal relation. And I'm just, so I come to you with that distinction. I'm wondering if the relationship between the form and the substance, or the object and its form,
stronger than a more internal relation.
Yeah, the more internal relation doesn't capture the in virtue of asymmetry. That's quite significant. So if you're some kind of a relational constitution theorist, you think that a certain field of things get their identities in virtue of entering into a series of relations with other things in that field of entities. Right. In other words, they exist in virtue of entering into these relations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
The Morean notion is not quite fine-grained enough to capture that asymmetry, and I'm just wondering if that's significant to your argument. I was just...
Again, I'd say that, it may definitely be, but if we have that, the relation we are talking about, so this relation, having blank as anamorphic form, is even stronger. You say that it has a strong. There is a stronger kind of internality, right, between.
With the in virtue of.
The in virtue of. Yeah. But again, I'm not applying the relata first to a stronger dependence claim. I'm applying relata first to this weaker one. So I think that. So, okay, I'm not applying the relata first principle to a dependence claim. I apply relata first to a much weaker, relation. That is not by itself a dependence relation, the having blank as a homomorphic form. Okay. So I think these get the job done. Okay, this is all I think I can say right now.
Okay, cool.
If I remember correctly, there is a recent paper by McGill, this is on Proceeding of Aristotelian Society, interpretation of hylomorphic form. She says that, if I don't remember wrongly, that in the first part of metaphysics, like theta, Aristotle is putting a problem, like making the example of the metal ball and its form. And so it's making some kind of reasoning along these lines. But then he moves on and he treats the problem of organism. And with organism, you have a dynamic problem. Mm-hmm. So the organism maintains itself by changing its own parts. And this is the principle. And I don't know actually if this is a universal. It's something very individual. And I don't even know if it is like shape, form like a shape. So I don't know if this can hold. And even the relata first. So perhaps, like you said before, that you have the form that is prior with respect to the matter, because there is a sort of principle, it doesn't know what, because it's more like biological thinking, it doesn't know which one. There is some sort of principle that keeps alive the machine. And when this principle disappears, man dies. So how can you live with this?
Yeah, I cannot live with this. Or better, I think that I can live with this because according to this interpretation you have just put forward, just dependency is false. So if the form is prior, right, so to the material compounds, you have that the first premise of these arguments are false.
It's like biological prior to me, as far as I'm understanding. It's like it's like more metabolism related. So it's dynamic. It's ever changing. So it keeps the machine alive.
Yeah, but the forms still is the same over time, right?
Is it the same
over time? My form, for instance, according to this interpretation, is still the same forms over time.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that everything is changing because for him it takes into account, the child that becomes an adult, an old man. So everything is changing.
Probably in such a case you have the old story of fossil sort.
She's putting like a new argument, for a new Aristotelianism on hylomorphism.
Okay, well, again, I can live with this because in such a case you abandon dependence, but still, I'm not sure that you really have to say that forms keep changing over time, right? You may say that you have one form that permits to its compound to change the matter over time in a certain way, in certain ever-changing way, if you like, or fuzzily changing way. And again, you may say that also these change with respect to the matter are mirrored with in a change with respect the structure of the parts that object can have. But I do not know the paper you mentioned, so maybe yeah, please, thanks.
Thank you, Giulio.
Well, very last paper of today, very last talk. It's given by Darren Hudson Hick, Furman University, Greenville. Ontology and ownership. Please, you can begin if you like.
Thanks everybody for coming. It has been a great conference so far, and to day 3. I particularly enjoyed today. But I'll tell you, as the philosopher of art at the conference, a lot of the stuff's been 1, 2, 5 steps outside my traditional territory, so now I get to return the favor. Okay, so this talk will take 36 minutes and 20 seconds, so there's no need for it. It's just going to go that long, I happen to know. So we're just going to start here. There is in the philosophy of art a widely, if not universally accepted principle that theories of ontology should be guided by artistic practice, as examination of our practices reveals our collective ontological commitments when it comes to art. And this principle has for several decades now supported a dynamic and contentious and occasionally delightful field of inquiry. And the field's longevity is, I think, explained in part by the messy nature of artistic practice. Messy for several reasons. First, artistic practice is annoyingly dynamic. It's continually evolving, and so philosophers have to continue to play catch up. Second, artistic practice is non-uniform. So different people, both artists and non-artists, experts and laymen, appear to treat the same objects in very different ways. And finally, artistic practice is not a discrete domain, but it overlaps with other areas. So understanding artistic practice requires of philosophers an ever-expanding field of research and expertise. So this evening, I'm going to be talking about some of our practices regarding ownership and their entwinement with ontology. Sometimes ownership practices are enshrined in the law. Sometimes they operate outside or at the frontiers of legal practice. And problematically, practice itself can be unclear even to the practitioners. So people can be confused about what they own, and they can be confused about what that ownership amounts to. Earlier this year, a case appeared in the news that I thought might make for a fun little case study in ontology and ownership, and this conference provided an opportunity to explore the case. So I thought, as a nice sort of palate cleanser at the end of the day, we might have some fun with this. So, first, a bit of background. The book known as Jodorowsky's Dune was created in 1975 as a very high-end marketing tool. Frank Herbert's 1965 sci-fi novel Dune was already considered unfilmable, but producer Arthur P. Jacobs, best known as the force behind the Planet of the Apes movie, optioned the film rights in 1971. However, the plans for the film stalled and Jacobs died before he was able to bring the project to fruition. The film rights were purchased by a French consortium in 1974 with avant-gardist Alejandro Jodorowsky selected to direct. It's a lot of background. Jodorowsky took full control, entirely overhauling Herbert's story and making it his own. Jodorowsky says, "I did not want to respect the novel, I wanted to recreate it. For me, Dune did not belong to Herbert as Don Quixote did not belong to Cervantes." So as Jodorowsky tweaked the project, it grew from a 10-hour epic into an unprecedented 14-hour mega-epic starring Salvador Dali, Orson Welles, and Mick Jagger. Pink Floyd signed on to create the film's soundtrack. So this is legendary already. In pre-production, Jodorowsky brought on British filmmaker Chris Foss, French comic book artist Mobius Jean Giraud, and Swiss painter H.R. Geiger, and together the pre-production team created a production Bible for the film, a complete storyboard and production guide that Frank Herbert described as being the size of a phone book. Somewhere between 10 and 20 copies were made with the purpose of attracting interest by major American film companies. But after 2 years, Jodorowsky's film remained unmade, and the film rights were sold to Dino De Laurentiis. Copies of the Bible made their way into the hands of collectors, occasionally popping up for auction. Last November, Christie's announced that it would be auctioning off copy number 5, estimating a final selling price somewhere between 25,000 and 35,000 euros. Copy number 5 sold instead for more than 2.6 million euros. Right. So, this past January, a group calling itself the Spice DAO tweeted that they had purchased the item and planned to, 1, make the book available to the public, 2, adapt the storyboards from the book into an animated series, and 3, use the book to create a series of, quote, technically innovative and culturally disruptive NFTs to sell, including a video of the book itself being burned. So the Spice DAO, or Decentralized Anonymous Organization, is a group of Dune and cryptocurrency enthusiasts who collectively contributed the money to purchase the object and fund the animated series. Among their number, however, are apparently very few lawyers who might have dissuaded the group from some of their plans. As many commentators swiftly pointed out, the DAO's plans for Jodorowsky's Dune required copyright ownership, which the group had not purchased along with the book. So the case actually involves at least 3 sorts of ownership and 3 sorts of object, and perhaps more. Ownership, generally speaking, roughly amounts to the exclusive right to exploit a thing. But what it means to exploit a thing depends on what sort of thing that thing is. And as we'll see, ownership of one sort of thing needn't imply anything about ownership of another sort of thing. The Spice DAO blundered when they unnecessarily paid 100 times the auction estimate for their book. The confusion here is expensive, but as we'll see, it's not altogether unusual in kind, so it behooves us in our little case study to tease apart our objects and our respective forms of ownership. So we'll start here with the easy case. The thing that the Spice DAO undoubtedly purchased, a book. A material object, a thing with mass that takes up space. Ordinary ownership of physical, material, tangible objects should be the straightforward case. In the law, ownership describes a relationship with one's property, a sort of legal entitlement to that thing. Indeed, property is described in some legal systems as the law of things, language that opens the door wide and beckons in the metaphysician. Perhaps the oldest understanding of property is as a right to exclude. as a right to exclude others from the thing that one owns. This notion is first offered by William Blackstone in his 18th century Commentaries on the Laws of England. We might think of this centrally as an exclusion from use. Others have suggested that ownership, property ownership, consists in a broader bundle of rights, including, in addition to the right to exclude, the right to use one's property oneself and the right to transfer one's property to others. One suggestion is that property is at its heart a sort of gatekeeper right, with the right to exclude forming the core and various privileges of use and disposal supplementing that. Fine. Another way, my preferred way to think of copyright, think of ownership as a right to exploit. Physical property traditionally falls into two categories. What's called real property, so real estate, the land that you own, and personal property, like my pen or my phone or a laptop or a book. I centrally exploit my land or my house by occupying it. I exploit my pen or my computer or my typewriter by using them to write, which requires my taking hold of them. Whether real or personal, I would suggest that property ownership, the right to exploit, amounts to the right to possess, to occupy or to handle the thing owned, or to authorize others to do the same. So I get to say who can go on my land because it's my land. I get to say who can use my pen because it's my pen. And the owners of copy number 5 of Jodorowsky's Dune get to say who can handle the book because it's their book. All this assumes a fairly common sense ontology of ordinary objects as concrete particulars. They're things that take up space, each some particular space at some particular time, in a way that excludes other such things from occupying that same space at that same time. So your land and my land, or your pen and my pen, cannot occupy the same space at the same time. If you alone are occupying your land, then I have to be somewhere else. To exploit a house or a farm or a computer is to exploit it as a concrete particular. All right, now things get a little more challenging. There's a prevailing view in the ontology of art that a painting like Giorgio de Chirico's The Great Metaphysician, chosen specifically for this conference, is like a house or a pen or a computer, a concrete particular. It takes up some particular space at some particular time, and it cannot occupy the same space at the same time as another discrete concrete particular. So we might expect then that the law would treat the great metaphysician as a kind of personal property. However, in creating the physical object, de Chirico also created another thing, and this is the thing that's protected by copyright law. So copyright law is a form of intellectual property ownership along with patent and trademark, and what's owned under copyright law is a form of property, but it's intangible property, and that changes the game. Like ownership of tangible property, copyright ownership describes a bundle of rights with a particular right at its core, what's called the right of reproduction, the right to make copies in whole or in part. And as with the laws pertaining to ownership of material goods, copyright ownership is jurisdictional in nature. So copyright laws in the US or Italy or China might vary wildly. But international agreements tend to normalize at least the broad strokes of copyright law, and the broad strokes tell us quite a bit about the nature of the thing that is protected by copyright. So for several reasons, I prefer to call the things protected by copyright authored works. Under the International Berne Convention, to which nearly every country in the world is a signatory, the category of authored works includes, quote, every production in the literary, scientific, and artistic domain, whatever may be the mode or form of its expression. So everything from sermons to drawings to music to computer programs to scientific models, they're all authored works. Copyright standardly applies as soon as the authored work is created. And in some countries like the US, copyright protection applies as soon as the work is, quote, fixed in a tangible medium of expression, say printed, as in the case of a book or a drawing. constructed, if we're going to talk about a sculpture or an architectural work, maybe digitally recorded in the case of a music or a film, something like that. In other jurisdictions, an unfixed work, like a dance or a piece of improvised music, will nevertheless be protected. So, first, the thing protected by copyright, the authored work, is a thing that is created, not a thing that is discovered. Second, the thing protected by copyright is a thing that may be embodied in a physical object, say a book, a DVD, or a dance, for instance. And third, and fundamental to the concept of copyright, is the idea that the thing protected can be copied, can be reproduced, and this will occur in various forms. In such cases as literary, visual, and sculptural works, the copies will be material objects in which the authored work is embodied in prints or books or sculptures, things like that. Determining what it means to reproduce an authored work or to be a copy of such a work requires some deeper digging into the niceties of copyright laws. In US law, it's recognized, however unlikely it may be, that two authors might independently and coincidentally create indistinguishable works, say by putting the same words in the same order just by coincidence. So determining that some item is an infringing copy of a protected work and not merely an indistinguishable but numerically distinct work requires both a formal and a causal test under the law. The formal test is what's called a test of substantial similarity. And we might ask whether some item is very much like the protected work by, say, having those same words in that same order, having the same narrative plot, or being a song with the same melody, something like that. The causal test requires showing that the producer of the offending item had some access to the protected work. If not, the reasoning goes, then the item could not be a copy, but merely an indistinguishable but distinct work. So on this understanding, being a copy of an authored work is both a formal and a causal matter. In Italian case law, whether an offending item qualifies as an infringing copy depends on whether the essential elements of the original work have been reproduced in the copy. And normally this is treated as a question of whether the original can be read in the new item, in a very broad sense of reading. Unlike US law, however, a finding of infringement does not require showing access to the original. In other words, an indistinguishable later work will qualify as an infringing copy of the protected work, even if its indistinguishability is mere coincidence. If we're looking for an ontological model for our authored work, a thing that can be embodied in a physical object, a thing that is created, a thing that can be embodied in multiple physical objects at the same time, and which is identified at least in part by its formal nature, then probably the best option on offer is Gerald Levinson's concept of an initiated type from his 1980 article, What a Musical Work Is. Operating on the condition that musical works are things created, not things discovered, a commitment that he says we find in our ordinary talk of such works, but which we in turn find embedded in the law, Levinson suggests that a musical work is a sound performance means structure as indicated by some particular composer X at some particular time T. The inclusion of performance means is meant to capture the fact that musical works tend to be individuated not simply by having such and such notes in such and such an order, but further by having those notes issue from particular kinds of instruments, say the flute or the trombone, but not the oboe or a synthesizer. So, at some particular time, some particular composer picks out some musical structure, including both the arrangement of notes and some particular instrumentation, and the work thereby comes into being. That's the idea. Further formal qualities will supervene on the arrangement of notes and instrumentation, and Levinson suggests the who and when of instantiation, indication. So an instance of a work, a token of the type, Levinson says, will be a sound event that conforms to that musical structure and is connected to it in the right causal way. A performance of that work will be a sound event intended to instantiate that work and which, quote, succeeds to a reasonable degree. Things start to get a little squishy in here. But success to a reasonable degree, Levinson suggests in a footnote, will be determined by whether an informed and sensitive listener is able to, quote, grasp, at least roughly, what sound performance means structure is struggling to be presented, which is a test nicely akin to that Italian principle of being able to read the original and purported copy. Would someone familiar with the work say, I recognize that? So it's pretty intuitive. If we're looking to generalize this for authored works writ large, then we might simply replace that SPM structure with something like formal structure, recognizing that this might, in the case of literature, be a matter of textual characters in some particular arrangement, or might, in the case of sculpture, include both shape and material, hearkening back to our previous talk. Notably, while an artwork, a painting like the Grand Metaphysician, is traditionally treated as a concrete particular, such a painting will also embody an authored work, the formal structure of shapes and colors and materials picked out by de Chirico in 1917, and that structure could be embodied in innumerable copies. So, strictly speaking, the authored work in this case is distinct from the artwork. The authored work is an initiated type, an indicated type. The artwork, if the intuition goes, is a concrete particular. We've got two things. The by X at T clause is meant by Levinson to capture important contextual factors that will influence a work's aesthetic properties, which are relevant to its nature as art. So things like being balanced or elegant or surprising or beautiful. Copyright is largely agnostic about aesthetic properties, but cares very much about the authored work's author and time of creation. On Levinson's view, for something to be an instance of a given musical work, that sound event must be connected to the type in the right causal way. And centrally, he's thinking about the person instantiating the work intending to do so. In the domain of copyright, intention may be relevant to the penalty for the act of infringement, but it's immaterial to whether or not infringement has actually occurred. Under US law, the right causal connection will simply be a matter of whether the instance has the formal structure it has because the type has the formal structure it has. Under Italian law, no such causal connection between the type and the token is apparently required. Once such a formal structure has been indicated by the author, from time t onwards, any item that instantiates that same structure instantiates the work. In his seminal essay, Ownership, Tony Onore suggests that ownership, the right to possess a thing, centrally consists in having, quote, exclusive physical control of a thing, or to have such control as the nature of the thing admits. Different natures determine different forms of control, or as I prefer to put it, exploitation. So one centrally exploits land by occupying it, one centrally exploits a book, a pen, or a computer by holding it or otherwise possessing it, and this is because of the nature of the book or the plot of land as a concrete particular. But a type is a sort of abstract object, and it has a different sort of nature. While one might take hold of a material object that embodies a type, one does not thus grasp the type. The type might be embodied in multiple tokens at the same time. Some, like books, will be graspable things, and others, like a recitation or the performance of a play or a dance, will be more like events. I don't centrally exploit, that is, use or control an abstract object like an initiated type by occupying or possessing it. That's how I exploit a material object. Rather, I exploit an initiated type by instantiating it, by making tokens, by making copies. Giving up the right to exploit a material object does not imply giving up the right to exploit the abstract object that the material object embodies. So while I might sell you my painting, and thus the right to exploit it as a material object, I've not thus sold you my copyright to the painting and the right to exploit my creation as an abstract object. And of course, all the same is true for the physical object, copy number 5 of Jodorowsky's Dune, and the right to the authored work that the book embodies. When the Spice DAO purchased copy number 5 of Jodorowsky's Dune, they purchased an embodiment of an abstract object, but not the abstract object itself. They gained ordinary private property ownership of a material object, and so centrally the right to possess that token of the work. But without the right to make copies of the work, the Spice DAO's plans to make an animated series from the story of Jodorowsky's Dune would be difficult. Any plans for digitizing the pages from the book, either as a means to making the book available to the public or for the purpose of making NFTs, would be similarly frustrated. Speaking of NFTs, NFTs are the third sort of object and the final sort of ownership left to discuss. Unlike physical and intellectual property, however, the law has so far surprisingly little to say about NFTs. Rather than resting on legislation, the practices, remember important for ontology, surrounding NFTs are supported by emerging digital technology. The art world, including philosophers of art, really began to take notice of NFTs last year when, via Twitter, Christie's announced the sale of an NFT of Every Day's The First 5,000 Days, a digital collage by artist Mike Winkleman, better known as Beeple. The NFT sold for $69 million. And the next week saw a lot of online articles attempting to explain NFTs to the general public. The New York Times summed things up, I think, nicely. NFTs make digital artworks unique and therefore sellable. It seems that everyone has, in the years since, scrambled to get in on the action. Just last month, the Vatican announced that it will be opening an NFT gallery as part of its NGO Humanity 2.0. See, I'm making it all very local for you. The project has been described as a sort of digital art gallery consisting of NFTs of objects in the Vatican's massive collection of artworks and manuscripts. Between 2020 and 2021, trading of NFTs grew from $82 million to $17 billion, a 21,000% rise. So it's all very hip. But what, after all, is an NFT and what does it mean to own it? To understand what an NFT is, we need to talk about blockchain technology, so things are going to get a little technical. But metaphysicians are generally inured to the technical, as we've seen, so I think you can handle it. A blockchain is a sort of digital ledger that records transactions. Each block in the chain is a recorded transaction. Once recorded, blocks in the chain can never be tampered with. Rather, any attempt to alter any of the data in the chain just creates another block recording that transaction. So the blockchain is a sort of digital file. But one of the special features of the blockchain, and one of the reasons it's used in cryptocurrency, is that it's decentralized. So rather than storing the file in some centralized location, this computer or that computer, this bank or that bank, blockchains use peer-to-peer replication. So each user of the system serves as a node making up the network, and each node has a copy of the blockchain. So when a user adds a block to the chain, that transaction is synchronized across the network, and each copy of the blockchain is updated. You with me so far? Excellent. Okay, so each block contains certain necessary data points. What's called the cryptographic hash, sort of a unique identifier, a fingerprint, a thing that identifies that block. The hash of the previous block in the chain, it's a security thing, and timestamp transaction data. So that's for blockchains in general. When you purchase an NFT, that transaction is recorded in a blockchain. So typically, using a bit of cryptographic code called a smart contract, also recorded in the blockchain, the block records transfer of ownership using the digital wallets of the seller and the buyer. The block will also normally include what's called a token ID, which is the unique identifying number of the NFT. And with NFTs, you'll normally also get pointed at an address of the digital asset, say Beeple's Every Days, that thing that everyone's all in a hoopla about. NFT stands for non-fungible token. A fungible token is a thing good, like a dollar or a euro. It can be exchanged one for one with another token of that kind. So your euro is worth the same as my euro, and a euro is worth however many dollars or pesos it's worth today. Fungible tokens are exchangeable goods. So the file for my bank account says that I own X many dollars, but it doesn't say which dollars are mine. Dollars don't work that way. But a non-fungible token, an NFT, has a unique value. So in that sense, it's something like a painting. Each painting is worth a different amount, and there's no set algorithm for exchanging paintings for sculptures. But strictly speaking, the token that is the non-fungible token isn't the art object, say the digital file of people's everydays. Rather, that's the digital asset. There we go. That's the digital asset that the block points at. One way to think about an NFT is as a chunk of metadata, like the metadata that accompanies the digital photo that you take on your iPhone, except that the image exists in a different place in the metadata. So NFTs have, as such, been described as digital certificates of authenticity or ownership. The Ethereum Foundation, which maintains the blockchain used for the vast majority of NFT transactions, says NFTs are tokens that we use to represent ownership of unique items. They let us tokenize things like art, collectibles, even real estate. They can only have one official owner at a time, and they're secured by the Ethereum blockchain. No one can modify the record of ownership or copy-paste a new NFT into existence. The idea that ownership of the NFT amounts to ownership of the certificate has analogs in the art world. So Sherry Irvin discusses Felix Gonzalez Torres's work, Untitled Portraits of Ross in LA, created in 1991. The work consists in a 175-pound pile of individually wrapped candies. Unlike the materials of traditional sculptures, those making up Untitled are intended to be eaten. Museum goers are encouraged to take and consume a candy from the pile, and periodically the gallery replaces the pile of candies, bringing them back up to their ideal 175 pounds. So if you ever see Felix Gonzalez Torres' name on a work and it consists in a pile of candies or cough drops, take one, you're supposed to. Now, Irvin, taking seriously the idea that practice determines art ontology, notes several curious things about Untitled. First, it does not consist in any particular pile of candies or even a specific number of candies. The pile can be totally or partly diminished and then replenished in perpetuity. The total diminishment of the pile does not destroy the work. We can just add the pile again. The work cannot exist in multiple tokens, but only in a single instance. So Irvin suggests the work is a sort of concretum, with the details for installation spelled out in that certificate of ownership. In the years since its creation, the work has traded hands between galleries and private collections several times. Transfer of ownership does not involve the transfer of any of the candies, however, but simply of the certificate itself. When the new owner follows the instructions for installation, they have installed the work. If the previous owner attempts once again to install the work after they've transferred it, they will only at best fabricate a forgery and not instantiate the work again. The current owner of the work is the Art Institute of Chicago, and according to the Institute's website, Untitled is currently off view. Normally this would mean that a work is in storage. And while it may be that the Institute has in storage a stockpile of candies, that stockpile is not Felix Gonzalez Torres' work. Taking matters one step further, and bringing it locally, we might look to Salvatore Garot's Lo Sono, which sold in a Milan auction last year for nearly 15,000 euros after an exciting bidding war. And this despite the fact that Lo Sono is invisible, intangible, and immaterial. Upon purchasing the work, the buyer received a certificate that, among other things, includes these installation instructions, which might be handy for you, but I had to translate. To be placed in a private home within a free space space free from any encumbrance, but 150 by 150 centimeters, but 5 feet square. Garreau describes Losono as an intangible sculpture and suggests that the space occupied by the immaterial thing serves as a sort of focal point for appreciators. So, the sculpture requires space, but being intangible does not appear to take up that space. Unlike the pile of candies constituting González Torres's Untitled, there really isn't a thing that the owner of Losono can point to and say, there, that's the thing that I own. Rather, as is the case with Untitled being currently off view, what the owner of the work can point to and say, that's the thing that I own, is the certificate of ownership with the installation instructions. So, there's a strong case to be made that ownership of Losono or Untitled just is ownership of a certificate. At least in the case of Untitled, this ownership seems centrally to consist in a right to point at a pile of candies and declare that that pile is the work of Felix González Torres. With Losono, the new owner seems able at best to gesture similarly towards an empty space. While NFT explainers have tended to equate NFTs to certificate of ownerships, Anthony Cross says that owning an NFT is, quote, roughly equivalent to possessing a digital deed. The analogy has problems. With Losono and Untitled, there is a document that is the certificate of ownership. It includes language about the work, including installation instructions, which in turn tells us something about the nature of the thing being owned. In the case of an NFT, there is no such certificate. There is at best the token ID, that unique identifier of the NFT recorded in the blockchain transaction, and the transaction itself that connects the digital wallet of the new owner to the token ID. Okay, a token ID is a positive integer between 0 and a very big number. The token ID is a sort of serial number, effectively a unique identifying name of the NFT. The token ID for Everydays is 40913. But what is the NFT itself? Cross refers to NFTs as pointers, pointing, that is, at the relevant digital assets. More specifically, I would suggest that an NFT is a sort of abstract artifact. But where an initiated type, the sort of thing that an authored work is, consists in a formal structure as picked out by a particular person at a particular time, an NFT is an abstract artifact with the essential relational property of connecting a variable owner to a fixed object referred to by a definite description, the digital asset. Ownership of the NFT, as such, is essentially the exclusive right to claim the variable position of the owner to the exclusion of all others, which is curiously analogous to the ownership of physical property. You own that spot, although what that spot is a different kind of thing. Now, I still got a ways to go. While Cross and the others have worked to distinguish the NFT, strictly speaking, from the digital asset, owning the NFT implies ownership of the digital asset, and as we've already seen, public discussion of NFTs conflates the two things. So it's worth finally asking, what is that digital asset, and what does ownership of it amount to? Beeple's Everydays is an authored work, an abstract artifact that can and does exist in multiple instances. It's an image that can be and has been copied again and again. Everydays is entokened as a digital file, essentially an arrangement of code, ultimately a series of zeros and ones that would allow for the appropriate visual display of the work. Those zeros and ones represent the configuration of switches, transistors, in a computer's CPU or other arrangement of circuitry, and any number of computers have transistors that have been configured this way, including this computer. So there are many, many tokens of Everydays. However, buying an NFT of Everydays does not imply ownership of the abstract object that is the authored work, that is, the right to make copies of it. Christie's makes this clear in its conditions of sale. I'll just skip over that and go to the New York Times, who say, the buyers are not usually acquiring copyrights, trademark, or even the sole ownership of whatever it is they purchase. They're buying bragging rights and the knowledge that their copy is the authentic one. That is, the NFT owner gains ownership of a, quote, unique and therefore sellable instance of the digital work, and this is the digital asset that we've been talking about. And so far as it goes, this too sounds like ownership of a material good. After all, digital tokens are physically embodied. That would be a clean answer, but it is the wrong answer. because there really is no unique, authentic instance of the digital work that we can call the digital asset. As I noted earlier, the block in the blockchain that records the sale of the NFT points at a digital address for the digital asset, but it doesn't as such point to the physical location of some particular file, because the digital asset itself is stored on what's called the interplanetary file system. That is not a joke, the IPFS. The IPFS uses what's called content address storage for data. Unlike location address storage, which identifies data based on a unique physical location, content address storage indexes content, which can be stored in multiple physical locations at any time. Those locations are, like nodes, like the nodes in the blockchain network. And like copies in the blockchain, the digital assets exist in as many nodes as there are, in as many copies as there are nodes in the IPFS. So while we might think of the digital asset as a special token among the multiple instances of the multiply instantiable thing, in fact, the digital asset is no one copy, but potentially thousands of copies distributed across the IPFS, which are identified by their content. In other words, any token of the digital type would do the job. So rather than being a unique or authentic instance, we might think of the digital asset as a special set of instances as propagated in the identified network, like the signed and numbered editions of a print, except authenticated algorithmically rather than autographically. We're getting there. So, might we say that the owner of the NFT owns these special physical instantiations of the work? Well, no, not like the owner of a signed and numbered print owns her special physical instantiation of the work. The owner of the print, like most any other ordinary physical object, has exclusive right to possess the object. But the instances making up the digital asset are spread around the world in computers owned by other people. Indeed, the NFT owner doesn't even have access to the digital asset that he owns. If the NFT owner downloads a copy of the digital asset onto his computer, that new copy will be a distinct instance of the work, and since it's outside the IPFS, not one of the special tokens in the set making up the asset itself. I have one paragraph left, and we're there. Ownership of that set, as opposed to ownership of things in that set, appears limited to the right to claim ownership of the set, or as the New York Times puts it, bragging rights, which, like anything else, are worth as much as somebody is willing to pay for it. Although the creation of the NFT, or the digital asset that the NFT points to, does not require ownership of any material object, owning copy number 5 of Jodorowsky's Dune makes possible the creation of digital assets that require copying parts of the work, but without owning copyright to the abstract type the material object embodies, such an act is at least a prima facie violation of copyright. Ownership of such a digital asset, meanwhile, is a strange sort of ownership that includes neither a right to access nor a right to untoken that object. Thank you.
In theory, 4 minutes are left for discussion. Nice. In practice, I don't know. Anyway, any questions?
I hope you use the entire 4 minutes.
So, it's like a vertigo, you know? It was amazing. It was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. From the artistic point of view, philosophical, whatever, you know, I loved it. And my question. So it's so strange that from Walter Benjamin, the concept of aura, you know, and he already pointed that we have a problem with copies. You know, it's the industrial making up of the work of art that makes us in this weird situation where the aura itself of uniqueness is down in our face. I don't know, I'm interpreting this talk in the same way, that you're showing us that we are like in a big flipper, can you say in English? It's like it's the ownership of the blinking of some lights, and it's like this is mine. It's like this pattern of like ta 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 ta. It's mine. This is something like that you're showing us.
Oh, there's so much going on here. So first, thank you for bringing up Walter Benjamin as opposed to David Lewis. That makes me happy.
Thank you.
So first, there's a couple things that I want to pull out here, and they both regard practice as it relates to ontology and art. Artworks are artifacts, and they're weird artifacts for several reasons. They're not sort of consistent across art, right? And most copyrighted things are not artworks anyway. They're mostly mundane things, right? Like the email I sent my wife today, that's protected by copyright. The picture I took of the cat when it came in, that's protected by copyright. These are not artworks. So they're weird in practice. Part of the weirdness of practice is that practice is so multifarious, right? It includes things like copyright. Every artist, whether they know it or not, is dealing with copyright. And now we're dealing with frickin' NFTs, right? Which are apparently nothing. Okay, they're a set, but not the things in the set. Anyway. So to swing back to Benjamin. So Benjamin, early part of the 20th century, sort of predicts this multiplication of art and the loss of aura. And it's weird, right? It's weird because so much of the nature of art depends on how we treat it. And, okay, if this was a room of estheticians, I would be doing a hot take, but I think you guys can handle this. People's attitudes towards art is changing. And while the old people who do aesthetics, and look, it takes a long time for aestheticians to catch up to art. It was maybe 20 years ago they started talking about rock and roll, right? They very much think in these classical terms that a painting is a concrete particular. It is a physical thing. It's got some other weird stuff going on, but that's what it is. The average 20-year-old today does not think of the Mona Lisa as a concrete particular. They would attest that they have seen the Mona Lisa, although they have never been to the Louvre. They would talk about it in reproducible terms, and to one of the old school aestheticians, this sounds crazy, like literally crazy. But the average student who can look at the Mona Lisa online has seen it in greater detail than anyone who's been to the Louvre who can't get closer than 20 feet from it. Right? There's a process of knowing that thing, and it is a process that is changing. Now, some philosophers of art would say that, look, once the ontology happens, it's set, right? That is a material object, and that doesn't change. Others argue that why not, right? If practice determines ontology and practice can change, and it does, why can't the ontology of that object change? And so it's a debate that will become more interesting in 20 years after certain people die. But right now, it just sort of is beneath the surface. I hope that helped. I will talk about Walter Benjamin until the cows come home. Don't ask about David Lewis. I won't hear you.
So you said that owning an NFT is like owning a set, but that seems that I have the right to exclude other people from changing this set, right? But this would mean that the code cannot be...
Only if that's what that ownership amounted to, right? And so the difficulty here is teasing out what ownership is in addition to what the thing is that is being owned. In the case of copyright and physical property, the law makes it easier because it lays out the dictates, right? It says, here's how that thing works. The problem with NFTs is there's no law behind it at all. We're just starting to get blockchain law and cryptocurrency law. So I took a stab with what the NFT actually is and what thus ownership of it seems to amount to. And right, following the analogy that I've set up with the other things, it would seem to be right to exclude, right? That's what we had set up, but I don't think of all property rights that way. I think of that as physical property rights. I think of property ownership in general as a right, an exclusive right to exploit. And unfortunately, exploiting an NFT is simply saying I own the NFT. There's just nothing deeper than that I can see.
The end of this very exciting day. We're very happy, but also sunk. So let's go to eat all together.
A small announcement about the dinner.
Thank you.
I promise that all the courses will be slightly more concrete than Garaus persona, and the dinner for invited speakers and bursary recipients and their guests is in a place called Viotobia. You have received a mail with the address, but it is very, very near to the conference hotel, to the Hotel San Michele, and it's also in the Corso, in the main street in dell'Aquila Historical Center. So thanks, Darren.
And a final thank you to all the speakers today. Today was such a great day.